America, success in both fame and fortune. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 251 Unforgivable. Early in the morning, Leonardo DiCaprio woke up in his Upper East Side apartment, checked the time on the wall clock, and patted Sienna Miller's butt beside him. "Wake up, lazybones," he urged. "Aren't you going to make me breakfast?" Sienna, having finally hooked up with this guy, sat up immediately and said, "I'll be right there." A few minutes later, after washing up, the two of them went to the living room and kitchen, respectively. Leonardo opened his computer to check his emails and habitually clicked on Google. He found that Martin, that jerk, was the third most searched term in the entertainment section. He clicked on it at random, and the screen was filled with photos and gossip about Martin and Blake living together. A glance at the comments section of a few web pages revealed nothing but congratulations from fans. Sluts and bastards, Leonardo thought of his breakup with Giselle, raised his middle finger at the two people on the computer screen, and offered a heartfelt blessing. Good luck on your breakup. Blake's previous film had also done well at the box office, and he had played a couple with Martin in it. Coupled with his outstanding personal image, he had also amassed a following. Leonardo also followed Martin's blog and saw tens of thousands of comments following Martin and Blake's confession. It was almost as popular as his girlfriend's change. Looking at the social news, there were a ton of reports about Angelina Jolie. Leonardo went to catch up on his emails, still thinking about Martin. With such hot leads, if the film was good, it should be commercially viable. But the photos of Martin and Blake together just looked awkward. Leonardo picked up his phone and called Jack Nicholson. "Old bastard, have you seen the news about Martin and Blake being together?" Nicholson said. "Of course, there's nothing else these days. The gossip is all about the Los Angeles hero and his little fangirl. A beauty falls in love with a hero? You and I both know that Martin is a piece of shit. Think about what he did on the yacht. What's the difference between that and the Beast?" "Fuck, Beauty and the Beast," Leonardo said seriously. "That bastard betrayed us. He said he wanted to be a bachelor. Fine. I broke up with Giselle, but what happened? He found a steady girlfriend. That's unforgivable." Nicholson was most worried not about making things worse, but about having nothing to do. "We didn't get him in New York," Leonardo said. "Let's get him when we get back to Los Angeles. We must make them break up. How can our people fall into the arms of a woman? I'm going back to Los Angeles to prepare a water gun party. You must come. If you don't come, I'll release a hot air balloon in Los Angeles to help you pull banners." Nicholson thought of the firecrackers that nearly gave him and Meryl cramps, and laughed a savage, yet sinister laugh. "I love fucking Martin." Leonardo hung up the phone. Sienna came from the kitchen area and called. "Leo, breakfast time." Leonardo made another call, asking his assistant to book a flight back to Los Angeles. As for Sienna Miller, she was a good girl. A few hours later, Leonardo and two assistants arrived at Kennedy Airport. As he approached security, he received a call from Martin. "Hi, Martin, I'm just getting ready to go back to Los Angeles." Leonardo smiled brightly, his hatred for the traitor invisible. "We've wrapped filming, and I'm planning to go back early to plan a party. You said you wanted to come to my party, so of course I took it seriously," he emphasized. "I'm going to throw an even happier party than last time. You absolutely must come." Because of the time difference, Martin had just arrived at Warner Brothers Studios. "Remember to come to the premiere of Wanted in early November. I won't notify you specifically." Leonardo first asked his assistant to review the general schedule for the next month and said, "It's okay. I'll definitely be there to cheer you on. Don't hold up the banners." Martin warned solemnly. "Absolutely not. Why would I resort to such a low-level tactic?" Leonardo said, as if he had never used it before. Martin arrived at the Wanted studio and hung up the phone. Upon entering, he was met by Thomas and Daniel. The latter beamed, calling Martin into the office with him. He declared, "A hero saves a beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman falls in love with a hero who saved her. This gimmick is incredibly effective, and it's been incredibly popular online. These cliched love stories, often seen as cliches for 8 o'clock dramas, have always been popular. not just on television but also among the general public. Even Blake Lively's new film, currently in development, is attracting significant attention. So many celebrities are jumping on the bandwagon to hype their relationships because it's one of the easiest ways to achieve a multiplier effect. Thomas said, "You and Blake should keep up the frequency of exposure and go shopping at Rodeo Drive together this weekend." Martin nodded slightly. "It's fine for both of us." Daniel proposed a hypothesis: when the movie is officially released, can you and Blake take it a step further? Thomas continued, "They are already living together, choose the right time and place, and Martin will publicly propose to Blake." Daniel has seen the two of them get along daily. "I don't think Blake will refuse," he thought long term. "Wait until the next movie is released, and then we can hold an engagement ceremony." Martin politely declined. "This progress is too fast. My thoughts and emotions can't keep up at all. It's easy to have problems. Let's talk about it later." Daniel glanced at Thomas, and when he saw that Thomas didn't speak to persuade him, he gave up the plan. He added, "Regular promotional activities will primarily involve roadshows, previews with press and theater managers, and an interview with Warner Brothers." The previous interview with Ellen on The Wanted show had been unpleasant, so Thomas added, "The interview will be with Helen, the one you saved at Burbank High School. She became famous after the Burbank High incident, and her talk show has extremely high ratings." Martin replied, "Sure." After discussing their business, Martin and Thomas left the Wanted studio. Jessica approached them on the studio sidewalk, and the three of them headed towards the ice cream parlor. Jessica said, "Brad just contacted me. He's willing to adapt Dark Realm, but he needs to thoroughly research the novel and speak with the original author, Alan Green." Martin slowed his pace slightly. "No problem. Accompany him to meet with Alan Green. Once I'm done with the Wanted project, I'll also discuss the adaptation with Brad." "What are the upfront costs?" Jessica asked. Martin said bluntly, "Establish a new studio under your or means name, and the expenses will be paid by the studio." "Isn't the subtitle of this novel Never Ending?" "The project will be called Never Ending, and the studio will share the same name." "I'll talk to Brad right away," Jessica said hurriedly. Martin entered the ice cream parlor and approached the front desk. Seeing the familiar waitress, he said, "Maya, a cup of green tea and a cup of coffee." Maya collected the bill and had just finished processing Martin's order when her phone rang. She quickly answered it, said a few words, and then said to the supervisor next to her, "I have an important audition to attend." The supervisor nodded. "Go ahead." Maya came out and apologized to Martin. "I have a last-minute audition." "No problem." Martin waved, and sat down with Thomas, who was holding a drink. In Los Angeles, where actors are the most common, this wasn't the first time Martin had encountered such a situation. Thomas watched Maya walk away through the glass curtain wall and said, "In the past, many Hollywood stars came from similar backgrounds." Martin continued, "There are fewer now." Thomas nodded slightly. "There are more and more actors like Blake in Hollywood." Martin understood what he meant. Second-generation stars in the industry have a natural advantage. It seems that this is not only in the entertainment industry, but also in other industries. It's becoming more and more common. Thomas, who came from an ordinary middle-class family, felt this way. Even if you don't have a good family, you still have to find a good godfather. He took a sip of coffee and said, "Take the Transformers I mentioned to you. Spielberg's godson got the male lead. Although that guy is not famous, he is famous for causing trouble." Martin asked, "What's the situation with Nolan?" Thomas said, "I met with Nolan's wife and partner Emma Thomas and recommended your information to her. She has a good relationship with Nolan and doesn't seem to have any habit of cheating or engaging in threesomes or group sex. I didn't let Mean go." Martin said, "The audition director for The Departed introduced Mean to a new project, and he's been busy auditioning recently." Thomas added a little more sugar to his coffee. "Nolan's project is still a long way from casting, and this is all we can do for now. The British can be difficult to get along with, and doing too much can be detrimental." Martin knew full well that Nolan favored actors from the British Isles. Perhaps Australian actors were even prioritized over American ones. Nolan was a long-term plan, and Martin was preparing for the future. The next morning, Martin attended the taping of Helen's interview with Warner Television. Helen asked many sensitive questions, but she had discussed them all with Martin and Thomas beforehand, so there wouldn't be any surprises. The taping went smoothly, and Martin was out of the studio before 11 a.m. As he reached the door, a black sedan suddenly pulled up in front of him. Bruce, who had been following Martin, immediately pulled him behind him, his hand on the gun hidden under his coat. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Julie's face. She waved at Martin with a flattering expression. "Busy man, can you get in? I've been waiting for you all morning." Martin got in. Julie rolled up the window, stepped on the accelerator, and said, "I've booked a hotel." She emphasized, "I don't mean any harm. I'm just a student thanking my teacher." Martin nodded slightly. "Let's go." Julie asked, "Aren't you going to call Blake?" Martin didn't call, but instead said, "Your hobby is quite unique." Julie didn't deny it. Instead, she said, "I think I developed this psychological quirk when I was 16 and stole my mother's boyfriend." Chapter 252. The next one will be better. At the Burbank Theater, hundreds of representatives from the media, theater managers, and ordinary moviegoers watched the film wanted unfold on the screen. This was a preview version, and the opening and ending credits hadn't yet been added. In a private room on the second floor, Louise Mayer, returning from her overseas vacation, was a little nervous. Pacific Pictures, like Gray Pictures, had invested all the profits from The Hills Have Eyes into this film. Louise couldn't afford another tragedy like Alexander the Great. Martin, seated on the sofa, noticed her pacing back and forth and said, "Honey, you're making me dizzy." Louise straightened her suit and pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. "If this doesn't work, I'll go to South Korea and Japan to solicit investment," Martin casually remarked. "Aren't fattened pigs meant to be slaughtered for meat?" As gunshots rang out in the theater, the image froze on Martin, the lead actor, and the preview ended. The audience, 7 or 8 rows in the back, erupted in applause. Many even exclaimed, "Cool." The film's best feature was its cool action scenes. Theater managers also applauded, saying it had a strong commercial appeal, was incredibly cool, and appealed to the general public. This was the kind of film they loved, and a large-scale screening wouldn't be a loss. In contrast, the reactions from media reporters and critics were a bit more muted. Todd McCarthy of The Hollywood Reporter frowned slightly. "Martin's obviously very talented, so why did he take on another film that's all about being cool and handsome? He actually did a pretty good job." Kenneth Turan of the Los Angeles Times nearby had a different opinion. He portrayed the protagonist's transformation from loser to avenger. "His performance deserves a 65, Todd McCarthy nodded. "Much better than Angelina Jolie." "Jolie, well, it's hard to be a contented actress." Kenneth recalled Martin's words, "Actors have to make a living. Business and art aren't completely incompatible." Martin's next film is Scorsese's The Departed. "I've inquired about it, and both Scorsese and Nicholson have given him very high ratings," McCarthy said. "This shows he's still a young actor with artistic aspirations." The preview ended, and the general public returned their questionnaires and left first. The media and critics then went into the adjacent lounge, where they were presented with a gift from the crew. Martin joined the main cast and crew to see them off. Various statistics were compiled as quickly as possible, and half an hour later, Daniel, Louise, Martin and director Leterrier gathered in the theater's office. Louise urged, "Now that we're all here, let's get started." Daniel, the distributor's representative, picked up the preview audience statistics. "The average rating from the general public is an A." Martin nodded. "A good start." Daniel picked up a second copy. "The average rating from theater managers is an A+. Louise smiled. "It looks like our schedule won't be too shabby. 3,000 theaters shouldn't be a problem, right? Although it's R-rated, based on the positive reviews from theater managers today, I can guarantee 3,300 theaters," Daniel said confidently. An A+ shows that the business managers on the front lines of the film market are very optimistic about Wanted's prospects. Louise asked, "What about the critics and media?" Daniel took a look and said, "Also, it's pretty good. Mostly positive or average reviews, with relatively few negative ones." Martin, also holding the title of executive producer, had a say in many matters. He asked, "Can we start word-of-mouth marketing?" "Of course," Daniel said. "Let's start today." A film's positive reputation is related to its quality, but its execution is also crucial. The phrase "the best X movie" can be considered a masterpiece. Louise breathed a sigh of relief. As she walked out, she approached Martin and asked, "Want to come over to my house tonight?" Martin had been planning to take the night off, a chance to relax, but what about another round of work? A headache struck him, and he said, "Not tonight. Let's go now," Louise said firmly. "Come on, get in the car." Martin glanced at Bruce, who was on the phone, and shook his head slightly. The two bodyguards, hidden in the shadows, didn't notice the paparazzi following them. Martin drove Louise's Mercedes to the south slopes of Sherman Oaks. Passing the Olsen sisters' house, Martin saw the closed door and asked, "Have they moved away?" "No," Louise said simply. "The whole family's in New York for vacation." Martin didn't ask any more questions and drove into Louise's mansion. As soon as they entered the living room, Louise called Kelly. Kelly Gray came on the line, cursing, but she didn't hang up. That afternoon, the production team and Warner Brothers, in addition to hyping the lead actors and actresses of Wanted, launched a word-of-mouth marketing offensive. Rotten Tomatoes immediately released its rating, boasting an 84% freshness rating. MTC also released its media aggregate score, 75. This is quite impressive for an R-rated action film. In fact, judging a film's performance from pre-release media reviews generally has a standard. Films that release scores and critical data early after preview screenings tend to perform well. Conversely, films that wait until the nationwide release of Rotten Tomatoes and MTC have a much higher chance of failing. Hollywood is incredibly adept at tactics like controlling reviews. Consequently, positive reviews for Wanted flooded traditional print media and the internet. Entertainment Weekly published a promotional article with a large, bolded headline. "Wanted is definitely one of the best action films of the year." Similar articles were posted online. "Wanted is Martin Davis's best action film." Kenneth Turan praised the film in his column for the Los Angeles Times. "I think Wanted sets a new standard for the aesthetics of violence." Lead actor Martin Davis's performance is consistently outstanding, successfully portraying the character's transformation from weakness and repression to explosive power. Meanwhile, Jolie appeared on Oprah's talk show. When the two pretentious women embraced passionately, the backdrop was a poster for Wanted. Martin participated in numerous roadshows, including at the University of California, the University of Chicago, and Las Vegas, frequently dragging Blake out for shopping and showcasing their affection, to attract attention for the film. Every bit of pre-release exposure and attention the leading actors and actresses received could translate into solid box office figures after the release. The hero on the heroine pairing is compelling enough, at least in North America. At the end of October, the North American Theater Alliance announced the opening figures for Wanted, a staggering 3,350 theaters. Theater operators were extremely optimistic about the film's box office prospects. On Martin's blog, the fan groups Jessica and Emily joined were all mobilized, urging Martin's fans to see the film in theaters as soon as possible. Jolie has also garnered widespread support over the past 6 months, which has also had a positive impact on the box office. Even Morgan Freeman has some appeal, especially among middle-aged and older audiences. In Hollywood's mature operating model, the success or failure of a film can be largely determined during the period leading up to its release. Wanted has received nothing but positive market feedback. The Grapevine Manor bar was still dark, so it was sparsely populated. Brad Pitt had just entered when he spotted Matt Damon, his co-star in the Ocean's films, sitting at the bar, enjoying a drink. He strode over, pulled out a high stool and sat down beside her. He asked, "Why are you alone?" Damon turned to look at him and said, "I suddenly felt like drinking, so I came here." "What about you?" Pitt ordered a drink and raised his glass to Damon. "I'm a happily single now." "Curious?" Damon asked. "Did Jolie really break up with you?" Pitt pointed to the TV hanging on the wall. It was showing an interview with Jolie. She talked all about refugees, children, and war, her words filled with a deep humanistic concern, as if the Virgin Mary were alive. Damon watched for a moment and suddenly said, "I've heard some not-so-good rumors." Pitt was puzzled. "Huh? About Jolie and Martin Davis?" Damon explained briefly. They filmed Wanted together, and many people said that during the filming, Jolie and Martin, he shrugged and didn't say anything else. Pitt, however, understood Damon's meaning. There were rumors in the gossip press. He thought of Jolie's transformation and ruthlessness. "It's more than just rumors." "I see," Damon reassured him, "we have plenty of women. The next one will be even better." Pitt glanced at the TV again. "I gave up Aniston for her, I divorced for her." Damon said no more. Pitt instinctively rubbed his head, feeling awkward. Then he saw a Wanted poster for Martin and Jolie on the TV screen and said, "What a pair of bastards." Compared to Pitt, Damon was much more conservative about relationships. He couldn't help but mutter, "Is he scolding himself?" Pitt whispered, "I was just a stepping stone for Jolie's hype, allowing her to successfully turn around from a loser." Damon pointed to the TV show. "Now it looks like she and Martin Davis are going to succeed again." Pitt hoped that one it would bankrupt its investors, but judging by the current situation, that seemed unlikely. Damon then said, "I don't like Martin Davis and hope their film fails." The film was distributed by Warner Brothers, and Warner was Pitt's biggest partner. There was nothing he could do but raise his glass and clink glasses with Damon. "I hope they fail." Damon drank a glass with Pitt, thought for a moment, and then said, "There's a party in a few days. It's hosted by Harvey Weinstein. Ben Affleck and I will be attending. In addition, Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez will be there. If you're interested, you can come and join us." Hearing Quentin's name, Pitt was indeed interested. "I'll be there." Chapter 253 You Sacrificed Yourself for Art. The premiere of Wanted was attended by a large number of reporters at the Chandler Hall at the Los Angeles Music Center. Not just entertainment reporters, but also many covering social issues. The film's protagonists, a Los Angeles city hero and a modern-day saint, shone with a dazzling aura. It's almost as if they'd each other's influence and complemented each other. Several other big-name stars, including Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, were also there to cheer. Martin and Black were the final acts, walking the red carpet hand in hand. Martin's fan base is no longer just a few, hundreds of them lined the red carpet, many of them members of the Coca-Cola cult. As he reached the middle of the red carpet, a scene similar to the one at the Jeans premiere unfolded. Hundreds of fans pulled out red cans of Coke and shouted, "Cola Cult, forever." Martin responded with a toast. Coca-Cola logos were everywhere at the premiere. Martin arrived at the press area, gave the usual interviews, and then took Black to Coca-Cola backdrop for a photo. The two had practiced posing, looking their best and most charming, as they gazed at each other affectionately, allowing the reporters to snap photos. The love between a male and female celebrity must be displayed, no matter how soon it dies. Blake followed Martin into Chandler Hall and asked, "You're the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, so I'm the leader's wife." Martin took her to the lounge to wait for entry, saying, "The term wife is too old-fashioned. It should be the saint of the Coca-Cola cult." Blake asked curiously, "Something like Joan of Arc?" "No," Martin whispered, "a saint who serves the leader." As they entered the lounge, Julie spotted them. She stared at Martin and Blake, their fingers intertwined, and unconsciously licked her lips. A fire ignited from beneath her, nearly consuming her sanity. The time and place were wrong, so Julie quickly looked away, moving away from them. She had to maintain her public image despite her saintly persona. Elsewhere, Leonardo DiCaprio gave Nicholson a wink, and they both appeared in front of Martin and Blake almost simultaneously. Nicholson spoke bluntly, "Martin, you have good taste, but you're no match for beautiful Blake." Martin chuckled, "You're just jealous of me." Blake just laughed and said nothing. Leonardo didn't say much, but directly invited Blake, "My party is almost ready. Remember to come next week." Martin replied, "No one can refuse Leonardo's invitation." Blake asked, "Can you bring a female companion?" Leonardo smiled apologetically, "Sorry, this is a men's party." Heavy footsteps interrupted the conversation. Blake saw the approaching female warrior and was surprised by her physique, her bulging muscles more exaggerated than those of professional wrestlers. "This is Sophia, an investor from Atlanta." Martin immediately introduced them. Leonardo politely shook Sophia's hand, but her hand felt as hard as stone. Nicholson cast a strange look at Martin and winked at him. The meaning was clear, "You've dedicated yourself to art?" Martin noticed that Sophia's eyes drifted from Nicholson, just as they had been looking at Scott. She was talking to the old bastard. Martin introduced him, "Sophia, this is Jack Nicholson. You should have seen his films. He's a veteran actor with a wide range of interests." Sophia stared at Nicholson and rattled off a few names: The Shining, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, The Perfect Match. These were the old bastard's masterpieces, his greatest pride. But Nicholson couldn't explain why, but he felt a chill down his spine. Like an old buffalo being targeted by a female hyena. At that moment, Nicholson remembered being tied up on the yacht and brutally raped by Naomi Campbell. He pulled Leonardo back. "I have something else to do. Let's talk another day." But Sophia said, "Don't leave so quickly. Leave me your contact information." Nicholson seemed not to hear. As a veteran actor with a wealth of experience, he instinctively reached out and touched his buttocks, feeling a mixture of itchiness and pain. "Want Jack's contact information?" Martin was eager to help. Sophia's eyes remained fixed on him. "I like him very much and want to talk to him more." Of course, Martin, such a nice guy, wouldn't refuse. Besides, he was a gigolo, and Sophia was his financial backer. He found the old bastard's contact information and gave it to Sophia. In return, Sophia asked, "Has that fat guy, Harvey, been causing any trouble lately?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "Not yet." Sophia was filled with pride. "I really don't like that fat guy. If he ever causes trouble for your project, just give me a call. I'll fly over and show him what it means to not mess with people from Georgia." Martin replied, "I will." Sophia ignored Blake's presence and said, "Remember that fat guy in Atlanta? Scott has plenty of experience dealing with people like them." Martin wondered, could it be that he's been screwed so many times that he's naturally experienced in doing so? Sophia saved Nicholson's contact information and left. Blake then asked, "What are you talking about?" "Why don't I understand?" Martin mumbled, "Some investment battles in the industry, related to Harvey Weinstein. He wanted to snatch the investment, but Sophia scared him off." Blake's parents, both industry insiders and knowledgeable about the scene, expressed concern. "She invested in your movie, and you and her." She knew Martin came from the bottom of Atlanta, and climbing the ladder would inevitably come at a price. "I don't mind that. I'm worried about you. After all, she's stronger than Tyson." "What if?" Martin shook his head. "Don't worry, we're not that kind of people. I can bring her profits, so they chose to invest in me." Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth. There were so many messed up things involved. Daniel from Warner Brothers clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and announced, "Please enter in an orderly manner." The guests, including Blake, filed out and headed towards the main hall. The crew was the last to arrive. Martin walked alone at the end of the crew. Julie, standing in front of him, suddenly stopped. When he came over, she whispered, "I'll go to the bathroom in the middle of the show." Martin feigned ignorance. "Did you drink too much water?" "Plenty now." Julie stared at him, almost reaching out. Martin whispered, "You're crazy. That's because you and Blake are infatuated." Julie, shamelessly, put the blame on Martin. "If you didn't show off your affection in front of me with her, I wouldn't go crazy." Martin pointed at her perfectly fitted dress and warned, "It was sewn on when you put it on, right? You won't be able to wear it after you take it off. Are you going to go home naked?" Julie couldn't let herself be ruined, so she said helplessly, "I'll meet you at the hotel tomorrow morning, at the usual place." Martin said nothing more and followed the crew into the theater. To enthusiastic applause, they stepped onto the small stage in front for a photo. Chandler Hall, which could accommodate 2,000 people, was packed. Justin, a Coca-Cola executive who had flown in from Atlanta, glanced down from the second floor toward the private room and saw a sea of red. The members of the Coca-Cola cult wore uniform red commemorative t-shirts. This was part of a marketing campaign by Coca-Cola and the film crew. Thomas, accompanying him in the private room, said, "The influence is growing." Justin nodded, "This concept created by Martin has brought endless fascination." Thomas came with a mission. Recently, Martin had a new idea, to establish an official website for the Coca-Cola cult, which would also serve as a base for his fans, thereby driving Coca-Cola to further expand its market and influence. The idea of establishing a website had been around for a long time, but due to lack of funds, it had never been realized. Justin said, "The internet is booming, and the Coca-Cola cult should definitely have a permanent online base." Thomas seized the opportunity, saying, "We could also host more events under the Coca-Cola cult's name. I'll write a detailed report to the higher-ups when we get back to Atlanta." Justin thought this was a promising idea. "Do you have any ideas or plans?" "Let's finalize some," Thomas said. "No problem. After the premiere, we'll find a place to discuss it in detail." Justin glanced at the big screen. "From you to Warner Brothers, you seem incredibly confident in the film's success." Thomas smiled confidently. "Professional predictions predict it won't be less than $100 million at the North American box office." Justin nodded slightly. "For the Coca-Cola Group, the greater the influence of a spokesperson, the better." Slightly toward the front of the theater, the Joneses, Jillian, Harold, and Kane, all from the Cody community, sat together. They had received VIP tickets given by Martin. Jones looked out at the thousands of spectators and said to his daughter, "Jenna, I wish your movie could be screened like this." Jenna, her blonde hair wavy, shrugged, "The FBI will definitely invite me for coffee." Harold looked at the unusual father and daughter and thought that if Sacred Valley films could be screened publicly in theaters, Hollywood and West Hollywood might even merge. He ignored that and asked Kane, "How did you lose to Martin in the shooting competition?" Kane said, "He's a very good shot, especially at fixed targets. Losing to him is not unusual." Don't worry, I'm not letting him down just to promote him. Harold had researched Martin's profile and said, if this wanted lives up to expectations, 2 of Martin's films will gross over $100 million in North America. Our community will have another star. He thought for a moment and said, we must have Martin participate in the next theater festival. It will help promote community activities. The big screen lit up, and the ceiling lights gradually dimmed. After the Warner Brothers opening credits, the premiere officially began. This is a story about a poor weakling who is bullied, but after meeting the heroine, he upgrades and fights monsters. All the stories are in service of the cool action scenes, especially the shooting and design of the gunfights, which are amazing. Compared to the silly male protagonist, Martin is more powerful after getting rid of his identity as a poor loser. For example, he almost killed his ex-girlfriend and the person he cheated on. After beating up the two, he dragged the heroine in from outside the door and kissed her madly. In short, after the identity of the male protagonist changed, his character gradually became stronger, which is more in line with the imagination of ordinary people about the poor loser who becomes rich overnight, the most typical of which is beauty, power and money. He controls the life and death of others, has money to enjoy life, and has the company of the heroine, without losing his principles and bottom line. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be 2 more chapters later. Chapter 254, Outstanding Features and Clear Selling Points. At the end of the film, the protagonist drives a dump truck into a textile mill, unleashing thousands of self-destructing rats. Explosions rumble incessantly, reducing looms to rubble. Wesley goes on a killing spree, leaving countless assassins to their doom. When surrounded by the gunsmith, the butcher, and others, Fox turns on him, and the two join forces to eliminate all the codenamed assassins. Fox, like Julie, a saintly figure, chooses to die together with Sloane's last elite men. Wesley and Sloane engage in a showdown. The outcome, of course, is the villain's demise. At the end of the film, Sloane, spitting blood, exclaims, "Do you think this is over? We're more powerful than you could imagine." Without hesitation, Wesley blows him off the head, uttering the line from the film's commemorative Coke bottle, "I control my own life." Assistant director and action director Chad, along with screenwriter Brad, had a sequel in mind. Martin's studio holds all rights to both the comics and the film, allowing for ample creative freedom. A film like this, with its high-octane action-packed action, unsurprisingly received enthusiastic applause from the general public. The hype-fueled anticipation matched the film's quality, and audiences were naturally satisfied. Enthusiastic applause echoed throughout Chandler Hall. Leonardo asked Nicholson next to him, "What do you think of Martin's film?" Nicholson has been in the industry for nearly 50 years, and his judgment is based solely on experience. It's a commercial action film with very prominent characteristics, and the selling point is clear. This bastard Martin has made so many troubles recently, and that woman Julie has packaged herself so well. "I guess this movie will be a big hit," Leonardo said. "This bastard is in really good physical condition, and the action scenes are very well done. I can't compare with him in this aspect." "You?" Nicholson glanced at his gradually bulging belly and shook his head disdainfully. "You're far behind." The old bastard spoke without mercy. "You're not good at action scenes, and your acting skills are not much better than his. Now your appearance is not good either." Leonardo was dissatisfied. "You are so good at talking." Nicholson shrugged. "We are in the same group now. I can't lie to you. That's too unethical." The crew bowed and applause fell. Jenna was incredibly excited. She said to Jones, "Dad, I just got a sudden inspiration." Jones pulled out a pen and notebook. "Tell me quickly, I'll write it all down for you." "Martin gave me the idea," Jenna said roughly. "If the protagonist was a woman, and she joined the Assassin's League," Harold and Kane, who were nearby, exchanged glances. The outcome was obvious. Jenna added, "Or maybe the male lead continued Martin's premise, but the Assassin's League was made up entirely of women, like Fox." Jillian, a middle-aged divorcee, remarked, "That would be infuriating." Jenna's excitement grew. "There's already a Sacred Valley version of Pirates of the Caribbean. If Martin's movie is a hit, we can make something similar." In the row in front of them, Sophia took the pink water bottle Scott offered her, bit down on the straw, and took a few sips, her face radiating relief. This movie looked great, like the kind of movie that would be a success. Another investment payoff. She'd better invest in Martin again. The premiere ended, and the audience gradually left. Harold and the others went to the front row to congratulate Martin. Martin hugged them one by one, saying, thank you for your support." After seeing off the guests who had come to the premiere, Martin took Blake's hand and prepared to leave. Julie, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around and smiled at Martin. Martin nodded slightly, as if it was just a normal greeting. Julie quickened her pace and left Chandler Hall, leaving most of the paparazzi behind. Martin reached the door and was met by two idiots, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson. Nicholson stopped him. "Going home so early? We came all the way from New York just to attend your premiere. Won't you buy us a drink?" Leonardo said. "I thought you said something about washing your face? Refreshing or something?" "Washing your face with wine." Blake released her arm from Martin's. "Go ahead." Martin nodded. She added, "I'll wait for you and hold the door open for you." Martin understood. "Sooner or later, I'm definitely going home." Blake smiled at the three of them and left the theater alone. Leonardo fanned his nose and said, "The sour smell of love." Nicholson said, "Let's go to that nice place you mentioned on set." "Wait a minute." Martin waited a few minutes, making sure the paparazzi had been distracted by his car, before getting out and into Nicholson's car. The three of them headed straight for the club Martin and Craven frequented. Martin went backstage and expertly ordered the dancers. After a brief wait, three freshly washed dancers entered the VIP room. Leonardo chose the long-legged blonde. Nicholson, the pervert, specifically requested a black woman who looked like Naomi Campbell. Martin's partner was a Latina with smooth, fair skin and a voluptuous figure. Martin raised his glass and gestured towards the two men. "Let's begin." A passionate lap dance began. Leonardo asked, "That's it?" Martin pulled out a dollar bill and tucked it into the Latina's waistband. "Jesse, further service, you still remember my name?" The energy and spirit that had been drained from the premiere returned instantly. Leonardo's voice changed. "It's refreshing indeed. My mind's been much more active right now. I've got a new idea for the water gun party." Martin asked, "Can you give me a hint?" Leonardo replied, using Martin's New York accent, "Things like this won't be exciting if I tell you right away." Martin played it that way in New York. "Okay, let's see what you come up with." Hopefully, it wasn't three grown men wielding guns and sparring on the beach or in a villa courtyard. That would be too awkward. Unrelated sentence fragment. Nicholson suddenly said, "Why don't I feel anything?" Martin turned slightly to see two massive, pitch-black tires crushing Nicholson's face. He said, "You're useless." "You're useless," Leonardo echoed. "You're useless." Nicholson immediately became furious, leaning back off the black wheels and saying, "I want to get you out of here." The black woman opened her hand and held up 5 fingers. Nicholson gave Martin and Leonardo each a middle finger. "You guys keep going. I'm leaving." The old bastard, disloyal, took the black woman and left first. Martin and Leonardo drank and enjoyed the face-washing service until nearly 11 o'clock before leaving the club. Atlanta, Marietta Entertainment Agency. The lights were still on in the Performing Arts Director's office. On the old, west-facing wooden desk, a 2003 glass bottle of Coke, coated in olive oil, shimmered in the light. Robert stood in front of his cola, facing west, muttering, "Wanted will definitely be a success." Tonight, Jessica and Emily were taking turns working overtime in Davis' studio. They were monitoring online public feedback. The crew had outsourced their online word-of-mouth marketing to a company, and Jessica, acting under her own name, also found a contract to post on fan websites. Wanted's basic quality and reputation were guaranteed, so naturally, they needed to recruit more people to promote it. With the development of the film industry, good reputation is no longer simply built by fans. It's a mixture of marketing and behind-the-scenes promotion. On IMDb, many accounts managed by outsourcing companies posted carefully crafted reviews. "I didn't expect to see such a cool action movie after The Matrix. Martin's action scenes are as brilliant as ever. The protagonist's transformation from weakness and repression to liberation and strength is remarkable. Nothing else. Wanted is a movie that will make you exhilarated." Countless promotional articles were popping up on other film forums and entertainment portals. As long as you don't dislike Martin Davis and Angelina Jolie, you'll fall head over heels in love with them after seeing Wanted. Media influence on the general public is profound. Over the weekend, casual moviegoers, choosing a movie, would automatically buy tickets after seeing rave reviews online or in print. Martin Davis and Jolie's fans had already been fully mobilized through various fan groups. Cult members across the United States not only bought tickets but also became a constant source of publicity, becoming a hub for the film's spread. This is why production companies are willing to spend big bucks on star actors. They have supporters, buzz, and a constant flow of attention. So, Jolie, holding one child, holding another, and with a nanny pushing yet another, tirelessly frequented Century City and Rodeo Drive, Los Angeles bustling districts. People magazine once again featured her on the cover, featuring a series of Jolie's refugee diaries from her time in the Middle East and Africa. It can be said that Jolie has chosen a very stylish and promising path. After all, there's no need to worry about a mass extinction of refugees, as her country will help her create a steady supply of them. Martin accepted Ernie Lively's invitation and traveled to Burbank for a meeting. They chose an outdoor cafe, deliberately allowing paparazzi to take as many photos as they wanted. This sparked gossip and rumors. Martin Davis has received approval from his girlfriend Blake's family. According to reliable sources, Martin Davis discussed his engagement with Blake during a meeting with her family. This insider was, of course, Bruce. He contacted his paparazzi partner, Jody, and provided him with alleged photos and inside information. Martin fabricated his own gossip and then sold it to the media with remarkable skill. All of this was done to attract attention to the film, Wanted. On the first Thursday afternoon of November, Wanted opened in 3,100 theaters across North America, grossing $6.88 million in advance screenings. Chapter 255 Winner Takes All. On Friday, just as the clock hit the end of the day, Ted casually packed up his desk, slung his bag, and headed out. A colleague, who'd been enjoying his Coke, caught up with him and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Ted replied, "I worked overtime last night and missed the advance screening. If I don't see Wanted today, I'm going to explode." The colleague pulled out a Coke with Martin's image on it and handed it to Ted, saying, "Let's go." The elevator was packed. Ted checked the time and said, "It's only the 6th floor. Let's take the stairs." They turned into the emergency exit. Once downstairs, they didn't have to go far. This was downtown Manhattan, and the theater was just a few hundred meters away. As soon as Ted entered the lobby, he noticed it was especially crowded today. The line at the ticket office stretched dozens of people. His colleague quickly pulled him in. In another long line nearby, several girls arrived. One of the girls, the brunette, asked, "What are we going to see?" The blonde girl said, "Handsome guys." She pointed to a Wanted poster. "Handsome guys and beautiful girls, that's the one we're going for," the shortest girl chimed in. "Wanted? I remember reading the reviews, and they were all rave reviews. People online and in newspapers say it's a great movie," a nearby boy chimed in. "Right. It's a great movie, it's got great reviews." The girls didn't respond, but they were determined to buy tickets. Besides, there was a promotion going on. With every screening, a small bottle of Coca-Cola was given. This influenced some people's choices. A large poster hung in the theater, "Watch Wanted. Martin Davis invites you to drink Coca-Cola." After buying his ticket, Ted waved his complimentary Coke toward Martin's poster. A colleague nearby said, "May the world have Coca-Cola." Meanwhile, at an AMC theater near Northville in Atlanta, Elena, Lily, and Hall entered the theater together. They were a little late because they had to wait for Hall to finish his homework. The theater was quite full, so we could only choose seats near the back. Hall opened his Coke and drank it in one gulp, his eyes fixed on the Coke in his sister's hands. Elena threw him a bottle. "If you don't want to become fat, drink less." Lily didn't say anything, but concentrated on counting the heads. Listening to the little sister mumbling, Hall asked, "What are you doing? Don't bother me, you idiot." Lily was almost interrupted, and she showed the fine tradition of the Carter family, raised her fist to intimidate Hall, and continued to count the heads. After counting more than a dozen heads, when the movie was about to start, dozens of people came in from outside. These people were wearing the same red t-shirts, and they were obviously members of the Coke cult. Lily's rhythm was disrupted, so she simply stopped counting, pouted, and thought to herself, "I want to be a saint." Hall gloated, "You can't count them, can you?" Lily raised her fist and, like her older sister, pounded it on Hall's head. "Idiot, shut up." Hall's face was filled with sorrow, but having been suppressed since childhood, there was nothing he could do but shut up. Elena then said, "Don't count. Judging by the attendance in this theater, the box office is sure to be good, a huge hit." Lily clasped her hands together. "It has to be a big hit." Elena took Lily's bottle of Coke, opened it, and took a sip. She was much calmer than Lily, and this movie was sure to be a hit. On Friday, With the influx of viewers and the required number of ratings, Wanted's IMDb rating was officially unlocked, with an average user rating of 8.2. As to how much of this was manipulated, even the outsourced troll companies couldn't tell. At CS Cinemas, which cater to the first-tier market, Wanted received an A overall rating. This signifies a strong commercial performance. Sherman Oaks, Los Angeles. The Saturday sun had just risen. Blake, dressed in shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops, went outside to open the mailbox, picked up a pile of newspapers, and walked back. She flipped through the papers as she walked, found the statistics page of The Hollywood Reporter, saw the North American box office figures, swung her long legs, and walked quickly along the sidewalk by the pool toward the villa. As soon as she entered the house, before she even saw Martin, Blake excitedly shouted, "Wanted is a big hit. Honey, Wanted is a big hit." Martin walked from the kitchen into the dining room carrying a porcelain plate. Bruce was cooking in the back. Bruce finished frying the eggs, turned around, and asked, "Did the first day box office exceed 20 million? Martin looked at Blake expectantly. The latter nodded repeatedly, smiling like a true 18-year-old. $21.67 million. Number one at the box office yesterday. What great news." Martin put down his plate and headed for the wine cabinet. "We have to have a drink to celebrate." Blake had been craving a drink for a while. "We have to have a toast." Martin poured 3 glasses of champagne and waited for Bruce to come over, taking off his apron. "Here, guys, cheers to our success." Blake leaned over and kissed Martin before clinking glasses with him. "Congratulations, darling." She then clinked glasses with Bruce, and the 3 of them drank together. After finishing their drinks, Blake, somewhat excited, put down her glass and newspaper, jumped on Martin, and demanded a kiss. Bruce was displeased. Hey, have some civility and principles. Don't feed me dog food at breakfast." Martin carried Blake to a chair and said, "Let's eat, and then we'll go out and have fun." This weekend, his promotional mission was to take Blake on a whirlwind tour of crowded Los Angeles. Blake's new film had officially been approved and needed a lot of exposure. After breakfast, the 2 of them got in Bruce's Escalade and headed straight for Rodeo Drive to go shopping. Without Bruce having to call, a swarm of paparazzi followed them. Martin was used to it and didn't care. Blake seemed born to be in the spotlight. The more paparazzi there were, the more excited she became, frequently displaying the affection between a female fan and her idol. At a street corner, paparazzi Jody couldn't help but spit after taking a photo of Blake feeding Martin ice cream mouth to mouth. "These bastards who don't know how to restrain themselves will surely die once the honeymoon phase is over." She was fed up with it today. Which celebrity who uses love and marriage to hype their relationships ever has a peaceful ending? Another paparazzi nearby couldn't stand it anymore and chimed in, "The sweeter they are now, the more bitter they'll be when things fall out. I wish them all the best." Turning from lovers to enemies, several paparazzi chimed in, "My blessing too, let's wish them all the best." Across the street, Martin seemed to sense something and turned, giving the paparazzi a warm and friendly wave. Then he turned back and kissed Blake, launching into another passionate embrace. The Wanted poster was a huge hit, and he was holding a beautiful young woman. How could he not show it off and justify the paparazzi's jobs? This was a winner-takes-all game of fame and fortune. The paparazzi silently cursed the bastards, but their cameras were faithfully raised, snapping photos of the handsome couple. Martin's phone rang then. It was Sophia who answered. The woman's words were incredibly direct. "Have we succeeded again?" Martin said. "It can't be less than $50 million in the first weekend in North America." Sophia laughed heartily. "That's a new record." "Well, I'm going to celebrate." Martin asked, "How are you going to celebrate?" Sophia said, "That old man Nicholson is great. Do me a favor and ask him out. I'll buy him a drink." Martin could roughly guess what she was going to do, but considering her safety, he warned, "He's almost 70. He could be dead." He didn't give Sophia a chance to make another request. "I have something urgent to do here. Let's talk another day." In the hotel, Sophia heard the busy tone on the phone, but she wasn't angry. She was in a good mood today because the Wanted posters she invested in were selling like hotcakes. After all these years of hard work, Sophia had learned clearly that nothing was more real than money. Scott sauntered over and asked, "Isn't that old man coming?" "For Martin's sake, let him go." Sophia stopped thinking about it and dialed the number in Atlanta. "Vincent, it's me. Have you seen the latest box office statistics? Martin's movie is a big hit again. What are your thoughts?" Vincent didn't even consider it. He said directly, "Of course we'll continue to invest." "Does he have any new film projects?" Sophia said, "I think he has. I asked him the day before yesterday. It seems to be a thriller, suspense, an action movie, similar to Wanted." Vincent continued, "The facts have proven that Martin is trustworthy and worth investing in. You can make the final decision there." "Okay, then, continue to invest in Martin's new film projects." Sophia hung up the phone, her mood getting better and better. She was eager to exercise. She walked towards the fitness room attached to her suite and glanced back at Scott. "Come on." Scott followed obediently, accustomed to what was about to happen. Aside from the need to endure, Sophia took care of everything, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and he also had a monthly allowance of no less than 5 figures. Where could someone of his age, without any special skills, find such a job? Over a year ago, Scott had chosen to lie flat, and it was incredibly comfortable, occasionally allowing him to buy gifts for his children. Compared to his wife, Emma, who had disappeared with someone unknown, Scott considered himself a fairly competent father. Soon, a man's cry emanated from the gym, not of pain, but of pleasure. On Friday, Wanted's R rating couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of North American audiences. With $21.67 million, the film surpassed Sam Mendes' Jarhead to take the top spot at the North American box office. On Saturday, the weekend off, attendance saw a slight increase, earning another $24.21 million in North America. Jarhead and Chicken Little, released concurrently, were both firmly eclipsed by Wanted, with no chance of overtaking. Although the box office for all released films declined by Sunday, Wanted still led the way, ultimately taking $68.55 million and becoming the first film to top the North American box office in November. This also set a new career high for Martin and Jolie. Here's the third update. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 256, Off-Track Pursuit. Early Monday morning, Martin got off his electric scooter and promptly entered the Wanted studio at Warner Brothers. With a bang, more than a dozen poppers exploded, showering Martin with streamers and sequins. A rapturous applause erupted, and everyone applauded. They applauded for the film's success, for Martin, the lead actor and driving force behind the project, and for the bonuses they were all clapping for. When a Hollywood film becomes a box office hit, every regular employee on the crew, from top to bottom, gets a bonus. The worst-case scenario is a bonus. Martin joined the crowd in applauding, repeatedly exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you to every one of you for your support." He was thrilled, but he didn't get carried away, let alone become arrogant. Instead, he said, "Without you, this film wouldn't be a success. You're the foundation of this success." Everyone applauded again. Martin waved back, waiting for Bruce and Mean to arrive with cases of wine each. He said, "I'll buy you a drink." Many of the behind-the-scenes staff, like Chad and Brat, might work together again. Martin had a drink with everyone and headed back to his office, followed by Chad. "I heard a new project has taken shape," he asked. Martin took the novel Dark Domain from his desk and gave it to him. "Brad is planning an adaptation of the script. I envision it involving a lot of action scenes. If you're willing, you can continue to serve as the action director and assistant director." Chad replied, "I don't need to bother looking for a new job. The chances of success are higher when you collaborate with successful people." His previous project, Hellblazer, wasn't very successful, and Warner Brothers simply canceled the sequel. Martin's phone rang. Chad took the novel and took his leave. Martin answered. It was Leonardo DiCaprio. "Congratulations, man, your new movie is a big hit at the box office." Leonardo was a little confused. "Your new box office champion. The first week figures are higher than the first week box office of all my previous movies." Martin told him that there was no need to be humble. "Really? I surpassed Leonardo? That's great." He laughed. "Your movies are more lasting, longer lasting than you." Leonardo cursed. "You bastard, don't let me get a chance to fuck you." He turned and said, "Go wash your face at night, it will feel great." Martin smiled. "You call the old bastard, and I'll call a few friends here to go together." Leonardo responded, "Okay." There was a knock on the office door from outside. Martin hung up the phone and said, "Come in." A staff member walked in with Sophia. Sophia didn't waste any time. "I want to invest in your new project, no matter what it is," she said directly. "No problem," Martin said. "I haven't started writing the script yet. I'll let you know." Sophia nodded. "I'm returning to Atlanta today. Call me when I get back." Martin escorted her out of the studio. Looking around, there were so many kind people. A scooter was parked nearby, and Thomas got out, carrying a heavy briefcase. Martin asked curiously, "What did you bring?" Thomas smiled. "Many agents at the company have been sending me information about their directors, hoping to work on your new project," he emphasized. "Not just new directors, but also some established ones." Martin returned to the studio first, and when Thomas caught up, he asked, "Why am I so popular now?" Thomas dropped his smile and said seriously, "The latest film grossed $68.55 million in North America in its opening weekend. You might not have a concrete idea, but I'll tell you this, I haven't done any specific statistics, but there are fewer than 20 Hollywood films that have achieved that feat. Excluding sequels to blockbuster films, there are no more than 10. Martin had a vague recollection that the first film to break $100 million in its opening weekend in North America was Spider-Man, and only adaptations or sequels could achieve that feat. It seemed like an original film would break the $100 million mark in North America for another 20 years. Based on this result, it wasn't unreasonable for Hollywood to underestimate original films. Back in the office, Martin looked over the director information Thomas had brought. Over 10 people had proactively contacted him. Martin carefully reviewed the relevant information and divided the 14 directors into two groups, those with established track records and those newer. One of them, a British director named Danny Boyle, caught Martin's attention. He looked through his resume and discovered he had seen two of his films, Trainspotting and 28 Days Later. The former seemed like a film about a young man on drugs, while the latter seemed to be a zombie film. Martin called Bruce and asked him to buy the two discs. Furthermore, Danny Boyle had a history with Leonardo DiCaprio, the latter had starred in his adventure film, The Beach. Thomas pointed to his profile. "He's the most prestigious director here, and he's also got some second-tier talent." Martin asked curiously, "Did you contact him?" "No," Thomas explained briefly. "After I entered the project into the company's database, Danny Boyle contacted me. He'd read the novel Dark Area and was very interested in adapting it." Martin said, "You talked to him first. I'll find a suitable opportunity to talk to him as well." Meanwhile, at Paramount Studios, the crew of The Pursuit had just wrapped up their final pre-release promotional event. Lead actress Jennifer Aniston emerged from the studio, the scorching heat from the spotlight making her feel particularly uncomfortable, almost suffocating. It wasn't just these things that were putting immense pressure on her. Last weekend's blockbuster hit Wanted, The Pursuit opened nationwide this weekend, and with its opening weekend competing against Wanted the following weekend, Aniston would face off directly against Jolie. What if she lost? What would the media say? Could beat the second weekend's release? Was Aniston no match for Jolie? The endless gossip would follow. Lead actor Clive Owen passed by and greeted. Aniston smiled and nodded in response, but a hint of disappointment lingered. He had such a poor box office appeal. King Arthur hadn't been released yet when the film was being made, and it had been a disastrous hit. Aniston couldn't help but sigh. Jolie had Martin Davis as her rightful partner. The cola cult leader's market appeal was immense, far beyond the reach of an arty figure like Clive Owen. Just look at Martin and Jolie, they've turned gossip into a French feast. "Hi, Jen," a familiar voice called from behind. Aniston turned and saw her ex-husband Brad Pitt's irritating face. She asked coldly, "Why are you here?" She noticed Matt Damon, Harvey Weinstein, and several others behind Brad Pitt, and she understood. Weinstein Company was one of the distributors of The Pursuit. Pitt pointed to the cafe across the street and said, "Let's chat for a minute." For the sake of the past, Aniston didn't want to argue in such a crowded place, so she left the studio first, crossed the main road to the studio, and went into the cafe across the street. Pitt followed and sat down across from her. Aniston said as if she was facing a stranger, "Please tell me if you have something to say, Jen, give me a chance, okay?" Pitt seriously suspected that he was fooled by Jolie. Compared with this slut, he couldn't help but think of Aniston's good points. "I leave Jolie, and we go back to the past, okay?" Aniston suddenly wanted to laugh, but forced herself to hold it back. "You were forced to break up by her, and then you came back to me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? I don't want to get entangled with you guys, but it doesn't mean I'm stupid," Pitt said. "I just made the same mistake that all men will make." Aniston interrupted him. "Why did she break up with you? Aren't you deeply in love, Martin Davis?" "She is a slutty woman. She got together with Martin Davis as soon as you left me. Pitt tried to keep calm. Maybe Martin Davis loves her even more deeply, he said sincerely. Jen, let's go back to the past. Impossible. Aniston figured out the cause and effect, didn't want to see Pitt again, so she got up and left. Pitt stood up and tried to chase after her, but with so many people watching, he chose not to, out of respect. Aniston walked down the main studio road toward the main entrance parking lot. Pitt's words reverberated through her mind, bringing home a reality. Pitt had kicked Jolie because she was hurt. Jolie had kicked Pitt because Martin, and he was hurt. In this love triangle, the one who deserved the most hurt, and the only one who hadn't yet, was Jolie. Aniston appeared calm and composed in front of the media, as if she had completely let it go. But the hatred in a woman's heart can only be understood by a woman. Passing by a newsstand, she bought a copy of The Hollywood Reporter. There was a photo of Martin and Jolie on the front page. They were the lead actors in Wanted, a film that had just been a huge success, and Jolie had become a star again, even portraying herself as a super virgin. Aniston didn't care about children, family, or virginity, she just wanted to make Jolie feel bad. What should she do? Aniston opened her bag, pulled out her phone, and rummaged through her address book, finding the number she'd exchanged with Martin at the Cody Community Wine Tasting. She hovered over the dial button but didn't press it. After a moment's thought, she scrolled back through her address book and called her agent. Steve? Please find out about Martin Davis. The other end wasn't quite sure. Is it because of a competition between two movies this weekend? No, it's personal, Aniston said bluntly. Get the latest updates on him and get back to me as soon as possible. Give me a few days, her agent agreed. As Aniston put her phone away, she spotted a scooter passing nearby. She spotted Pitt, Damon, the Affleck brothers, and Harvey Weinstein sitting in the same vehicle. It looked like they were having an affair. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Face Help and Foot Help. Under the cover of night, Nicholson's extended Lincoln shuttled along Sunset Boulevard, the car full of men. In addition to Martin and Leonardo, there was also Wes Craven. The old man said to Martin, "You're incredible. Another North American box office champion. Wanted is bound to make over $100 million in North America. With 2 films in a row exceeding $100 million in North America, you're on a rocket." Facing Craven, Martin was somewhat more modest. Gene Summer didn't make over $100 million. Craven had a completely different opinion. You weren't the lead actor in that film, so strictly speaking, it can't be counted towards your total commercial box office, and the producers don't take it seriously, Nicholson said. That little bastard is good at hype, Leonardo interjected. I heard Jolie call you teacher? Martin, didn't you teach Jolie all those hype tricks? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Before Jolie joined the Wanted crew, she was just a confused and chaotic woman who didn't know what was going on. She wasn't that capable of causing trouble. After she was confirmed as the lead actor in Wanted at the beginning of the year, she seemed like a completely different person, almost hyping herself up like the Virgin Mary. Martin, of course, would not admit it. It has nothing to do with me. Nicholson pointed at his eyes and said disdainfully, based on my experience, you and Jolie are definitely having an affair, and a very perverted one at that. Don't deny it, damn it. Perverts know perverts best. Even a seasoned pervert like me can tell you two are little perverts at a glance. Martin shot back, if I weren't in a good mood today, I'd throw you out of the car and leave you face first into the asphalt for the night. The car arrived at their usual nightclub. Craven made a phone call and drove straight into the backyard. The 4 of them entered the club and each ordered their favorite dancer. On their way out, they met up with a group. Harvey spotted the 4 people and greeted them one by one. Good evening, Leo, Jack, Wes, and Martin. Martin smiled and nodded, as if he knew nothing. Behind Harvey were Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, and Brad Pitt. The 2 sides, having met by chance, exchanged a few pleasantries. As they passed each other, Martin walked in last. Harvey suddenly said, "Congratulations, Martin, another box office winner." Martin, naturally polite in front of others, said, "Compared to what you've done, my achievements are nothing." Harvey smiled at him, a kind smile. Pitt interjected, "You did a good job." Martin's thoughts drifted to other things. He glanced at Damon and said, "Brad, Thank you for recommending Plan B on The Departed. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten the second lead. Damon's eyes flicked to Pitt, but he said nothing. Pitt responded calmly, Plan B wasn't just mine. Martin nodded. Anyway, thank you. Pitt smiled a charming smile. Martin followed Nicholson up the stairs. After the four of them went upstairs, Harvey called out, let's go choose the girls we like. Quentin and Robert are waiting for us. He patted Pitt and Damon and said, it's just a small matter. The two, having filmed together before, were familiar with each other. They smiled and followed Harvey to select the girls. 10 minutes later, they entered a VIP room. 4 people were already in the room, 2 of them men, Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez. The other 2 young women sat on the sofa, their long legs raised to reveal their fair feet. Judging by their attire, they looked like club dancers. The 2 renowned directors were busy. Quentin was talking, Rodriguez was working. Pitt could clearly see that the woman serving Quentin had feet that were wrinkled, as if they had been soaking in the bath too long. Rodriguez, by comparison, looked much more normal. The dancers Pitt and his friends had ordered began to arrive one after another. Quentin only then looked up. His peculiar features, coupled with the drool on his lips, gave him a slightly frightening smile. You're all here, Pitt greeted the 2 directors. Harvey sat down on a sofa and said, we've formed a mutual support team, supporting each other in Hollywood, and we've come this far. Pitt wasn't surprised. There were many similar organizations in Hollywood, such as the Brute Force. Harvey looked at Pitt and said, today, we welcome a new member, Brad Pitt. Pitt nodded slightly. Harvey said, welcome, Pitt, but before you officially join, there's a small ceremony. Pitt thought it was something like the Coca-Cola cult or Scientology ceremony and said, then let's get started early. Harvey clapped his hands. The dancers who had followed them removed their high heels and sat on the sofa, crossing their legs and feet. Quentin, the pervert, opened his arms and declared, enjoy this. Almost simultaneously, in the farthest VIP room, Martin, Leonardo, and 4 others were being crushed in the face by the rolling wheels. The wheels were white, the rubber soft, and pressing against their faces was incredibly comfortable and refreshing. Leonardo said, I'm almost addicted to this feeling. Every time a wheel rolls over me, I feel like my IQ goes up 10. Martin pulled his nose out from between the wheels and said, because your IQ is only 10, Leo. Leonardo was speechless as the huge wheel rolled over his mouth, and could only give Martin the middle finger. Nicholson suddenly patted the butt of the white girl in front of him. I finally understand why I couldn't be refreshed last time. Craven didn't know why. Nicholson smiled and said, the color is wrong. Martin didn't let him continue. Guys, let me ask you something. Who of you is familiar with the British director Danny Boyle? Leonardo raised his hand, waited for the wheels to roll past his mouth and nose, then tilted his head and said, I worked with him in the adventure film The Beach in 2000. He is not a traditional British director, not so conservative and stereotyped, no mistake in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar. He suddenly stopped and turned to Martin. Why did you ask him? Martin replied, I'm trying to promote a new project and I'm in need of a suitable director, and he recommended himself. Oh, the film was a success, a box office hit? That's different, Nicholson replied. Even a young man like you has established directors offering themselves to you. Martin replied bluntly, times have changed. Leonardo had learned a lot about Martin through the Departed project. Martin had been able to raise tens of millions of dollars in investment, and with the backing of Pacific Pictures, it wasn't difficult for him to push medium-sized projects. He said, I don't know the type of project you're working on. If it's an action film like Wanted, Danny Boyle is definitely the wrong director. But if it's a more dramatic drama, then he's a good choice. Martin's vision for the new project included some action scenes, but Chad, the action director and assistant director, was sufficient for the action scenes. The plot needed someone to oversee it. Leonardo continued, how should I put it? Danny's not like the traditional British director. You can tell from Trainspotting that he has a rebellious streak, a mix of Kubrick and Quentin. He's very outgoing on set, demonstrating to the actors with exaggerated body movements, and he's never bound by dogma. Martin had seen Trainspotting and 28 Days Later this afternoon, and Danny Boyle is indeed not a traditional British director. Craven then asked, what about the adaptation of the novel Darkfield you showed me? Yes, that's it. Martin had not only shown Craven the novel but also discussed some of the plot. The old man has directed, written, and produced countless films in his life, so his experience is extraordinary. Craven said, based on what you've told me, I think he's suitable. I've seen most of his work. Martin decided to approach him privately first. Leo, you know Danny Boyle well. Ask him out for a chat someday. Leonardo said, okay, I'll invite him to my party when I have one. He extended another invitation to Craven. Unexpectedly, Craven declined. I haven't been feeling well lately. The doctor told me to take care of myself. I won't be going, Martin suggested. Go get a full-body checkup. Craven smiled and said, I just had one last week. It's nothing. I'm just getting old and my energy isn't up to par. Martin then asked Leonardo, when's the party? Be patient, Leonardo said. I need to be well prepared. I can't let your yacht party outshine me. I'll definitely surprise you and give you a blast. Martin didn't ask any more questions and continued enjoying his face wash. Half an hour later, the four of them left the VIP room and got into the car in the backyard. As the stretch Lincoln started up, Martin peered through the car window and saw Harvey and Pitt's group also exit the club and enter the backyard. But there were two more people, Quentin and Rodriguez. For some reason, Martin noticed that Pitt was constantly wiping his mouth with a tissue, which looked quite strange. Craven also saw it and said, it seems that Brad Pitt has joined Harvey and Quentin's foot gang. Martin was surprised. Foot gang? What is that? Craven had worked with the Weinstein brothers many times when they were still at Miramax, so he knew more about them and explained simply, it's a small group organization similar to the Bad Boys gang. The core is Harvey and Quentin. I gave them this name because Quentin is crazy about feet. Leonardo asked, Wes, didn't they invite you to join? Craven blocked his nose. I'm not interested in licking other people's stinky feet, even if they are soaked in perfume. Nicholson became interested. They are called the Foot Gang. What about us? What should we call it? It can't be called the Coca-Cola Cult, right? That's too cheap. Martin, perverts always have common topics, and Martin automatically answered, we are called the Face Gang. Nicholson nodded. This name sounds good, more noble than their Foot Gang. Martin laughed. Then let's call it the Face Gang. The other three people all agreed with Martin. Chapter 258 Excitement. The Foot and Face Gangs didn't cross paths again that night, each leaving in their own car. Martin returned to his home in the Cody neighborhood. Blake greeted him as soon as he entered, took his coat, and hung it on the hanger. She fanned it against her nose and said, what a strong perfume. Martin said, Leo, old Jack, asked Wes Craven and I to go to the strip club to discuss something. Blake, looking calm, asked casually, strip club? Martin recounted some of the details about the club. I'm preparing a new project. A British director sent me some information. Leo had starred in one of his films before, so I asked Leo for details. He poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and added, Wes Craven is very experienced. A few simple suggestions could help me avoid some detours. I'm glad you can go home. Blake suddenly approached. You've been busy, haven't you? Martin thought she was talking about work. Not bad. Compared to planning a wanted order, he paused mid-sentence. Blake squatted down, pulled out his belt, and marveled, sure enough, it's so hard to endure. What else could Martin say? An idol must satisfy his female fans. In Blake's eyes, Martin was God's most perfect masterpiece, a top-notch work of art in every detail. She feared it would drop if she held it in her hands, and melt if she held it in her mouth, so she had to keep it in her stomach. The next morning, after breakfast, Blake began packing. Work is so annoying. We just got together, she complained as she unpacked her clothes. That author in New York is crazy. He insisted on seeing me in person to see if I'm a good match. Martin consoled her, youth is the best time to develop your career. When we're older and want opportunities, no one will hire us. Blake listened to Martin's advice. After packing her clothes, she went on to pick up her makeup. Most of the items in Martin's master bedroom closet and jewelry collection belonged to Blake. Male celebrities need a lot of things, but not nearly as much as female celebrities. Blake put on the Cartier watch Martin had given her and said, that female author said her work was based on her real life, but I've read her life story. She was just an ordinary person when she was young, and then she moved to the Upper East Side. Hearing this, Martin asked, what's the name of her work? Blake replied, it's called Gossip Girl. It's about a bitch on the Upper East Side and the little bitches who surround her. Martin took her makeup bag and patted her perky butt. Be good when you get there, and don't get mad. If you don't get it, I'll punish you when you come back. Blake, like a little girl, looked aggrieved and wet. She leaned over and licked the man, asking, how are you going to punish me? Seeing that there was still time, Martin decided to demonstrate it himself to make her realize the seriousness of the problem. A lesson was needed. An hour later, Martin personally drove Blake to the airport to meet Ernie Lively. Blake was so obedient that she even took a nap in the passenger seat to replenish her mental and physical energy. In front of the international airport terminal, Martin met Ernie. The elderly father was incredibly dedicated to his daughter's career. Just the previous month, he had secured the rights to a screenplay, persuaded Warner Brothers to give him the green light, and was immediately off to New York to acquire the film and television rights to another novel. Martin shook Ernie's hand and said, "I wish you good luck on your trip." Ernie suddenly said, "Let's talk when I get back from New York." Martin, confused, remained calm and said, "No problem." Blake came over, kissed him, and followed her father through security. Martin drove out of the airport, but before reaching Burbank, he received a call from Julie. "I just saw the news online. You're going to the airport to see Blake off?" Julie asked seriously. "You guys didn't break up, did you?" Martin replied grumpily, "We're very close." "Of course not," Julie excitedly said. "Come to the hotel, our usual place." Martin thought to himself, finding a vacation is so hard. In a hotel near the Kodak Theater, the three biggest stars of the Foot Gang, Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, and Ben Affleck, all donned their formal attire, preparing to attend the North American premiere of the Weinstein Company's film, The Pursuit. This romantic thriller, starring Jennifer Aniston and Clive Owen, opens this weekend in North America. Harvey Weinstein had gone to great lengths to secure the film's distribution rights, and naturally, he wanted to cash in. Compared to his previous award-winning films, The Pursuit had a stronger commercial appeal. To promote it, he pulled off a major promotional move. Brad Pitt was invited to the premiere of Aniston's film, and the two of them walked the red carpet very close together. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck were also roped in by Harvey to show his support. In the lounge, Harvey was waiting to depart. Damon came in, sat across from him, and asked, "Will your film top the box office this week?" Harvey sat back on the sofa, his belly bulging. "Maybe there's hope, that's why I'm using Pitt and Aniston to create buzz." He could roughly guess what Damon, a relatively dull guy, was thinking. "I know you don't like Martin Davis, but it's not easy to deal with Martin. He's a profit-making machine for Pacific Pictures and Warner Brothers." Matt Damon did dislike Martin, but he wouldn't go to such lengths over a single role. Harvey added, "Hollywood has its ups and downs. When his momentum slows, we won't be the only ones trying to kick him off the cliff." Damon suddenly looked outside. Pitt was getting his hair done. That afternoon, when Pitt walked the red carpet for the premiere of The Pursuit, the crowd went wild. Pitt showed up at Aniston's premiere. Aniston, who was being interviewed in the press area, suddenly frowned. She hurried back to the theater and found her agent, Steve. "Why didn't the crew, the producers, the distributors tell me? Do they respect me? A star of Jennifer Aniston's stature has become a considerable asset." She seethed, her words lashing out in anger. "Why did they let that piece of rubbish, that jerk, show up at the premiere?" Her agent offered solace. "I don't know. They didn't tell me. Maybe they were just being nice, trying to create a headline and attract viewers." Aniston, furious, said, "Go tell them not to let that jerk within 5 meters of me, or I'll be out and call a press conference." Perhaps because Friends had been so successful for the past decade, her temperament and personality are milder than those of someone like Jolie. Her experiences over the past 6 months have taught Aniston that gentleness is not a good trait in Hollywood, it only leads to bullying. She's trying to adjust. "Steve, ask who invited him." Her agent didn't want to do it. Aniston stared at him coldly. Steve could only make a phone call, and after asking clearly, he said, "Harvey invited him." Aniston began to be aggressive. "If there are any role invitations from Dimension or Weinstein Company in the future, you must reject them all, no matter what project or role. There are many people in this circle who do not want to cooperate with the Weinstein brothers," so she directly blacklisted them. Steve saw that she was furious and it was difficult to persuade her, so he changed the subject. "You asked me to find out more about Martin, and I found out some information." Aniston was furious and asked directly, "Martin Davis and Julie are together?" Steve nodded. "They should be. I asked the people from the Wanted crew." He saw Martin and Julie get on the same trailer more than once, and then the trailer shook violently. It couldn't be anything else except that kind of thing. He had a bad feeling. "Jane, what are you going to do?" Aniston said coldly. "Some people who haven't been hurt are jumping out to make trouble. I'm really hurt. Why can't I protect myself?" Steve was afraid that she would be impulsive, so he persuaded her, "If there's anything, be sure to tell me and we can discuss it together." Aniston responded and asked, "Is there anything else from Martin Davis?" "Then there is the movie Wanted, which premiered last week, was a big hit." Steve remembered something. "By the way, a friend of mine at WMA mentioned that Martin Davis is promoting the planning of a brand new film project based on Alan Green's novel Dark Areas." Aniston took notice and said, "Have someone find me one." Steve asked, "Are you interested in Martin's project?" Aniston replied, "I'm only interested in success. Friends is over, and there's no way it's coming back. Am I going to retire early?" Steve's most valuable client was Aniston, and he certainly didn't want her to retire early. Although she was worth hundreds of millions, she was no longer eligible for her agent's commission. He said, "Martin Davis has had several successful films in a row, and his upward trajectory is very strong. Working with him is better than those arty guys." Aniston's films generally came at a reduced price. For example, the film The Pursuit was budgeted at only $22 million, and Aniston's salary was only $5 million. Of course, for the billionaire, who earns over $2,000 annually from dividends from friends, these are no biggies. Aniston controlled her temper and said, "Please keep an eye on Martin. If you can get hold of the script, please send it to me first." Steve replied, "I'll find someone to help." Today, Brad Pitt's red carpet premiere of The Pursuit had deeply irritated Aniston. The pain, which she had deliberately pushed aside, waiting for time to fade, resurfaced. Only after Steve had finalized a deal with the film's distributors did Aniston enter the theater for the premiere. Chapter 259, First Consecutive Championship. As time went on, more and more people watched Wanted, making it more difficult to control reviews, and the film's reputation inevitably declined. Its IMDb rating dipped below 8, and numerous negative reviews and offensive advertorials began to appear. After all, with new films constantly being released, competitors needed market space to profit. The various hype marketing strategies, including those used by Martin and Jolie, were designed to attract as many audiences as possible during the opening weekend, but subsequent weakness was inevitable. In its second weekend in November, Wanted saw a nearly 60% drop in box office revenue, but its $27.2 million was enough to secure its second consecutive top spot at the North American box office. The Pursuit, which had a major opening this weekend, only grossed $12.21 million over its opening weekend, placing it in second place. Hollywood producers have also come to realize that Clive Owen's commercial appeal is mediocre, and Jennifer Aniston is also unable to carry a film's box office alone. It seems that the audience's perception of Aniston is still stuck in the realm of Rachel, having not yet moved on from the end of Friends. Martin won his fourth North American box office championship, and for the first time, he achieved consecutive championships. 10 days after Wanted was released in North America, the box office exceeded $100 million, as expected by the outside world, reaching $116 million. At the same time, the film was released in overseas markets such as Western Europe, South Korea, Australia, and Mexico. Like most Hollywood movies, once the North American box office is a big hit, the overseas box office is also good. It took in $48.6 million in the first week overseas. With two consecutive starring films exceeding $100 million at the North American box office, Martin's reputation has risen rapidly. According to the WMA internal customer rating, Martin easily crossed the fourth-level customer threshold and is internally defined as a famous movie star. Congratulations, Martin, another box office champion. In the reception room of Coca-Cola's Los Angeles branch, Justin shook Martin's hand enthusiastically. "You're at the forefront of Hollywood's post-80s actors," Martin modestly said, "compared to Natalie Portman, Keira Knightley, Hayden Christensen, Elijah Wood, and the like. I'm still a long way behind." Justin smiled and said, "In Coca-Cola's estimation, you're the most valuable of the younger generation." Martin said, "For me, Coca-Cola is irreplaceable." The two exchanged commercial praise as they toured the Coca-Cola branch in Los Angeles. Naturally, a photographer followed them throughout the tour, filming the entire process as part of the promotional campaign. Martin's words were not modesty. Putting aside his acting skills, purely in terms of box office success, those names were indeed far ahead of him. Even a single film could easily eclipse him. Justin asked, I heard your next work will also be set in modern times. Martin replied simply, it's set in modern New York. Having already purchased the rights to the novel, he asked Bruce for a copy of Dark Area, which he gave to Justin. He then tentatively asked, are you interested in continuing your advertising sponsorship? The phenomenal box office success of Wanted had bolstered Coca-Cola's confidence in Martin. Justin replied bluntly, I've spoken with the higher-ups. And as long as the subject matter is suitable, Coca-Cola will continue to sponsor. Martin smiled, with you guys backing me, I feel confident negotiating projects with any Hollywood company. This wasn't just a polite remark, it was a testament to his strength. Justin smiled and said, in Hollywood, you can tell everyone that Coca-Cola fully supports Martin Davis. Then, someone took Martin to the rooftop to sample Coca-Cola's new drink, a bottled cocktail developed in Atlanta. Thomas, who arrived later, spoke privately with Justin. He explained directly, according to our endorsement agreement, if a film starring Martin exceeds $100 million at the North American box office, he will automatically receive a $1 million incentive. Justin replied, of course, the bonus will arrive no later than this month. He abruptly changed the subject, testing the waters. Headquarters in Atlanta wants to renew Martin's endorsement contract for another 2 years. Martin's message is very clear. We are strategic partners, and that will never change. Thomas remained calm. But our contract has only been signed for 6 months. There's no need to rush. Let's talk next year. Justin thought for a moment and said, then let's talk next year. Success makes a partnership more enjoyable and solid. That afternoon, after leaving the Coca-Cola branch, Thomas and Martin rode in the same car and discussed the situation briefly. Martin agreed with his strategy. There's no rush to extend the contract. Let's talk about it after next year, Thomas added. Several brands, like Boss, have been in contact with the company, hoping to sign endorsements. Martin, considering long-term development, said, you can choose 1 or 2 high-end brands, forget about the more common ones. Thomas agreed, you're not a comedian who's always talking shit. The brands you endorse must align with your own position, or at least not lower your profile. He opened his briefcase and pulled out a receipt. The news of the World Series has concluded. This was the agreement Martin reached during his medal ceremony in Washington. The News of the World offered Martin 10 articles, each worth $120,000. For Martin to say that, it wouldn't be a problem, he could make something that seem alive. But writing was beyond his capabilities, so the responsibility ultimately fell to Thomas. It's well written. I've read some of it. Martin offered timely encouragement. I'll personally pay you a fee. Thomas, having put in the hard work, deserved to be paid, and he didn't hesitate. You have my account. On the way, Bruce parked his car in Century City, dropped Thomas off, and then returned to the Cody neighborhood. Martin opened the door and immediately heard a visit from a neighbor. The Joneses, father and daughter, arrived. Martin invited them into the living room and asked, how do you have time today? Jones put down a gift, a quirky metal sculpture. We're neighbors, so of course we should visit more often. Martin smiled. My movie's coming out soon, and I've been busy lately. Someday, I'll invite everyone out for drinks. Jenna Jones put down a wrapped gift box and said, you're very kind, Martin. Wanted was my first Hollywood premiere. I was so excited I didn't know what to do. Jones stopped talking and let his daughter talk to Martin. Jenna added, that movie is so cool. Everyone around me is talking about the arcing bullets and the adrenaline rush. Her eyes fell on Martin's waist. Especially the adrenaline rush. The idea of it speeds up. The impact is stronger. The senses are more acute. Martin felt something was off about this. It must have been Jenna's misunderstanding, not his misinterpretation. Sure enough, Jenna continued, Martin, I think this movie would be perfect for a Sacred Valley adaptation. It would be full of adrenaline, with the heroes and heroines engaged in a chaotic brawl. Martin understood. Are you planning on filming a Sacred Valley version of Wanted? Jenna had come today for exactly that reason, and she nodded with a smile. Yes, I plan on directing and starring in it. Martin wasn't averse to this idea. Sacred Valley adaptations of Hollywood hits were all too common. Jenna continued, I'm planning to use the same movie title, similar posters, and plot designs, but not something that's just a passing resemblance. Many Hollywood adaptations of San Francisco films don't even purchase copyrights, and the resulting results aren't even good enough for cosplay. Jenna was ambitious, so, I'd like to ask if you can give me the license. No problem, Martin. No philanthropist, said Jenna. The copyright revenue from Wanted extends to multiple companies. Go to Pacific Pictures at Warner Brothers and talk to Louise Mayer about the licensing. Bruce, in perfect harmony, handed over Louise's assistant's business card. Jenna took it and quickly said, "Thank you." Mr. Jones then said, "Martin, you're a good neighbor who's good at communication." Martin didn't mince words. "I heard you know a lot of important people at Cal Arts." Jones immediately understood what he meant. "If it's a letter of recommendation, feel free to ask me. It's easy." Martin smiled and said, "I'll definitely visit you then." Lily was definitely going to California to attend university, and Cal Arts had a program that would suit her. The Joneses didn't stay long and quickly said goodbye. On a coffee table in the living room, an unopened gift box remained. Martin, returning from a visit, untied the ribbon tied into a bow on the gift box, revealing a series of beautifully wrapped discs inside. The most prominent one was undoubtedly the heroine, Jenna. The titles were all artistic, like Beast Wars and The Best Couple. Bruce came over, picked up a disc, and said, "This is the first time I've ever seen someone come to my house and give me a gift like this." Martin pushed them all to Bruce. "Old Bruce, this is for you. Enjoy it." Bruce put them away without hesitation. "I'll give it to Mean later," but then he thought it was inappropriate. The heroine is too young for Mean. Mean had used her words to win over Scorsese's favorite female casting director and had already landed a new role. Bruce's phone rang. He answered it, said a few words, then looked at Martin. "The goods from Australia have arrived." Martin left a villa first, saying, "Finally." A truck pulled up at the entrance, and two workers unloaded several wooden boxes. After Bruce paid, they carried them to the utility room next to the garage. Martin pried open the boxes and examined them one by one. Box after box was filled with saltwater crocodile tusk pendants. Bruce opened the largest box and said, "Will the crocodiles in Australia become extinct because of us?" Martin said casually, "That place is vast and sparsely populated, and there are no large carnivores." "Probably not." Bruce opened the box and found, besides the feet of an Australian buffalo, saltwater crocodile bones. Martin took a quick look and said, "Send both boxes to Atlanta for Lily Carter. Remember to put a note to remind her that I want a similar number of carvings." Bruce was convinced that this guy was being inhumane. Chapter 260 Life is so difficult. In the Davis Studios in Burbank, Martin stood at the head of the conference room, his laser pointer pointed at the white projection screen. He announced, "The Dark Realm adaptation project is officially titled Neverending, and Brad is handling the script adaptation." Brad, seated at the left side of the long conference table, stood up and nodded slightly. Also in attendance were Louise Mayer, representing Pacific Pictures, Kelly Gray, who had traveled from Atlanta, and Daniel Bernard, representing Warner Brothers. Martin continued to introduce the project. "Chad will be the action director and assistant director of the crew, and I will play the male lead. The expected production budget will not be less than $30 million US." Louise flipped through the book in front of her. The novel itself didn't sell very well. "It's not a bestseller," Martin said, "so the adapted script must incorporate more commercial gimmicks, such as manhunts, picking up girls, and the Pwepper's counterattack. These will be important components of future films." Brad continued, "First and foremost, we must ensure we tell a good story with a clear and logical plot." "That's right. Everything I've said is based on telling a good story and then strengthening it," Martin emphasized. "We must highlight how the protagonist goes from being the most common Pwepper and down-and-out man in America to making a comeback, making money, picking up girls, resolving crises, and finally becoming a great man that everyone looks up to." He concluded, "In a word, a poor man's cheat changes his life." Kelly suddenly interrupted, "Wouldn't that be too vulgar? Wouldn't it make the artistry too low?" As not only a film company owner but also a social activist, we inevitably consider the issue from the latter perspective. It doesn't align with the values we promote. We believe that success comes from hard work. Strictly speaking, the male protagonist is getting something for nothing. Before Martin could speak, Weeze laughed. "You're right. Without hard work, we can't succeed." Martin cut short this idle talk and got to the point. "In my vision, the film will unfold from the first-person perspective, with a male protagonist's perspective also serving as the audience's. Through narration and special camera movements, the audience will automatically be transported into the shoes of the male protagonist from the very beginning. Most theatergoers will be ordinary people, facing similar problems as the protagonist. He had once been one of those people. Don't they work hard? Some may choose to take it easy, but most work very hard, even desperately, and yet their efforts can't solve the difficulties they face. Louise and Kelly Gray didn't fully understand this, their backgrounds determining this. But Chad, Daniel, and Brad, who came from ordinary middle-class backgrounds and had worked their way up from the bottom of Hollywood, felt deeply touched by it. Many problems and difficulties simply can't be solved by hard work or sheer determination. Martin continued, audiences have already worked incredibly hard in real life. Entering the theater, facing our film and the protagonist's predicament, should we let them experience that same struggle, the anxiety that leads to life doubt? I think it would be more refreshing to just cheat and let them daydream. He specifically reminded her, our recent success, Wanted, is a film of this type, a poor kid's comeback. Brad, who had spoken with Martin frequently and understood his perspective, continued, ordinary people can become successful members of the upper class by cheating. Martin recalled the online novels many people used to read, that exhilarating feeling of going from mediocrity, even poverty, to a life of cheating is both alluring and spiritually satisfying. Louise looked at Kelly. What do you think? Kelly smiled at Martin. He's been successful the last few times. I invest in successful people. Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and said seriously, Pacific Pictures will invest in this project. Since arriving in Los Angeles, Martin had been a relentless success. Louise had witnessed his rise from a small-time actor to a renowned film star. Daniel then said, Warner Brothers shouldn't have any major issues, but there are still routine procedures to go through, so I can't give you a definitive answer right now. That was enough. Martin smiled and said, the project is basically done. He added, Coca-Cola will continue to sponsor my project, as long as he could secure a strong enough partner. The film would be significantly less troublesome from planning to filming, from ratings to release. Looking at Martin, Louise realized that he was no longer completely dependent on her, and a vague sense of independence was building in her. Daniel said, I can guarantee that there's a 99% chance that Warner Brothers will greenlight the project. Kelly, an Atlanta native with the most intimate knowledge of Coca-Cola and the Coca-Cola cult, looked at Martin with a slightly complicated expression. As long as Martin didn't act on his own, and with the backing of the Coca-Cola cult leader, Coca-Cola would undoubtedly support him wholeheartedly. Support from outside the film industry, especially from a massive corporation like Coca-Cola, was a tremendous help to celebrities. While Martin and Daniel were talking, Kelly lowered her voice and whispered in Louise's ear, as long as Martin is still the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, I will invest in all his projects. Are you going to act wild again, even in such a formal occasion? Louise was not serious. She almost bit Kelly's ear and said, you tell him later that the bastard will thank you for billions tonight. Kelly asked, don't you think it's easy to make a profit by investing in Martin? All the projects he has participated in have been successful, and the profit margins are very high. Louise glanced at Martin and lowered her voice even lower. The line is about to break. Kelly couldn't help laughing. Do you want to marry him? Louise shook her head slightly. I'm not crazy. In this regard, Kelly had figured it out when Martin was still in Atlanta. Investing in him can bring huge profits, as well as physical and mental enjoyment. What's wrong with that? Louise said. Sure enough, you are the most wild one. The meeting ended quickly, and Martin basically achieved his goal. With his current strength, it was unrealistic to form a group alone. There were too many uncontrollable factors. If he continued to operate the group, he could get more pay and a larger investment amount. If a competing company were to suppress his project, without a pillar to support it, the MPAA rating alone would be enough to make things incredibly difficult. As for so-called fairness and justice, talking to the capitalists about this is 100 times harder than trying to prevent a strike in Paris. Martin sent Daniel away first, then Kelly and Louise. Louise said bluntly, Kelly just told me she'll invest in all your projects from now on. How are you going to repay her? Martin was incredibly excited, holding Kelly with one hand and Louise with the other. I can't do anything but repay you with my best. Kelly, who had to go to Warner Brothers, gently pinched Martin's knuckles with 2 fingers. I'm staying at Louise's tonight. Don't be late, I'll have the chef prepare lamb and oysters for you, Louise said thoughtfully. If your strengths become weaknesses, I'll grill them until they're tough. Martin snorted coldly, just the 2 of you. Kelly chuckled, you know, we don't want tough talk. Louise pulled Kelly out of the studio. Martin walked back, and Bruce, who was standing next to him, handed him his phone. Who's calling? He asked. Bruce said, Blake called you, and Julie texted you. Martin, knowing his priorities, called Blake first. There was nothing urgent. Blake just wanted to tell him that the lead actress in Gossip Girl needed to stay in New York for a while to experience Upper East Side life. Julie, in turn, asked you if he had time to meet at the hotel at noon. Thinking of his upcoming evening date, Martin had no choice but to decline. He was running out of time. Martin put away his phone and asked Bruce, "Can you find out if there are any training courses in Hollywood that teach time management?" Bruce and Martin had a tacit understanding and understood what he meant. "I haven't heard of it. I'll ask Thomas or someone else to ask." Martin nodded. "This course is very important. I also want to be a time management master." Just after returning to the office, Leonardo called again. "Man, I have good news to tell you. My party is ready. It will be held at my vacation villa on Malibu Beach tomorrow. You, the bastard, must be there. I have invited Danny Boyle for you." Of course Martin would not refuse and responded, "I will be there on time. You said you would give me a surprise." "If there is no surprise, Leo, I will throw you into the Pacific Ocean and let all the fish in the Pacific Ocean know that you only have 11 seconds. Fuck." "Fuck." Leonardo gave Martin a middle finger across the phone line. "You show off. You are awesome. Great. When your skin is rubbed bald, don't scream in pain and don't ask me to send a cart to take you to see a doctor." Martin boasted about not paying taxes. "You'll truly understand what a man made of steel is." Leonardo gave the time and place and hung up. Martin asked, "Bruce, we don't have any urgent matters tomorrow, do we?" Bruce thought for a moment and confirmed, "No, you'll have plenty of time tomorrow." Martin reminded him, "Meet me at Louise's mansion early tomorrow morning. I need a morning to rest." Bruce sympathized. "Being a man is so hard." Martin agreed completely. "I never thought life could be so difficult." For his career, his future, and his own enjoyment, he spent billions and billions. Martin spent the entire afternoon in the studio, discussing the production with Chad and Brat, finalizing the main character designs and plot lines. Those exhilarating plot twists, of course, had to be grounded in the film's clear narrative rhythm. Reality may not follow logic, but movies that don't will be severely criticized. After get off work, Martin returned to Sherman Oaks and walked up the hill from the Cody community. Less than 10 minutes drive would bring him to Louise's mansion. It is said that it is not easy for women to succeed, and it is just as difficult for men. Chapter 261 Water Gun Battle. Martin concedes defeat. Martin woke up just after noon, his slight fatigue washed away. After a quick shower, he felt rejuvenated. After a specially prepared nutritious lunch, he got into Bruce's Escalade and headed straight for Malibu. Leonardo had purchased a vacation home in the beach area, but he didn't live there, using it only for parties. When Martin arrived, the villa was filled with models. All had blonde or brunette hair, and their looks were definitely above average. You might not trust Leonardo's loyalty, but you could trust his aesthetic. Martin changed his clothes, slipping into his swimming trunks for the beach, and entered the villa's backyard, which faced the beach. Leonardo, dressed in a pair of cotton shorts, greeted him. "Welcome, my friend, enjoy the party." Looking around, he saw about 30 or 40 people on the beach, many of whom he didn't recognize, but all were strikingly attractive. Martin saw Nicholson surrounded, along with Spider-Man and Leonardo's close friend, Tobey Maguire. Then there was him and Leonardo. Leonardo, arms wide open, ran toward a tent where a tarp covered a large pile of items. He shouted, "Everyone, the hottest man in Los Angeles has arrived. Don't you want to welcome him?" A swarm of 20 or 30 models rushed in, a dazzling sight. They followed Leonardo into the tent. Leonardo lifted the tarp and took out a long plastic gun. Pointing it toward Martin, he ordered, "Attack!" With maximum force, dozens of models grabbed their guns and, led by Leonardo, charged Martin. Martin turned and ran, shouting, "This isn't fair. Where are my guns?" He was met with streams of water from dozens of water cannons. Leonardo raised his water gun and blasted it at Martin, commanding, "Emma, lead your men to flank from the left. Anna, lead your squad to charge from the right. Everyone else, follow me and drive that bastard Martin into the sea." Martin clutched his head and frantically fled. His muscular torso, slammed into the water, gleaming in the sunlight. Among the women watching nearby, a blonde girl remarked, "That one in the front looks so good." Another responded, "Teresa, if you want to help him, hurry up. There's no one here to help. You can make a lasting impression on him." Teresa Palmer, newly arrived from Australia, was only 19 years old but had already been in the entertainment industry for years, having starred in her first solo film before she was 10. She recognized the Hollywood star being chased. "Melissa, that's Martin Davis. The hero from Los Angeles, and one of Hollywood's hottest young actors." Melissa George, also from Australia, picked up the water gun at her feet and tossed it to Teresa, then picked up another. This is a rare opportunity, go for it. Teresa grabbed another long water gun and ran toward Martin, choosing him as the leader of her group. Over here, she shouted to Martin. We're your support group. Martin heard the shout and spotted a blonde girl who vaguely resembled Stuart running towards him, clutching two water guns. He immediately ran over. Teresa tossed a gun at him. Martin caught it, but didn't rush back. He test-fired a round. Just then, Melissa rushed over, and the stream of water hit her, startling her with a scream. Teresa froze for a moment. Martin roughly determined the trajectory of the water gun, and hearing Leonardo's shout behind him, he turned and pulled the trigger. Sizzle, a jet of water shot out, landing squarely in Leonardo's face, spraying him all over, even choking him. Teresa and Melissa, reacting quickly, rushed to Martin's side with the other women, opening fire. Martin zeroed in on Leonardo, blasting him in the face with his water gun. Leonardo could only retaliate hastily, his accuracy far inferior to Martin's. Martin waved his hand, follow me. The 7 or 8 models who had followed rushed forward, clashing with a dozen or so chasing them. For a moment, there was a cascading sound of water, like a torrential downpour. Surrender, Martin continued to glare at Leonardo. Beautiful ladies, your leader can't protect you. Join me. Together we'll take on Leonardo, he beckoned. Don't you want to try using a water gun on a superstar? Beside Leonardo, Sienna Miller, the leader, shouted, Rebellion. Sisters, rebel together. Take on Leo. We've rebelled and joined Martin. Tackling a minor star like Martin Davis was no match for a superstar like Leonardo. A dozen models simultaneously swung their water guns and blasted Leonardo. Unable to hold on any longer, Leonardo turned and ran. With his water gun in one hand, he grinned, his head held high, and his belly bulging, he sprinted towards the beach. Martin chased after him, firing his jets of water as he ran, landing precise streams of water on Leonardo's back. Melissa shouted, aim for Leo's butt. The female models, who had been scattered to surround Martin, joined him, their guns turned, and Leonardo's rifles were trained on them. Dozens of water guns followed Leonardo, firing. Poor Leo. His shorts weren't swim trunks. Soaked in water, they were heavy and damp, and with his frantic escape, they inevitably slipped off his waist. Suddenly, Leonardo felt not only the coolness of the water but also a chill of air on his butt. Sensing something was amiss, he quickly reached for them. Martin, oblivious to everything else, kept his eye on Leonardo. With a few quick steps, he closed the distance between them, then stopped, aimed at the spot where the waistband of his shorts had fallen, and pulled the trigger. Swish, the water jets hit Leonardo accurately. Leonardo missed his hold, and his wet shorts fell halfway down his thighs. More water guns unleashed jets, helping Leonardo wash himself clean. With a loud splash, Leonardo fell to the beach. Everyone, come on, don't be polite. If you miss this time, there won't be a next time, Martin called out to all the girls on the beach. Come on. Dozens of girls rushed over, surrounding Leonardo, and dozens of jets of water fell on him. Martin was not satisfied yet. He shouted to Nicholson and Maguire, who were surrounded by models, Jack, Toby. Come on, fuck Leo. Hurry up, the two guys roared excitedly, each grabbed a water gun, and led a few people to rush over. Leonardo covered his butt with his hands and shouted, Martin, you bastard, I want to duel with you. He grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at Nicholson. The old bastard then remembered that he and Leonardo were in cahoots today, and he quickly shouted, Stop. 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 Everyone, listen to me. Toby Maguire also shouted, Pause. Sienna Miller, feeling somewhat sorry for Leonardo, also shouted, Sisters, watch them duel. The beauties all stopped shooting. Leonardo, tugging at his shorts, climbed up from the beach, not caring about the sand all over his body, and glared at Martin fiercely. I want to see you fight. Martin removed the water bag of his water gun and replaced it with a new one. He said, with a gun, or with your bare hands, it's your choice. Leonardo was no fool. The bastard opposite him had blown an armed gangster's head with coke and participated in the capture of Russian spies. Whether he used a gun or his hands, there was only one result, a beating. Martin fiddled with the water gun. I suggest you choose a gun. Hearing about the gun again, Leonardo suddenly had an inspiration. What's the point of competing with a crappy thing like a water gun? Let's compete with real guns. Tobey Maguire got anxious when he heard it, and wanted to jump out to stop him, but was stopped by Nicholson, the oldest of the three bastards. "Don't worry," Martin was laughing. "Are you sure you want to compete with me? Can you beat me? I can hit you so hard with a water gun that you can't raise your head. With a real gun, I can hit the 10 rings every time." Leonardo shook his waist, patted his legs, and said, "We have to compete today. The loser must shout in front of everyone that I am not as good as the other person." Nicholson became interested and shouted, come here, we will be referees together." Leonardo picked up a water gun and shouted, "Martin, you bastard, let's compete to see who is faster," including Sienna Miller, who cooperated with Leonardo. Everyone looked at the superstar, with only the same thought in their hearts: this is too shameless. Martin didn't know what to say for a moment, and after a long time he squeezed out a sentence. "Leo, you are so cruel. You can still compete like this." Leonardo shouted, "If you don't want to compete, then admit defeat. There is no way to compare. I will lose no matter how we compete." Martin really had no choice but to admit defeat and shouted loudly, "Martin Davis is not as good as Leonardo DiCaprio." Chapter 262 Framed. As darkness fell, a bonfire lit on the beach. After a wild afternoon of fun, Martin and the others left the models to their own devices and brought along Danny Boyle, who had just joined them after dinner, for a drink and a chat. Leonardo DiCaprio introduced Martin and Boyle. Everyone else, knowing they had something to discuss, kept a distance. "I first heard of you through The Hills Have Eyes." Boyle picked up his beer bottle, clinked it with Martin's, and said, "It was so cool watching you, armed with a baseball bat and a dog, beating up the highwaymen who were killing Americans." He took a sip of his beer. "Even cooler than McGregor in Train Spotting." Martin laughed. "I'm not interested in that kind of stuff," Boyle said. "For your next film, you're talking about endless, and the hero takes smart drugs to become stronger." Martin spoke bluntly. "So, I need a suitable director who can show the hero's transformation from a fool to a smart person, and the process of becoming stronger, that is, the refreshing feeling he can bring to the audience." Boyle is not a traditional British director. Instead, he has his own ideas. Actually, the best way is to put the audience into the hero's first-hand perspective. The hero becomes powerful through cheats, and everything he enjoys and gains is roughly equivalent to everything he gets. Everyone wants to get something for nothing, to climb to the top of society without any effort. This novel and this protagonist fit the bill. These words coincided with Martin and Brat's vision, and Martin initially thought Boyle might be suitable. If the concepts didn't align, there was no point in discussing anything else. For example, if Martin wanted to make a commercial film, but the director wanted to make a deep, philosophical art film, they would only hurt each other and there would be no need for collaboration. Martin asked directly, "Danny, you've contacted my agent, Thomas. I imagine he has some opinions and insights on the adaptation." Boyle, also aware of the importance of shared ideas, said, "This is a commercial adaptation. Since it's a commercial film, the first thing to do is to determine who the core audience is. What do these people want to see this film, or what do they expect to see it?" Martin nodded slightly. This was a pragmatic director. Boyle added, "Smart drugs are not an end, but a means to become stronger. I personally think that what ordinary audiences want to see most should be the wonderful performance of the protagonist after he becomes stronger, the complex chain reactions resulting from this, what he gained through smart drugs, what he encountered, how he solved it, etc. These are the key points." Martin raised the beer bottle. "Our ideas are very similar." Boyle smiled. "It seems that I passed this interview." Martin nodded. "When you have time, go to the Davis studio at Warner Studios. You, me, producer Louise Mayer, screenwriter Brad and action director Chad, we need to talk together. This is a necessary procedure. There are more than 2 key positions and a crew, director and actor. Boyle also needs more recognition." Boyle thought for a while and said, "Maybe in 3 days. I need to read the novel again when I go back and organize my ideas systematically, and then come to you." Martin replied, "No problem, call me before you go." Boyle drank with Martin. "I hope we can reach a cooperation." Martin took a sip of beer. "I hope so." In the past 2 days, Martin watched Train Spotting, The Beach and 28 Days Later again. Danny Boyle is undoubtedly a capable director, and his film style is also popular and commercial. Leonardo came over and asked, "Are you done?" Martin shrugged. "We're done." "Excellent," Leonardo exclaimed. "Let's begin the night's revelry." Martin scoffed. "Your surprise party is just like the one we had this afternoon?" No surprises, but you're competing with me to see who's faster. There were plenty of shocks. Leonardo was excited. Next up is the water gun competition I've meticulously prepared, Nicholson scoffed. Besides water guns, what else can you do? An extraordinary water gun competition, Leonardo shouted into the distance. Beautiful ladies, are you ready? Come on over. A large group of beautiful women came running over, giggling. A dozen of them had targets painted on their bodies, and the center of the target was in a very special position. Since Leonardo had called for a water gun party, he had certainly prepared. Although he had been beaten up by Martin and a group of models in the afternoon, he was able to save some face that evening with a special water gun competition. The partygoers were very happy, and the noise lasted most of the night before calming down. Even in Malibu Beach, if it were Beverly Hills or Sherman Oaks, the neighbors would have already called the police. The next morning, the party company sent a car to pick up the models they had hired. Leonardo saw Martin sitting and drinking water and quickly winked at Nicholson. Nicholson walked over and said, let's go downtown for lunch. Martin stood up and followed the two out of the villa. The beautiful women in front saw the three of them leaving and turned back to greet them. Nicholson pointed outside the villa. My car is over there. Get in and we'll go. Leonardo seemed genuinely concerned and asked, Danny Boyle left early this morning in Toby's car. Did you agree with him? Martin followed Nicholson, saying, we've basically agreed on some of the concepts. Someone from the crew will discuss the rest with him regarding salary and benefits, Leonardo said. His salary isn't high, Nicholson replied. Danny Boyle isn't a big-name director. As the three of them chatted, they walked through the villa's lobby and, following the group of beautiful women, out the main entrance. As soon as Martin stepped outside, he heard the click of cameras. A quick glance revealed at least 3 paparazzi snapping photos. From their angle, they could easily capture him, Leonardo, Nicholson, and the women. Leonardo and Nicholson ignored him, with the latter even giving the paparazzi the finger. Naturally, the resulting camera work became even more frenzied. Martin remained calm as they both got into Nicholson's stretched Lincoln. The driver waited until the model's vans had left before starting the Lincoln. Leonardo and Nicholson chatted as if nothing had happened. Martin pointed at the two bastards and concluded, you were the ones who called the paparazzi, weren't you? How could Leonardo possibly admit that? He shook his head repeatedly. Are you kidding? Why did we call the paparazzi? Tell people that we had a wild party last night. Nicholson quickly changed his seat and sat down opposite Martin, pointing at Martin and said, you are suffering from paranoia. There are no good people in your eyes. You always think the worst of Leo and me. Martin couldn't help but sneer. You are good people? Huh, then there must be no bad people in the world. Leonardo spread his hands and said, why should we do this? Accompany you to be exposed? Let gossip fly all over the sky? What's the benefit for Jack and me? This sounded particularly reasonable at first glance. After all, Leonardo and Nicholson were also photographed by paparazzi. But Martin's reaction was incredibly quick, his mind racing. You two are single, so just let it be. It'll just be another one to add to your already numerous scandals. Leonardo couldn't help but laugh. You're such a random thinker, the old pervert, Nicholson said. Don't bother with him. Martin worked too hard last night, and he lost some time down there, causing some brain problems. He deliberately asked Martin, do you need to go to the hospital? I have a private doctor here who can treat both the lower and upper parts of your head. Martin raised his hands and gave 2 middle fingers. You think I'm scared? That's ridiculous. You know nothing about me. Before the fan effect wore off, this little bit of gossip was nothing. Besides, he could tell the truth. Leonardo and Nicholson exchanged a glance, wondering if it was really useless. Martin, that bastard, had betrayed the trio. They were just trying to get him back on the right path. What's with finding a steady girlfriend? Being a playboy was the right path. Martin stopped talking, his mind racing. He was determined to find a way to teach these two bastards a lesson. Arriving at the restaurant, Leonardo and Nicholson entered first. Martin used the excuse of having a phone call to wait for Bruce to come over and asked, do you have any stock of fang gouging? Bruce nodded. There are still some at home. I'm going to eat. Martin pointed to the restaurant. You are free. He planned to get some fang gouging and find a suitable opportunity to give it to Leonardo and Nicholson. The two realized that it didn't matter, so he said that he was giving them an insect repellent. If the two were careless and used it in some aspects as he said, it would definitely be wonderful. Martin believed that to deal with these two perverts, perverted means had to be used. Not long after lunch, on his way back to the Cody community, Martin received a call from Blake in New York as expected. She asked, "I saw the news online. Did you go to Leonardo's party last night?" "Yes, I went to Leo's party. It was a water gun party." Martin told the truth. A large group of people split into two groups and attacked each other on the beach like a real-life CS game. "My team won a resounding victory and beat Leonardo to pulp." He first explained part of the truth and then turned to work. "It was mainly because of Leo that we invited British director Danny Boyle. I had a preliminary discussion with him at the party about the new project. The production concept is not much different. As long as there are no unexpected problems, Danny Boyle will be the director of the new project." After Blake responded, Martin asked about her work and the call ended smoothly. 2 days later, Danny Boyle contacted Martin. After interviewing Louise and others at the Davis studio, he was officially selected as the director of Limitless. Chapter 263: A Complete Loss. With director Danny Boyle on board, the project officially entered the pre-production phase. After going through the usual procedures, Warner Brothers gave the green light to continue its investment and distribution. A studio for Limitless was quickly established, with funding primarily coming from Sophia and Vincent's Beast House Entertainment, Gray Pictures, Pacific Pictures, and Davis Pictures Studios. The public budget was $36 million. Then, in the third weekend of November, Wanted lost the top spot at the North American box office, with a new Harry Potter film taking the top spot. Martin also attended the film's premiere and posed for a photo with J.K. Rowling, who hadn't yet been expelled from Harry Potter. As for the famous three white-eyed wolves, they were still just kids. That weekend, Wanted grossed another $14.55 million in North America, bringing its North American box office total to $141 million. It also expanded overseas, reaching more countries and regions, with its global box office exceeding $250 million. Armed with this formidable commercial influence, Thomas negotiated multiple rounds of negotiations with the Limitless crew on Martin's behalf, finalizing Martin's salary. Martin's salary was divided into two parts. The crew paid him an upfront salary of $5 million. Maintaining a high-quality lifestyle for a star is quite expensive. Martin also needed funds to continue purchasing individual Apple shares on the market. He intended to hold this position for the long term. The remaining $3 million, combined with Martin's initial investment in Limitless, counted as a total investment of $6 million by Davis Studios, which was included in the film's production costs and provided him with the right to receive actual investment returns. In Davis Studios' office, Martin carefully reviewed the draft contract, even including the insurance clauses and additional clauses. The latter mainly covered the various services provided to Martin during filming, such as Bruce's role as prop master, filming locations outside of California, the required 5-star luxury suites and business class airfare, and the type and grade of car provided. This time, a clause was also added, requiring the crew to cover the costs of 2 bodyguards. After looking through the contract, Martin asked Thomas, "I thought my salary could be $10 million. Thomas knew that Martin would have such questions and was prepared. He explained, "If Wanted was a movie like The Hills Have Eyes, where the male protagonist carried the film alone, I could help you get $10 million this time, but it's not." Martin asked, "Because Julie and I carried this movie alone?" Thomas nodded, "Yes, Wanted is a movie of you and Julie. The appeal of the heroine is also key. The two of you carried this movie and shared the film's dividends, unlike The Hills Have Eyes, which belonged entirely to you." He simply gave an example. Will Smith's salary was $5 million when he filmed Independence Day. Although the film was a great success, he then starred in Men in Black and his salary was still $5 million because the biggest selling point of Independence Day was the special effects, and it was still a group drama, so the roles were severely shared. Martin nodded. This was normal. Thomas added, Men in Black was also a huge success, but Smith's salary only increased by $2 million for his next film because Tommy Lee Jones was also a key player in the film. Martin, who knew Will Smith somewhat, asked, "So, Public Enemies was the key to Smith's salary surge?" The previous films were also important, allowing Will Smith to build up his initial capital. Thomas said, "Public Enemies truly pushed Will Smith's salary over $10 million. Its box office was far lower than Independence Day and Men in Black, but it was Smith who carried the film alone. Other actors like Johnny Waters and Gene Hackman were completely supporting Smith." Martin understood the different significance of a single lead and a dual lead. No one could ignore Jolie's crucial role in the success of Wanted. Thomas added, if Limitless again surpasses $100 million at the North American box office, I can get you a minimum salary of $12 million, or even more, for your next commercial film, and even include a share of the film's net profits. This involved a more complex calculation, such as the agreement between the lead actor and the studio regarding a share of the film's net profits and a share of the post-break-even share. The latter is a contractual agreement between the two parties. For example, after a film reaches $200 million at the North American box office, the lead actor is entitled to a share of any subsequent box office or profit. There are countless possibilities. Fortunately, according to Martin's development model, he will definitely participate in future film projects he stars in as a producer. The script for Limitless is still being revised, but the main characters are basically confirmed. Martin's character, Eddie, is naturally the absolute protagonist, with a female lead playing a secondary role. Furthermore, a veteran actor is also needed to play the Wall Street tycoon. Martin called Nicholson. Compared to his contemporaries, Al Pacino and Robert De Niro, who were considered the four greatest actors of their time, the veteran actor is more rigorous in his film selection. With plenty of money on his side, he didn't want to tarnish his reputation, built over decades, for the sake of a few $1 million. He simply posted a recruitment notice for ordinary character actors. Los Angeles has no shortage of actors. As for the female lead, including Louise and Boyle, they tend to choose established female stars. The biggest advantage is that female stars are easy to hype and market, something newcomers can't compare to. Martin's male lead is older than his actual age. For the female lead, someone in their 30s is ideal. With the roles essentially finalized, the crew posted recruitment announcements to the internal platforms of the Screen Actors Guild and WMA, Century City, the recently completed Death Star building. Aniston's agent, Steve, was busy in his private office when he received a call from a friend at WMA who wanted to switch to CAA. Hey, didn't you tell me to check on Martin Davis and his new project? The person on the other end said quickly. The company's internal platform just posted an announcement. Martin's new project, Limitless, is looking for actors, including a female lead. The requirement is that she must be a well-known actress. Steve took note and said, thanks for your call. I'll buy you coffee sometime. After hanging up, he considered for a moment, then dialed Aniston's number and explained the situation in detail. In a small villa in the Cody neighborhood, Aniston said into the phone, I understand. Let me think about it. Hanging up the phone, Aniston cast her gaze over to the coffee table in front of her, where a newspaper lay, American Gossip, a typical gossip publication. Normally, Aniston wouldn't care about the coverage. But today was different. Right on the front page, her image and Jolie's were facing each other, with the headlines featuring them both. Angelina Jolie once again triumphs over Jennifer Aniston. Earlier in the article, the two films starring the actresses, Wanted and The Pursuit, were compared. The figures were shocking, $141 million and $21.81 million. The former went to Jolie, the latter to her. The comparisons beyond the box office were even more egregious. In May, Aniston lost to Jolie in The Marriage War. Now, in the box office battle for their starring films, Aniston is still losing miserably. Can we conclude from this that Aniston is far inferior to Jolie in terms of personal charm, acting skills, and charisma? Aniston has a strong foundation and doesn't care much about short-term gains and losses, but being constantly compared to Jolie is extremely annoying. Jolie stealing the spotlight is one thing, but she's increasingly unable to tolerate it when she steals her husband and then shows off. How should she fight back? Aniston had already envisioned the role, so it wasn't difficult for her to make the decision. She sat in silence for a few minutes before calling her agent back. Steve, submit my profile to the production team of Limitless and tell them I'm interested in playing the female lead. Steve warned her, it probably won't be high, considering your last movie wasn't a big hit at the box office. Of course, Aniston wouldn't do something stupid like working for nothing, at least $5 million, Steve said. I'm going to Warner Brothers Studios right now to meet Louise Mayer at Pacific Pictures. Aniston replied bluntly, get the role as soon as possible. Steve hung up, immediately left CAA, and headed to Burbank to submit Aniston's profile to the production team of Limitless and meet with producer Louise Mayer, the Weinstein Company's Los Angeles branch. Brad Pitt, the newest member of the Foot Gang, had been specifically invited to meet Harvey Weinstein. I'm planning a project, Harvey, who was known for his close ties to actors, had a large following within the industry. It's a biographical drama, and the lead role would be perfect for you. Brad Pitt, immediately thinking of the Oscars, had been arguably the biggest Oscar booster of the past decade. Still entrenched in his Oscar hopes, he asked, whose biography? Harvey handed Pitt a large book of fairy tales. Have you read it? About it, Pitt noticed the title of the book was Peter Rabbit and asked, a biopic about Miss Potter? She's a woman. When Harvey landed the project, he had some ideas in mind, especially considering the hype surrounding Martin and Jolie's Wanted, which led to a bold idea. I said, you'll be the male lead, Harvey said. Pitt immediately asked, who are you going to cast as the female lead? Harvey offered a predictable name. How about Jennifer Aniston? She'll play Miss Potter, and you'll be the male lead, and you'll both be in the same movie. Such a move would surely cause a stir. Pitt thought about it and said, I have no objection. Can you invite Jen? Harvey thought the plan was promising and said, we should give it a try. He looked at Pitt and said, you can also help persuade her, after being kicked out by Jolie. Pitt realized Aniston's good points and nodded in response, I'll give it a try. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Evil Intentions. In the afternoon, Martin returned home after dinner and prepared to go for a walk. After several nights of relentless work, he finally waited until the two red-listed workers were on leave, allowing him to take a break. After changing into his workout clothes, Martin came downstairs and noticed Bruce looking a little strange. What's wrong? He put on his sports watch and walked out. Bruce followed up, Jessica just called me. Steve, the agent from CAA, went to the crew and submitted Aniston's information. Aniston is interested in playing the leading role in Limitless. The news was too unexpected. Martin stopped in surprise. What's going on? Is there a mistake? Bruce replied, you might have made a mistake in the person, but the crew would not make a mistake in such important information. Martin couldn't figure it out at all. Is Limitless so attractive? Or is it that I have been successful 2 or 3 times in a row, so that I can attract an actress of Aniston's level to ride on my popularity? He shook his head. It doesn't make sense, Bruce. This bastard stated a fact. Aniston's current situation is inseparable from you. How many ideas did you give Jolie? Limitless lacks publicity points. When it is revealed that you have had sex with Jolie and Aniston successively, wow, this movie will become the second Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Martin turned around and walked out. Bruce kept talking. From a professional perspective, the success rate is very high. Martin raised his middle finger and said, I always feel like things aren't that simple. Bruce followed him. No matter how complex the situation, no matter how tangled the dispute, don't you always resolve it with your sheer force? Martin opened the door. Bruce added, I've contacted Jodie. She might be taking photos around here, so be careful. As the popularity of the Wanted poster faded, Martin's attention also dwindled. He needed to maintain a certain level of media exposure. Celebrities often have long-term entertainment reporters or paparazzi, and even genuine street photos in the media are more likely staged. On Martin's side, Bruce maintained a long-term relationship with freelance journalist Jodie. As he walked out the door toward the community committee, several paparazzi followed him. After a while, seeing Martin was just strolling and finding it unremarkable, 2 of them withdrew, leaving Jodie alone. After walking a few hundred meters, Jodie quickly raised her camera. As a paparazzi with a keen nose, she sensed that something might be breaking. On the same sidewalk, Jennifer Aniston was walking her white mixed-breed dog. Jodie remembered clearly that after her divorce from Brad Pitt, Aniston had moved out of her Beverly Hills mansion and returned to her childhood home in Sherman Oaks to heal her broken heart. Unexpectedly, she lived in the same neighborhood as Martin Davis. Even if they didn't know each other, they certainly knew each other. Jodie chose her spot and raised her camera, snapping away. Martin and Aniston were getting closer and closer. When they were about 10 meters away, they stopped almost simultaneously and waved to each other. It was obvious they knew each other. The two approached quickly, and Martin even knelt down to pet Aniston's dog's head. Aniston was chatting and laughing with him, looking very familiar. Jodie kept clicking her camera, capturing the conversation between the two, her mind racing. How should she write about it? Martin ran into Aniston by chance? It wouldn't be impactful and wouldn't attract much attention. Aniston was walking her dog to heal her broken heart and met the handsome Martin? They had a close conversation? That seemed like a good idea. There's absolutely no problem writing a short essay based on a picture with an article like this. Jody deliberately changed the angle so that the two people talking seemed almost invisible. Just across the street, Martin and Aniston were walking towards the community board. Martin said, "Jen, I just heard you're interested in playing the lead in my new project." Aniston acted very naturally, speaking as if it were the truth. "I've read Alan Green's novel and was very interested. I was thinking of asking Plan B to adapt the rights, but when I inquired, I found out they'd already sold them." Martin didn't believe a word of this, but he played along. "So, I stole your project." Aniston glanced at Martin with ulterior motives and smiled. "As long as you cast me as the lead, my goal will be achieved." Martin felt something was wrong, and for a moment, he could only mumble, "Who could say no to Rachel?" Aniston sighed softly. Rachel is a thing of the past. She had a feeling that if Friends were still popular, Pitt and Jolie might not have gotten together. The name Jolie floated through Aniston's mind, and she was annoyed again. She asked Martin simply, "What do you think? Do you think I am suitable for the heroine?" "Of course, you are very suitable." Martin was still a little cautious, "but I don't have the final say in the crew. I am just one of the promoters and investors. I have to respect the opinions of other parties as well." Aniston nodded. "I will go to the audition." Martin expressed due importance. "You can directly participate in the third audition, and no one will have any objection." The sky gradually darkened and the street lights came on. Aniston added, "When you're free, give me a chance to express my gratitude." Martin asked, "You want to treat?" Aniston nodded slightly. "If I hadn't met you today, it wouldn't have gone this smoothly." "No, it would have gone just as smoothly," Martin emphasized again. "No one, me or anyone else on the crew, would have refused Jennifer Aniston." Aniston chuckled. "You really know how to talk to everyone like that?" Martin shook his head quickly. "Of course not, you're different." He spoke sincerely and passionately. "In 1994, when I was 13, I saw Friends on screen for the first time, and I fell in love with Rachel Green. My love and admiration for Rachel continued throughout my adolescence." Aniston suddenly had a bad association. What would teenagers do to the goddess? He must have ruined a lot of posters. Martin added, "I never dreamed I'd get to act with you one day." Aniston replied, "I'm just an ordinary person, an ordinary actor." Martin added, "There's only one Rachel in the world, only one Jennifer." Aniston decided that never-ending participation wasn't a bad idea. The following appears to be unrelated and likely a separate topic. The two passed by the community committee and ran into Harold, who had just finished working overtime. Seeing them walking together, Harold didn't go over to say hello. He simply smiled and waved before getting into his car and leaving. After another 5 minutes, Aniston stopped at the entrance of a villa. Her dog, Norman, was on a leash and tried to run toward the door, but she stopped him. Martin gestured toward the nearly 1,000 square meter villa courtyard and asked, "Do you live here?" Aniston nodded. "This is my house. I moved here after moving out of Beverly Hills, afraid of scaring people away by moving too quickly." She glanced at her watch and said, "It's getting late. I won't invite you in. We'll contact you another day." Martin, always sticking to his 3 principles, said, "Go home early." Good night," Aniston said, waving her hand and leading the dog to the door. She opened the door but didn't go in, and Martin remained where he was. They both laughed. "I'll go first," Martin said, turning to leave. Aniston waited until he was a little further away before she went home. Inside the villa, after giving her dog some water, she sat on the sofa and sighed softly. Martin has good looks, good manners, and a good sense of purpose. No wonder Jolie kicked Pitt for him. Outside the villa, Jody took a picture of Martin's back as he left, then another of Aniston's closed door, feeling a pang of regret. If Martin had walked through that door tonight, the exclusive story would have sold for tens of thousands of dollars. The thought of an American sweetheart and an American hero breaking out in a scandal was thrilling. What a shame, Jody could only turn back. But the reward was good. The photo of Martin and Aniston strolling together would be priceless. Jody hurried back to her car and was about to get in when she saw Bruce waving from across the street. She put her camera away, crossed the street, and got into his car as usual. "Thank you for the great news," Jody said, having been informed by Bruce. Bruce hadn't expected Martin to run into Aniston and chat for so long. He nodded gently and said, "Here's another exclusive news item, also about Martin and Aniston." Jodi's first reaction was, "Are they together?" "No, Martin's public girlfriend is Blake Lively," Bruce said. "You have a very vivid imagination." Jodi was tempted to make her own move, but remembering the previous times Bruce had rejected her, she simply said, "What do you want?" She was a dedicated paparazzi, willing to pay the price for the news. "Every part of me, any part of me you like." Bruce looked at her. Perhaps from years of outdoor activities, Jodi was thinner than a monkey and darker than a gorilla. He stopped teasing and said directly, "Aniston's agent contacted the crew of Martin's new project, Limitless, based on the novel Dark Field. Aniston is interested in the female lead." The news of the new project hadn't been made public yet, but Jodi quickly grasped the key points: novel, movie, and female lead. Martin's new film was very likely to co-star with Aniston. This was indeed big news. "Thanks," Jodi said, groping all over her body. Bruce showed no interest in her and warned, "Don't mess around." "I'm not one for that." Jodi fished out her wallet and all the cash in her pockets and stuffed it all at Bruce's door. "That's all I have. I'll give it all to you." "Don't think it's too little." Bruce pointed out the car and said, "Let's go. Get back to writing this article. We have to get it in the newspaper tomorrow." Jodi said no more nonsense. She quickly got out of the car, ran across the street, got back in the car, and immediately started making calls. Today's news could fetch a good price. A few minutes later, she drove out of the Cody community, keeping a low speed to avoid trouble. Once outside, she sped up and headed for the transaction location. Chapter 265, Turtle. "I think Aniston can do it." At the crew's regular meeting, director Danny Boyle agreed, "I have discussed the heroine with screenwriter Brad. The role itself does not require a particularly complicated performance. Aniston's experience is enough to handle it." The director also likes to use experienced actors, which saves time and effort on the set. Who would be willing to go to the trouble of teaching new actors who have no experience in starring roles? Kelly considered a more realistic issue: what about the salary? "She won't ask for $20 million US, right?" Martin replied. $20 million plus is Aniston's salary for filming one season of Friends. Her salary for the movie is not that high. Jessica was responsible for contacting CAA and said, "I tentatively asked, and their bottom line is around $5 million US." Kelly asked, "The box office response of the pursuit starring her seems to be average." Louise turned to look at Martin. "If Rachel's fame and appeal are properly utilized, it will help the film." Martin thought for a while and said, "My opinion is to let her go directly to the third round of auditions. This is also the treatment that a star of her level deserves." "It depends on the results of the audition." Boyle was the first to agree. "That's best," Louise said. "Then handle it this way." The short meeting ended, and Martin prepared to go to the studio to meet the action director Chad. He planned to borrow some action routines from Bruce Lee in the action design of this film. After the male protagonist took the smart drug, he didn't need to learn fighting skills specifically. It was enough to use the moves he had seen in the movies. Louise followed and walked with Martin on the sidewalk of Warner Studios. Martin asked directly, "Is there something?" Louise put her arm around his arm like a couple. "You haven't given me the recipe in a long time." Martin made up an excuse. "I've been busy with work lately and haven't had time to experiment with new recipes." "Didn't I give you a notebook last time?" "It's almost used up," Louise reminded him. "You have plenty of time to have parties and pick up girls." Martin was so shameless that he didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he argued, "It's all for work. If I didn't go to Leonardo's party, how could I invite Danny to be the director? If I wasn't busy with work, how could Pacific Pictures regain its momentum so quickly?" Louise smiled and shook her head. Blake would have an opinion. Martin was open-minded. The idol halo will always be shattered. When they reached a fork in the road, Louise was going to Warner Pictures and said, "Don't forget the new recipe. I'm going to attend the World Sommelier Conference during the new year. The master must have something to show for it." Martin said, "I'll take the time to test the new recipe." The two separated at the intersection and went to different places. Louise made her way to the Warner Brothers conference room and met with Barry Meyer and Alan Horn, the current heads of Warner Brothers. Also attending the meeting were representatives from DC Comics and Legendary Pictures, as well as Warner Bros.'s top producer, Charles Roven. Roven, a familiar figure to Louise, asked, "Has Pacific Pictures recovered?" Louise smiled. "I have a treasure boy, Martin Davis. His projects, The Hills Have Eyes and Wanted have not only helped me make up for the losses from Alexander the Great, but will also generate substantial profits. Most importantly, investors have regained confidence in Pacific Pictures. Barry Meyer, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "You've truly developed a treasure trove in Atlanta." Starting with last year's Wax Museum, Martin Davis has repeatedly amazed me. Louise knew well that Warner Brothers was at the top of their industry chain, and that the company was the biggest beneficiary of all these projects. Alan Horn asked, "How much longer do you think his popularity will last?" This sounded like a powerful figure trying to squeeze him to the limit, which made Louise uncomfortable. She added, "From what I understand, Coca-Cola wants to extend Martin's endorsement contract and sponsor any films he stars in that have suitable backgrounds." A conglomerate like Coca-Cola couldn't change the state of the film industry, but its resources invested in a single star could have a significant impact. Alan Horn immediately changed his tune, saying, "Warner Brothers has always been very optimistic about Martin's future and hopes his new films will continue to be successful." Seeing everyone present, Barry Meyer tapped the table with his fingers. "Meeting now." Today's meeting has a single topic. British director Christopher Nolan has submitted his concept for a new Batman sequel. With an expected investment of over $150 million, Warner Brothers wasn't willing to shoulder such a high investment and such a significant risk alone. Therefore, longtime partners like Legendary Pictures and Pacific Pictures were invited to participate in the discussion. In a business club in Century City, Brad Pitt waited for Aniston's agent, Steve, to arrive and complain, "She changed all her contact information and moved without telling me her address. I can't even reach her if I try." Steve knew Aniston would be displeased if he knew he'd met with Pitt, but agents need to be tactful. He asked directly, "Why are you looking for Jen? You know she doesn't want to see you anymore." Of course, Pitt wouldn't tell an agent about wanting to get back together. He spoke with Aniston's best interest, saying, "The pursuit wasn't well received, so I found her a new project. It's a biopic, potentially worth awards." Steve was incredibly concerned about Aniston's career, and he was the last person to want her to fail. "What project?" Pitt opened his bag and pulled out a stack of materials. "Look, it's a biopic about Miss Porter, the author of Peter Rabbit." Steve immediately noticed the name of the film company, Weinstein Company. Aniston's specific words were still ringing in his ears. Pitt and Weinstein, Steve knew, would be courting disaster if he recommended them again. Aniston might even ask CAA to change her agent. Steve, not wanting to offend Pitt, told him the truth. "Jen refuses to work with Weinstein again." He didn't even touch the script Pitt brought. "I have something else to do. I'm leaving now." Pitt could only put the information away. On his way out, he passed by the newspaper rack and suddenly saw a picture of Aniston. He quickly grabbed a copy and sat down in a nearby rest area to examine it. Aniston's new relationship? The man is suspected to be Martin Davis. Beneath the headline was a picture, showing Aniston and Martin engaged in a passionate conversation, definitely crossing the safe distance between men and women. Of course, it could also be a photo shoot. But Pitt was too lazy to tell, and didn't want to. He unconsciously rubbed his head, feeling a heavy sensation. There was also a picture behind it, showing Martin and Aniston walking towards the villa gate together under the night sky, as if they were entering the same house. The gossip media had chosen a very good photo, which easily led to associations. Pitt tossed the newspaper aside, and the only thing in his mind was the name Martin Davis. Fuck, Pitt could confirm that Martin had stolen Jolie from him. Not enough, he was also after Aniston. How could someone be so shameless? Pitt, seething with anger, left the club, got in his car, and told the driver to go home first. On the way, he called his housekeeper. "Get to my place right now." Right now, he'd go back and vent his anger first, then figure out a solution. Not far away, in the offices of Weinstein Company, the Weinstein brothers rarely got together. His younger brother, Bob, asked, "Have you finalized a casting for Miss Porter's project?" Renee Zellweger called and is very interested. "Tell her to wait." His older brother, Harvey, was the real decision maker. "I found more suitable actors, with Aniston and Pitt playing the male and female leads." Although Bob wasn't actually involved in the film business, he had gained extensive experience over the years and understood immediately. Learn from the publicity and hype of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and build hype for the film. Harvey was ambitious. "We're good at winning awards, and with that, I'm confident the film can be profitable at the North American box office alone." Few Weinstein Company films can be profitable solely at the box office. not even Quentin Tarantino's. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was Pitt calling. Harvey answered the call, spoke a few words, his expression grim. He pressed the intercom on his desk, and his secretary quickly brought in some newspapers. One of the newspapers officially revealed that Martin Davis, in collaboration with several production companies, was preparing a film adaptation of the novel Dark Fields, and that Aniston was very likely to be the heroine. Harvey slammed the newspaper on his desk and cursed. "Bitch," Bob asked, "what's going on?" "Something unexpected," Harvey said. "Aniston refused to work with us and chose Martin Davis' new project, Limitless, to play the heroine," Bob recalled and said, "I remember Martin stole Craven's project, The Mountain Eyes, and also stole one of Damon's roles." "Yes, that's him," Harvey nodded slightly. Bob said in his most accustomed way, "Find a way to take him down," but Harvey said, "If it was easy, I would have taken him down long ago. Why would I wait until now?" His tone was quite helpless. "Martin is now the spokesperson for Coca-Cola. If we take him down through improper means, do you think those capital bosses will let it go? They don't need to do anything special, they just need to find an opportunity and stretch out their fingers to press us. How can we bear it? He has been cooperating with Pacific Pictures and Warner Brothers. The former is okay. We can scold Warner Brothers as much as we want, but when it comes to the profits from their investment and distribution, do you think they will treat us as if we don't exist? Also, he is deeply entangled with the local forces in Georgia." Harvey thought of the female King Kong and subconsciously clamped his legs together. If their interests are affected, it may be a life and death struggle. Hearing this, Bob couldn't help but say, "What on earth is this person thinking? He thinks of himself as a turtle? He has wrapped himself up with so many shells." Harvey shook his head. "That's why it's difficult to deal with. We either don't move, or find the key point." Chapter 266 The Bastard's Bad Trick. In the studio, Chad pressed the remote, and a clip from a vintage Bruce Lee action film played on the TV screen, specifically for Martin to watch and learn from. In the film, the protagonist, Eddie, learned his fighting skills naturally, primarily from imitating action movies. Martin, always serious about his work, watched closely. Chad said, "His moves are characterized by speed, precision, and brutality. They knock the opponent down directly, with absolute force and power." Martin, who had studied Jeet Kune Do in his previous life as a stunt double, reviewed it carefully and said, "Let's try it." The two had already changed into their training clothes and arrived at the thickly matted area. Chad emphasized, "Let's start slow, get familiar with the routines, then speed up." Martin nodded, "No problem." As if in slow motion, the two began practicing their moves. Filmmaking, after all, isn't real combat. Even with a ferocious, physical combat, the most important thing is to ensure it still looks cool and visually appealing. If the action scenes truly became like a cuckold punch, the audience would be drooling all over the screen. Chad's action choreography also closely resembled real combat. The two men practiced their routines all morning. Before noon, after showering and changing, Martin and Chad went to the smokehouse across from Warner Brothers Studios for dinner. After Martin ordered, he realized he recognized the people at the next table. The girl, whose smile gave her two dimples, kept glancing at him. Martin nodded. "Good afternoon, Maya." Maya, a waitress at the studio's ice cream parlor and also an actress, quickly responded, "Hello, Martin." She then introduced the man across from him. "This is Sebastian, a pianist," Martin said. "I know you." Sebastian stood up and bowed slightly. "Mr. Davis, you've sent me flowers a few times." The man was the restaurant's pianist. On the occasions when Martin had dined with his female companions, when he was in a good mood, he would pay for a bouquet to be delivered. Pianists receive a commission for flower delivery, a common practice worldwide. "You two continue," Martin said, leaving them alone to return to his work conversation with Chad. Besides close combat, the film also features gunfights. The meal arrived, and the two chatted as they ate. Chad maintained his previous perspective. Smart drugs enhance the protagonist's learning ability, and the use of guns is also learned from movies. "I'll select some realistic style gunfight clips later, and you can imitate them," Martin warned. "Don't make the gunfight too intense. It's just a supporting role, don't steal the show." Chad understood. "I understand." After lunch and a short rest, Martin changed crews. The Departed had already entered post-production at Warner Brothers Studios, and Scorsese wanted several of the main actors to redub some scenes. Arriving at the studio, Martin saw those two idiots, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, but ignored them and greeted the director first. Scorsese cut to the chase and got straight to the point. I've asked you three to come here this time because the dubbing is mostly filled with profanity. Martin and Leo, in particular, are lacking in the forcefulness of your swearing. Martin asked, what about fax dubbing? Scorsese nodded. Whether you're facking Cleo or Leo facking you, neither lacks that utterly venomous power. He headed for the recording studio first. Follow me. They entered the studio together. Leonardo, armed with his script, entered first. A long shot of the rooftop showdown played on a wall-mounted screen. Leonardo tried to dub, speaking into the recording microphone with the lines beginning with F. Scorsese put down his headset and called Leonardo over. The power I'm talking about isn't the pitch of the voice, but the tone and emotion. These can't be achieved with glaring, frowning, or yelling. This was exactly the trifecta of power Leonardo needed. He scratched his head and said, let me try again. The recording session resumed, but Scorsese still wasn't satisfied and called Leonardo back. Despite being one of Hollywood's biggest names, Leonardo DiCaprio wasn't a gifted actor. He circled back and forth twice, still finding his groove. Scorsese pointed at Martin and said, imagine him as your mortal enemy. Leonardo looked at Martin, his brows still furrowed. Martin suddenly had an idea, but he didn't act rashly. Waiting for Leonardo to move to the far side of the room, he whispered, Director, I have an idea. Scorsese knew the bastard trio had a lot of sloppy tactics, but sometimes they worked, so he nodded and said, let's try. When Leonardo returned, Martin suddenly said, can you do it, Leo? Your dubbing isn't going to be the same as that, are you? An 11-second guy, Scorsese asked, perfectly timed. What do you mean by 11-second guy? Martin gestured. It's about men and women, you know. Scorsese's expression darkened. Leonardo immediately flew into a rage, raising his middle finger at Martin. Fuck. Fuck. A stream of curse words gushed out of him. Scorsese clapped his hands and exclaimed, yes, that's exactly how it feels. He pushed Leonardo into the recording studio. Get started while the feeling's still there. The jerk's awful trick worked, and it also benefited the crew. Leonardo's dubbing was completed smoothly. When it was Martin's turn, he sneered, Teresa, Melissa, KK, Angela, Doubtson, these people can't get enough of you. They all want to know where you live so they can visit. Should I tell them? And also, take a video and send it to Blake. Brilliant, Nicholson, the old jerk, didn't forget to add to the mix. How about sending one to Julie, too? My other crew's studio is right next door. You're welcome to visit later and practice your routines together. Martin entered the recording studio, and it took him 2 tries to really find his groove, completing a ton of slapstick dubbing. Nicholson's was the easiest, as his character had fewer lines. In all the shots in this film, the jerk trio alone will produce over 500 slapsticks. The final edited footage would likely be no less than 200. By mid-afternoon, the work was complete. Martin summoned Leonardo and Nicholson to a nearby studio, suggesting the former change into training clothes and work out together. Leonardo was not fooled and said, except for the water gun, I won't shoot any other action scenes. There is no need for training. Martin was good at exposing people's shortcomings. That's right. When will you become a greasy fat uncle like Jack, and the Oscar will give you a little golden man? This remark scolded 2 bastards. Before Leonardo could say anything, Nicholson hit back, little bastard, if you keep playing like this, you will never be able to get an erection again when you are 30 years old at most. We will play with you and you can watch and cry your tears dry. Martin snorted coldly and said, you don't understand my strength at all. Someone like Leo has been playing for so many years and there is no problem. I am much stronger than him. Who said he has no problem? Nicholson started a killing mode. He is now 11 seconds. Leonardo came from behind and pretended to strangle Nicholson's neck. I'm going to kill you. Don't kill him. He is still useful to me. When I am done with him, you can kill him at will. Martin patted Nicholson. Old bastard, there's a big villain in this movie, a capital tycoon on Wall Street. Are you interested? Nicholson half-jokingly said, I won't do it for less than $10 million. Martin gave him a middle finger. You can go to hell. Nicholson broke free from Leonardo's arms and asked, let's go somewhere to have fun tonight. Leonardo shook his head. No, I need to recharge my batteries. Nicholson's eyes widened. You're not going to betray the trio like that jerk Martin, are you? Martin was unhappy. How can I be a traitor? You got a girlfriend. Leonardo replied first, then explained, I finally got single again. Why would I want a steady girlfriend? Do you know how cool it is to have a new young, beautiful woman every night? Nicholson's face was serious. I know, when he was younger, he had spent more money than Leonardo. Martin was ashamed, because he didn't realize he was holding the jerk trio back. So, he had to work hard. That night, Martin invited the two jerk guys out for drinks, and the three of them went to the Avalon nightclub. Before entering, he specifically asked Old Bull to get his prepared items. Martin ordered a bottle of whiskey and went over to sit down when he saw Leonardo and Nicholson randomly choosing a spot on the lobby on the first floor. After the three of them had a few drinks, Martin, seemingly drunk, said, Leo, Jack, we three bastards are like-minded. We've dug holes together and sharpened guns together. We have a great relationship, ever since Warren Beatty got married and returned to his family, and Marlon Brando went to see God. I haven't met bastards like you who are like-minded in a long time. Nicholson raised his glass and clinked glasses with the two of them one by one. Cheers to our bastard trio. Leonardo and Martin raised their glasses and drank together. Martin added, since we're the badass trio, I'll tell you a secret. Do you know why I'm so strong? Leonardo bristled at the mention of this. It's just my youth and strength. No. Martin pulled two small green boxes from his pocket and placed them on the table. The real secret is these. Nicholson asked, what kind of medicine is this? A medication with no side effects, perfect for that. Since they were the badass trio, how could they not do bad things? Martin still remembered the two bastards asking paparazzi to secretly film him and earnestly recommending it. It works incredibly well. I'm a prime example. Leonardo was skeptical. Are you serious? Martin retorted, my reputation has always been excellent. Having witnessed Martin's strength firsthand, the two men kept their secrets. Nicholson tapped Martin's arm and signaled with his eyes, Pitt's here. At the bar entrance, Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, and Ben Affleck walked in together. Chapter 267 Conflict with Pete. Not far from Martin's table, Bruce was sitting alone at a bar, drinking a beer. Seeing Pete and the other two enter, he immediately beckoned to the waiter next to him. When the waiter arrived, he pointed to Martin's table and said, send over a dozen Coca-Cola bottles. Bruce then pulled out his phone and called two bodyguards, who immediately entered the bar and found an empty table not far from Martin. If anything unexpected happened, the three of them could rush over immediately. Bruce stood guard behind Martin. The waiter placed a glass bottle of Coke on the table. Martin turned to look at Bruce and nodded slightly. Nicholson opened a Coke, took a swig, and declared, Cult of Coke, forever. The leader is a jerk. Leonardo, not wanting to be intimidated, also took a bottle and clinked glasses with Martin. Leader, what do you want to do? Just give the word, and we'll back you up and cheer you on. If things don't go well, we'll call the police for you. Nicholson grinned. Do you want me to call them over? Martin, Coke in one hand and pointing at the two bastards with the other, said, how could I have known such scoundrels as you? Even as he spoke, his mind was racing. As the three men spoke, Matt Damon nudged Pitt and nodded his chin toward the hall. Pitt turned and saw Martin immediately. Sitting under the bright lights, he shone so brightly that he seemed to have a halo of his own. Even the portly Leonardo couldn't hold him down. That son of a bitch. Pitt took the lead, his head heavy. As members of the Foot Gang, Damon and Ben automatically followed. Nicholson was quite excited. Don't be afraid of them. If they dare to mess around, just do it. We have the double bonus of the Face Gang and the Coca-Cola cult. Martin watched Pitt approach, picked up the glass bottle of Coke, and took a slow sip. Damon paused, thinking of something unpleasant, and quietly distanced himself from Pete. The two of them were just mad at each other over a roll. Martin hadn't done anything to his girlfriend or wife. He should stay away so that any liquid wouldn't fly onto him. Pete didn't show any sign of stopping, choosing an empty table next to him and sitting down. He looked across the aisle at Martin. You're crossing the line. Martin looked confused. Me. He glanced around. I'm not crossing the line. Damon and Ben were now sitting across from Pete. There were three people on each side. Who else but you? Pitt thought of Jolene Aniston, his entire body seething with anger. He sternly warned, stay away from her. Martin, not to be trifled with, deliberately asked, are you talking about Jolie, or Aniston? Or, both? As soon as those two names came out, Pitt leaped to his feet. Martin, unsure of his own accord, stood up as well. Many eyes in the bar turned their gazes. The old jerk, Nicholson, had seen Martin's tactics before, and wasn't afraid to lose out. fanning the flames. Guys, let's have a manly duel. Whoever backs down doesn't have that thing down there. Leonardo DiCaprio looked at Damon and Ben Affleck. One-on-one duel, the manliest way. Pitt, in his 40s, was no hot-blooded brat. He was tempted to attack, but seeing the glass bottle of Coke on Martin's table, he slowly sat back down. A chorus of mocking, snarling whistles echoed around them. Martin casually said, "If you're a wimp, shut up." They don't like wimps. As soon as Pete's butt touched the chair, he sprang up like a lion, lunging across the aisle at Martin, slapping him like a husband abusing his wife. Even the most mature men have tempers and blood. Martin was prepared. He grabbed Pete's arm and pulled him forward, then kicked him in the calf with his big foot. His other hand clamped down on Pete's neck, pressing down. With a thud, Pete's face landed on the table. Martin grabbed the glass bottle of Coke and pressed it against Pete's forehead. "I'm very sensitive to attacks. I'll hit people in the head with it. You'd better not move." The cold glass bottle against Pete's forehead quenched the blood rushing to his forehead and forced him to recall the scene he had seen at Burbank High School. Bloody. Cruel. Pete dared not move. The gunman Martin had shot on the head with the Coke bottle was dead. Dead. Ben and Damon both stood up, only to find a man standing next to Martin. Bruce, a Coca-Cola in each hand, stood guard at Martin's side. The Coca-Cola cult's chief protector was no pushover. Damon recognized him. He'd seen him in the Burbank High School video. Like Martin, he was a tough guy who dared to stand up to armed robbers. "Don't mess around," Damon said, grabbing Ben and trying to save face. "Who are we? Who is he?" "It's not worth it." Ben had been an absolute macho when he'd helped Harvey subdue the actress, using every possible means of coercion and inducement. Now, facing two men who'd fought armed robbers head-on, they agreed with Damon. "You're right, the man being held down was Pete, not one of their uncles or nephews." Damon said, "Martin, there's no need for such a fuss, is there? It's not a big deal. Let Pete go." The commotion in the bar had already alerted security, and the manager and his men were running over. Martin still held Pitt down. "He attacked me," Pitt roared. "You fucked my wife." Nicholson, the jerk, corrected him loudly. "Ex-wife, Aniston is your ex-wife." The onlookers were stunned. What was going on? And America's sweetheart, Aniston, was involved? Even before the manager arrived, the voices were already ringing. Everyone, hold your ground. If you have a conflict, please go outside and resolve it." Martin looked at the manager. "I was attacked." He glanced around. "If anyone calls the police, please be my witnesses." Nicholson, the shameless old man, waved his phone. "It's the latest model with a camera. I took a picture. The evidence is irrefutable. We can take it to federal court." Martin let go of Pitt and pushed him out. Unrelated sentence fragment. "No mistake. One song, one post, one content, 1-6, one book, one bar, one look." Several security guards rushed forward, blocking the two groups. Pitt touched his cold forehead and flushed face, glared at Martin, and turned to walk out of the bar. Damon and Ben followed him. After leaving the bar, Damon advised, "You're too impulsive. Don't go head-to-head with him." Ben said the truth. "You're no match for him." Peter was almost pissed off by his own men and said viciously, "This isn't over yet." Ben realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. "For something like this, it's best to deal with him quietly." Peter rubbed his face hard and calmed down as quickly as possible. "I'm going to think of a good way to deal with him once and for all, and finish him off." Damon pointed to a car on the side of the road. "Come to my place, we'll discuss this together." Inside the bar, Martin and the other two also came out and got into the Escalade driven by Bruce. Leonardo said, "I thought you were going to blow up Pitt's head with Coke." Martin shrugged. "Many people will come to fight me, and I'm not stupid." Nicholson was still watching the video on his phone and said, "My skills as a photographer are good. The panorama and close-up are just right. The only pity is that the phone camera is a little bit worse. It's not very clear, but I can distinguish you and Pitt." He shouted, "Wow, you are so fast, just like Leo's 11 seconds. "Shut up, you bastard," Leonardo yelled first, and then asked Martin curiously, "You didn't do Jolie and then Aniston, did you?" He gave Martin a thumbs up. "So you are a young woman killer. You have such poor moral standards. First you interfered with Jolie and Pitt, forcing their breakup. Now that Pitt wants to get his ex-wife back, you're back in the act. What a scumbag." Nicholson had seen so much over the decades that even his guesses were accurate. As the leader of the asshole trio, I officially announce today that your title of traitor is revoked. You're a true scumbag and a pervert." Martin gave him a middle finger. "Thank you so much," Leonardo said. "If you want to express your sincere gratitude, throw a party. Get some supermodels. No one below the Victoria's Secret angels. If you don't have enough money, get a mortgage." Martin had originally thought of reminding them before leaving tonight to try the Fengao Jing on their female companions before applying it on themselves. But after hearing what these two assholes said, he decided not to say anything. It was just a matter of comparing scumbags and perverts. They were all members of the Face Gang, all members of the asshole trio. Who was afraid of whom? Martin reminded the two of them, "Tonight's events won't end here, so you better be careful." Leonardo smiled. "It's been a while since I had anything exciting." Nicholson's smile was particularly hideous and perverted. "I'm most afraid of being bored." "How can you avoid such an interesting thing?" Martin had an idea. "Old bastard, let me introduce you to a business. The video you shot can be sold for a lot of money." Nicholson pointed at Martin. "You're such a bad guy. You bully people and then sell them out." Leonardo used himself as an example to imagine. "I think Martin hasn't gotten Aniston yet, and he's planning to use her as the heroine of his new film. Now the news breaks out that Martin Davis is jealous of Brad Pitt to protect Aniston, and public opinion explodes." Nicholson looked at Martin with ill intent. "You're plotting against me too." He turned his head. "No. Martin, when you provoked Brad Pitt to take action, you took into account what Leo said." Leonardo said. "Luckily, you're one of us." Martin neither admitted nor denied it, but just said, "It can be sold for a lot of money. Jack, will you sell it? If you don't, I will rob you on the spot tonight and steal your phone." Nicholson was a man who couldn't miss such a good show. He said, "You find a good seller, no problem." Martin shouted to the driver's seat, "Old Bruce." Bruce picked up the phone, made a call, and quickly hung up, saying, "In half an hour, at the west gate of Bel Air Bay." Leonardo shouted excitedly, "Let's go. Let's go together. I haven't seen this kind of transaction with my own eyes." Nicholson put on his sunglasses. "I will go to the transaction myself, and none of you are allowed to compete with me." Chapter 268. The popularity is all hyped up. Half an hour later, the Escalade arrived at Bel Air. Martin asked, "Can you do this by yourself? Don't get robbed." Nicholson put on his pretentious sunglasses, loaded the USB drive he'd copied the videos to, and said, "When I was playing with these, you weren't even born yet." Martin couldn't argue with that. Nicholson got out of the car alone and walked to the west gate, where he quickly found the woman Bruce had described. Jody saw an elderly man approaching stealthily and hurried over to greet him. It was Nicholson, and he was stunned. "Are you the client that old bull introduced me to?" Nicholson said seriously. "Code word. Code word. How do I know who you are without you?" Jody had no choice but to use the code word, Leonardo's rapid-fire water gun. Nicholson nodded. "That's you, that's for sure." Jody pointed to the trees to the side. "This deal is too big, and I don't have the money, so I brought my new boss along." They discussed the matter over the phone, and the code word was right. Nicholson, in high spirits, waved, "Tell him to come over quickly." "I don't have time for you," a middle-aged man emerged. Harvey Levine. Nicholson removed his sunglasses, confirming he had recognized the man. He was a former entertainment lawyer and writer for the Los Angeles Times. Levin was also quite surprised. "Old Jack," Nicholson asked, "why are you here?" Levin explained briefly, "I just started a website dedicated to entertainment gossip, called TMZ. If you want to sell insider information, you can come to me or Jody." Nicholson pulled out a USB drive, exclusive video. Martin Davis and Brad Pitt are fighting over Aniston's affections at the Avalon. Levin's hands were shaking with excitement. "Really?" Nicholson said, "I filmed it myself." "How could it be fake?" He repeated Martin's words in general. Jody took out a pen and notebook and wrote everything down. Levin went back to the car to get his notebook, plugged in the USB drive, and started watching. When Pitt lunged at Martin, Nicholson immediately unplugged the USB drive. $30,000, not a penny less. Levin's hands opened and closed, gesticulating excitedly. TMZ had just been established, specializing in celebrity gossip, scandal, and needed a major news story to make a name for itself. Pitt, an A-list superstar. Martin, one of the hottest new stars of the year. And with America's sweetheart, Jennifer Aniston, in the mix. Levine's decision wasn't hard. "Okay, $30,000. Minutes later, the deal was done. Nicholson returned to the car with the check, and the threesome immediately divided the spoils. Of course, no matter who got the short end of the stick, the IRS couldn't be left behind. Martin suggested, "Let's find a place for a second party." Leonardo asked, "Go to a nightclub and wash up." Nicholson shook his head. "Not tonight." He glanced at his watch. "I have a date in an hour and a half." Martin and Leonardo exchanged glances and asked, "Where's the date?" Nicholson, still haunted by the thought of the exploding firecrackers, said, "I won't tell you." He called out, "Bruce, pull over." As soon as Bruce stopped, Nicholson immediately got out, got into his own car, and sped off. Leonardo lost interest and got out of the car. "Let's go home." Home. Martin closed the car door, thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and called Thomas. In a hotel suite. Thomas had just entered with a beautiful woman in his arms when his phone rang. "Wait a minute," he said, seeing Martin's call and having to answer it. Unlike her previous girlfriends, the beautiful woman sat obediently on the sofa, waiting. Thomas walked out onto the balcony, feeling a bit smug. "Thank goodness I've gotten smarter. I don't have to be so cautious as to wait like a queen. It's better to spend money. Just be obedient and wait when asked to. I guarantee she won't say anything weird." After answering the phone and listening to Martin's words, Thomas was surprised. "You and Brad Pitt had a fight? TMZ? Okay, I get it. I'll be watching tonight." After hanging up, Thomas returned to the suite's living room, glanced at the beautiful woman, and sighed. "That's all for tonight. Let's go." The beautiful woman stood up, but didn't leave. Instead, she held out her hand. Thomas had no choice but to reach for his wallet. The beautiful woman happily left the suite. Thomas packed his belongings and left the room to call Jessica and Emily. As he entered the elevator, he noticed the man in the mirror had receded his hairline again. He ignored these minor details and rushed to Davis' studio to check the website TMZ. Within a dozen minutes of arriving, TMZ's newly launched website had already published a headline with a news story and video. Martin Davis and Brad Pitt brawl at the Avalon bar over Aniston's affections. Pitt suffers a crushing defeat. The accompanying image showed Pitt pinned to the bar table by Martin's hand, a glass of Coca-Cola against his head. Clicking on the webpage revealed a video, blurry but clear enough to make out Martin and Pitt. The latter had initiated the fight, but couldn't last a single round under Martin's blows. The detailed news story then described an argument between Pitt and Martin over Aniston's appearance in Martin's new film, Limitless. The TMZ report even noted that all media outlets were welcome to reprint the story, provided the source was cited. Emily arrived at the office, looked at the disgruntled employees, and said, "The boss said, overtime tonight will get 5 times the pay." 5 or 6 people immediately perked up and, following their assigned tasks, forwarded the TMZ news all over the internet, leaving suggestive comments. "Pitt is such a loser. He was instantly defeated by Martin even though he made the first move. No wonder Aniston and Jolie both despise him. I suspect he's always been soft down there. Didn't you notice? It's Coca-Cola again." With Coke in hand, Martin is invincible. After all, the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, Coke in a glass bottle, the eternal god. The news instantly gained popularity, with Martin, Pitt, and Aniston quickly becoming trending searches on Google. The popularity of Limitless skyrocketed, too. Martin quickly capitalized on a seemingly accidental skirmish to hype up his new project. As the news spread, more websites joined in the reposting. Traditional media is much slower, especially newspapers that aren't published until the next morning. Leftovers often get cold. In the Cody community, Martin returned home and immediately saw the relevant news on TMZ's website. Without much thought, he called Aniston. Aniston was very surprised. "Martin, are you okay? Tonight, Leo and I made an appointment to have a drink at the Avalon bar, and I met Pete." Martin roughly recounted the incident, telling the truth. Someone at the scene may have taken a video and posted it online. Some people wrote very exaggeratedly. He took the initiative to say, "Jane, I must apologize to you for involving you in this matter." Aniston had already turned on the computer and quickly browsed the relevant news. She was sure that Pete was the first to attack, and said, "I should apologize to you, because that bastard of mine attacked you." Martin added, "You'd better notify your team and make some preparations in advance." Aniston thought this guy was really good, and said, thank you for calling me specifically." After hanging up the phone with Martin, the smile on Aniston's face disappeared instantly. Her good self-cultivation could not suppress the volcano that was about to erupt. She found a spare phone, turned it on, and dial Pete's number. As soon as the call was connected, Aniston yelled, "You've done this, asshole. I backed down and divorced you, so why won't you let me go? You're disgusting." Pete, on the other end, was stunned, completely confused. "Hey, Jen, what's wrong?" Aniston continued her barrage. "You're a piece of shit. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore, asshole. Idiot. Don't ever mention my name anywhere." She then hung up and turned off the phone. Pete had just returned home when he was met with this barrage of abuse. After contacting several people, he finally realized what the issue is and quickly looked it up online, his anger rising. The night had passed, and the Pete family needed a major upgrade in furniture and appliances. Meanwhile, in their Beverly Hills mansion, Jolie had just put the children to bed. Even with enough nannies, raising 3 children was no easy task. Suddenly, her agent called. "Go to TMZ and check the news. There's a huge story about Martin, Pete, and Aniston." "I know." Jolie hung up and immediately went to her study. She turned on her computer and checked TMZ. The moment she saw the video and the news, a fire ignited within her, instantly surging through her body. Her body felt as if it were on fire, her skin flushed red, her eyes like a wolf's. Martin and Pete were fighting over Aniston. What did this mean? Martin was very likely having an affair with Aniston. Jolie was more than excited, she was completely delirious. She grabbed her phone and ran out of the study, telling the babysitter, "Watch the kids. I'm going out for a minute." Without waiting for a reply, she rushed out of the villa, got into a red Ferrari, and sped off to Sherman Oaks. When she arrived at the Cody neighborhood, the car stopped in front of Martin's house, and Jolie ran over and banged on the door. Bruce came over to open the door and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Julie nodded at him. "Old Bruce, I'm looking for Martin." Bruce turned around and saw Martin at the door of the villa making a gesture to this side and making way for the small door. Julie rushed towards Martin at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. She unbuttoned her shirt while running, took it off and threw it away, and pulled out her belt by the way. Bruce quickly hid back in the auxiliary building. "Aniston." Julie's jeans fell into the swimming pool in the courtyard. "Call Aniston." When she entered the living room, Martin did not call Aniston, but Jolie called Pete. "Nothing? I just want to inform you that I will return the gift you gave me." Panting? "Because I'm exercising." Chapter 269 The Taste of Fengaojing. Celebrities, especially those of Martin, Pete, and Aniston's stature, spread gossip with alarming speed. That evening, many entertainment channels had a crash run on the evening news, and the next morning's newspapers were all over the story. The brawl between 2 male idols over America's sweetheart was a popular spectacle. That day, the only topic of conversation at American dinner tables was, Martin had beaten up Pete over Aniston. Most Americans applauded, believing Pete deserved a beating. Compared to Jolie, who had been whitewashed into a saintly figure, Pete's reputation wasn't particularly good. It could be said that Pete's dislike was matched by Rachel's popularity in North America. Martin, on his part, was skeptical, jumping around in the shadows. If he didn't capitalize on the hype, he would be punished by heaven and earth. The internet was abuzz with discussion, with videos and images appearing on nearly every website. TMZ, the website that first broke the video, became an instant hit, catapulting him to fame. Similarly, rumors of Aniston starring in Martin's new film were everywhere. Limitless's pre-production publicity blew away previous releases like Wanted and The Hills Have Eyes, becoming the first Martin-starred film to become an instant success. As for Martin himself, after chasing away a female thief who was so excited she was about to have sex all night, he hid out at home and refused to be seen. The video was there, and there were dozens of people watching at the bar, so there was no need for him to personally promote the film. And if Martin didn't come out, someone else would. He knew the other 2 members of the Jax trio well. Nicholson, now nearly semi-retired, fearing a lack of fun, left the hotel early in the morning and purposely loitered near the entrance. Seeing no reporters approaching, the old man got angry and pulled out his phone to call the newspaper. "This is Jack Nicholson. I was at the fight between Martin and Brad Pitt last night. I have a shocking story." Less than 10 minutes later, a reporter in a Mustang raced into the hotel parking lot and practically rushed over to interview Nicholson. Nicholson sadly realized he was indeed outdated, that the media was only interested in the new and rising idiots. Arriving at the coffee shop on the first floor of the hotel, the reporter ordered a Blue Mountain for Nicholson and asked, "Do you have any inside information? Last night, Leonardo, Martin and I were drinking together in Avalon, Nicholson said seriously. According to my judgment, Martin and Aniston are at most friends. Brad Pitt obviously misunderstood. I didn't expect Brad Pitt to be so soft and take the initiative to provoke. He looks good but is useless. I also suggested that they fight one-on-one in the most manly way. As a result, Brad Pitt made a sneak attack and was easily subdued by Martin. He was famous for his foul mouth and didn't care about those juniors. If I were Aniston, I would never choose Brad Pitt. What's the point of a softie like that? The reporter grasped the crux of the matter. According to you, Martin is both good-looking and useful. Nicholson boasted, Martin is half as good as I was when I was young, but he's a bastard. He even went so far as to promote his old friend Scorsese. On the set of The Departed, I was in love, enjoying a most wonderful love, when that jerk Martin goaded Leo into throwing firecrackers into my trailer, nearly giving me an erection. The reporters were thrilled. Even Leo was involved. This was explosive news. As a member of the Face Gang and the self-proclaimed leader of the jerk trio, Nicholson naturally had to praise his own people and belittle his opponents. 10 minutes later, Nicholson left the cafe and went upstairs to the suite he'd stayed in the previous night. Meryl Streep, who had come to meet him, finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, complaining, "Where have you been so early in the morning?" Nicholson was old, after all, and a little overwhelmed, but refusing Meryl's invitation would be humiliating. How would he hold his head up in the future? He thought of the gift Martin had given him. He seemed to have seen it while strolling through Chinatown. Nicholson took it out, and Streep was curious. By noon, after taking several showers, Nicholson finally recovered. How could he enjoy such a wonderful thing to himself without telling his friends? He immediately grabbed his phone and called Leonardo. "Leo, I just used the thing Martin gave me last night." "It's amazing," Leonardo asked. "Is it really that good?" Nicholson said seriously, "I just used it. I give it a 100% thumbs up." He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll thank Martin when I see him later." Martin's recommendation and Nicholson's guarantee should have been reassuring, but Leonardo, thinking of the two bastards' tendency to get into trouble, immediately gave up the idea of trying it out. There was no point in trying it. 3 days after TMZ broke the news, the crew of Limitless held auditions for the female lead, Linda. Currently, there was only one candidate, Aniston. At the audition room door, Martin beckoned Bruce to bring the handheld game console he had prepared in advance. He returned with the game console. Representatives from the Screen Actors Guild and Warner Brothers, with impeccable professionalism, promptly took the console and sat in the last row of the audition room, quietly playing their games with the volume turned off, never saying a word. Martin sat in the second row. Casting director Molly said, "Please ask Miss Aniston to come over." Aniston quickly arrived. She knew everyone in the audition room and greeted them one by one. An assistant was acting with her, and her audition scene lasted no more than half a minute. After Aniston left, Martin, Molly, Boyle, and Louise all reviewed the audition tape on the screen. No problem, the role itself was simple. Director Boyle asked, "Shall we choose Aniston?" Martin nodded, "I agree." Louise and Molly both said, "Okay." With the lead actress confirmed, Louise asked Nikki, the associate producer, to inform Aniston of the results so they could formally negotiate the role as soon as possible. There were several more auditions later, but Martin and Louise didn't participate and left the audition room together. For another key role in the film, the crew offered Al Pacino and Robert De Niro the role. Their current salaries weren't high, and they seemed willing to take any role for the right money. Walking down the corridor, Louise asked, "Come to my place for dinner on Thanksgiving, aren't you going home for Thanksgiving?" Martin knew Louise's parents lived in Brentwood. "Aren't you going to be with them?" Louise followed him to the office. "My parents are on vacation in Europe." Martin could only politely decline. "You're talking too late. I've made an appointment to go back to Atlanta for Thanksgiving. I can't break it. It can't be Kelly." Louise thought of the answer. "Lily Carter," she suddenly laughed, her face full of slyness. "How about this? I'll go to Atlanta with you." Martin knew she was a slut. How could he take her to Atlanta? He went into the office and found the recipe. It's a new cocktail recipe. It's quite complicated to mix. Find time to practice it to avoid embarrassing yourself at the bartender's convention. Louise took it, quickly glanced through it, and leaned over to kiss Martin on the cheek. "You have a conscience. You remember who's been kind to you." After all, Martin had come to Los Angeles, and even if it was just a deal, Louise had helped him a lot. He said, "Don't worry, I won't forget your kindness." How could a nostalgic, kind-hearted man like him forget a beautiful, 30-something producer? If it were someone like Whoopi Goldberg, Martin would have forgotten it instantly. Louise left the office. Content. Martin called Jessica and asked her to book flights to Atlanta and New York. Later, the production officially announced that Jennifer Aniston had joined the cast of Limitless as the female lead. Unwilling to address the still heated controversy surrounding Martin and Pitt, Aniston issued a statement through her agent, as she had during her divorce, and then remained silent. However, the popularity of Limitless skyrocketed. This, along with Martin's Wanted, also saw resurgence in popularity. Over the Thanksgiving weekend, the film's decline narrowed compared to its previous performance, earning another $9.88 million in North America, bringing its North American box office to over $160 million. The film's global total was approaching $300 million. Based on box office alone, the film was already profitable. Despite the numerous films entering the Thanksgiving season, Wanted held a strong presence. As the film released in more overseas markets, its international box office surpassed its North American counterpart. The market prospects for Wanted became increasingly clear. Distributor Warner Bros. Released its most conservative forecast, predicting that by the time the film was fully released, North American box office revenue would likely exceed $200 million, with international box office revenue reaching $250 million. Before Thanksgiving, Martin returned to Atlanta. Chapter 270 Thanksgiving is Good Friday. In the Northville neighborhood of Atlanta, Martin dragged out the barbecue grill in the small courtyard. His feet gave way, and he nearly fell into a mud pit. He shouted to the tool shed, "Hall, you idiot. What else can you do besides fuck the earth? Can you improve?" Hall emerged from the tool shed and was about to say it was Lily's fault when he saw her standing in the doorway, glaring coldly at him. Having endured years of abuse from his two older sisters, Hall wisely kept quiet. It was mainly because the younger sister had been practicing carving, and her hands were incredibly strong. A punch to the head hurt far more than a blow from her older sister. Martin was cleaning the grill when he shouted again, "Don't just stand there. Drag the charcoal out to dry." Hall had 1,000 curse words on his mind, but he didn't dare to say them. He simply dragged out a large bag of charcoal and placed it in direct sunlight. He had barely finished, barely catching his breath, when Lily called out, "Hall, go to the kitchen and chop the meat." Hall lowered his head, washed his hands, and went back to work. While others celebrated Thanksgiving, he celebrated Good Friday. Martin set up the barbecue grill when Lily came over and said, "I've carved a lot of things with the materials you mailed. Do you want to come to my room and see?" "What are they?" Martin asked. Lily tugged at his rolled-up sleeve. "You'll see." Martin followed her into the house and up to the second floor. Lily opened the door and invited him in. "Come in." As Martin entered, the most striking feature of Lily's room was her workbench. It was folded up and supported by countless shelves, each covered in a dense mass of carvings. Primarily in horns, stone, and wood, they included clowns, insects, and various handicrafts. Martin even spotted a miniature kettle. Lily, as if presenting a treasure, pulled out an exquisitely carved wooden box. Inside, against a backdrop of the house, stood 5 miniature figures. Martin could tell by their appearance: Elena, Harris, Lily, Hall, and himself. Lily pushed herself towards Martin, delighted. "We're family, don't you think?" Downstairs, at the gate, a black BMW 7 parked on the curb. Elena, who had bought a roast turkey, got out and found the yard empty. She entered the house and saw Hall chopping meat with gritted teeth. "Where are Lily and Martin?" Hall pointed upward, knife tip pointing to the rooftop, and said deliberately, "Upstairs." Lily said she had something good to show Martin. With that, Elena casually set down the packaged turkey and sprinted upstairs, her boots clacking rapidly on the wooden stairs. "Fuck. 2 bastards," she cursed inwardly. She rushed to the second floor, turned the corner, and found Lily's door open, her nerves instantly easing. Elena reached the door and saw Martin standing in the middle of the room like a model. Lily sat at her workbench, carving with clay, a carving knife in hand. Lily heard hurried footsteps, turned around, and smiled sweetly at her sister. "I'm helping Martin make a realistic sculpture." Elena reached the door, leaning against the door frame with her arms folded. "Hurry up, you 2 idiots." "I've got the turkey back," Lily said. "Harris isn't back yet, don't worry." Martin pointed downstairs and shouted, "Hall, you've cut a meat. Marinated in the sauce I made." Hall raged, "Am I the only one working in this house?" "That's not fair," Elena shouted. Just do it when I tell you to. And don't talk nonsense. The sound of chopping meat echoed in the kitchen downstairs. Elena made no move. She waited until Lily finished carving the rough outline before calling Martin downstairs. They were preparing Thanksgiving dinner that evening. Lily didn't move, patiently refining her carving. When the footsteps faded from the stairs, she put down her carving knife and pulled out a book with information about the California Institute of the Arts. If she wanted to go, that idiot Martin would get her a recommendation. Grades wouldn't even matter. Back when they lived in Clayton, Harris had a tough time getting into college. Lily glanced around her newly renovated, separate room, then peered out the window at the grassy courtyard. She knew things were different. She knew exactly where all the change came from. Another car door slammed outside. Harris had rushed back from college. Upstairs, Lily continued carving. Downstairs, Elena unpacked and further processed the semi-finished turkey. Harris and Hall threaded the meat while Martin placed the skewers on the grill, brushing them with oil and seasoning. As dusk fell, the turkey, roast meat, fruit salad, and salad vegetables were laid out on the table. Martin, Elena, and the other 5 gathered around the table to enjoy a hearty dinner. As usual, Elena took her knives and forks and carved the turkey for everyone. Lily brought over a case of Coke and placed a bottle in front of each person. Harris opened the bottle first and said to Martin, "Tonight, let's toast to the master." Elena was the first to raise her glass and clink it with Martin. Martin clinked glasses with the 4 others, saying, "May we continue to grow stronger." Elena echoed, more and more. The 5 of them drank their Cokes and began to eat together. They chatted as they ate, but they all had a tacit understanding. They didn't talk about Hollywood or work, but only about happy memories from their time in the Clayton community. Martin, concerned about the youngest, asked, "How are Hall's grades?" Elena fretted, "Just average. I think it's going to be hard for him to get into a good university." Martin thought for a moment and said, "Let's get him a strict tutor." Hall wanted to cry. He put down his knife and fork, downed half a can of Coke in one gulp, and said sullenly, "It's Thanksgiving. Can't you be a little nicer to me?" Lily clenched her fists. "This is the love your brothers and sisters have for you. Can't you feel it?" Martin joked, "Don't worry, I'll find you a beautiful tutor." "That's fine," Hall agreed with both hands. "Martin, we've got a deal, a beautiful, sexy tutor." Elena glanced at Martin and Hall and said, "Do you want someone to go to jail?" Her phone rang. She wiped her hands with a napkin and answered, "Scott, what's up?" "It's Thanksgiving. If you want to come over, I'll let you." Scott, on the other end, said, "Are you having a dinner? Knowing you're doing well is enough." "I won't be there," Elena said. "May God bless you with everlasting prosperity." Scott smiled and said, "I'm living the life of a wealthy man now." The 2 of them quickly hung up without further ado. Lily immediately asked, "Is that him?" Elena nodded slightly. "Don't worry, he's much better now. He won't bother us," Harris replied. "He's more reliable than Emma." Martin knew they were talking about Scott. Perhaps Sophia's training had been effective. He'd heard from Hard and others that Scott had given up drinking and was almost drug-free. What the hell? Some strange power of love? Lily thought of her mother and said, "I wonder how Emma is doing." Elena warned, "I told you not to mention her again." She had already given up. "First, we don't want to know how she is. Second, I don't want her to know how we're doing." Lily shut up. Elena solemnly warned, "If you don't want our lives to be ruined, even if you see Emma, pretend you don't know her." It wasn't that she was heartless, but the last time she heard about Emma, she was hanging out with a group of Southside black men. Those black men represented endless trouble. Martin's chosen neighborhood, Northville, had a responsible community council, a well-established neighborhood defense alliance, and frequent APD patrols. With Elena's house in custody of her younger siblings all in her name, she didn't have to worry about any such trouble. Not to mention, those unfamiliar black men who appeared in the neighborhood were immediately stopped by the patrolling APD. Any undue movement was not uncommon, and their magazines were emptied. After dinner, Martin and Elena met up with Robert for a drink at a nearby bar. Perhaps because it was Thanksgiving, the bar wasn't crowded. The 3 of them found a place to sit and slowly drank their beers. Robert had gained some weight, his hair neatly combed back, making his head look even larger. He clinked glasses with Martin and Elena and said, "More and more Hollywood crews are coming to Atlanta to shoot. The company's business has grown much larger than before. It is now the largest entertainment agency in Atlanta." Martin casually asked, Is Jerome interested in expanding abroad? He and I have no intention of expanding abroad for the time being. Robert was not very ambitious. The team leader said that we are the local bosses in Atlanta. Even if CAA and WMA come, they have to give us some face. The crews of the 6 major companies also treat us very politely. These will be gone if we leave Atlanta, Elena said. It's similar to me. We live freely in Atlanta. Once we leave, we will encounter too many difficulties. Robert agreed, so he also admired Martin. Not everyone is like you, willing to leave their familiar hometown and go so far away to make a living. Maybe too many things were left in Atlanta. Martin took a sip of beer and said, when I get old and lose the motivation to keep working, I will return to Atlanta to settle down. It's actually quite good here. Elena glanced at Martin. She had long since lost her ability to guess what he was thinking and was too lazy to guess. Elena's childhood upbringing of happiness has always shaped her. She doesn't see or think too far ahead, and she's perfectly content with her current life. Robert added, I've collected a large collection of the first commemorative Cokes of the cult. If you need any, just give me a call and I can ship them to Los Angeles. Martin pointed to Old Boo at the bar entrance, then glanced at Elena and Robert. Leader, great protector, saint, and high priest, today is a grand gathering of the cult's top brass. Robert was serious. We're now a relatively large, loosely organized organization, Elena replied. The leader's influence is incredibly strong. This also comes from sources beyond the film industry. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271: A History of Blood and Tears. The day after Thanksgiving, Martin made a special trip to Coca-Cola headquarters and was warmly welcomed by a group of executives, led by marketing director Brody. Beyond the usual tour, he also participated in a Coca-Cola media event, another publicity event. In front of a large media audience, Brody presented Martin with a bronze badge of the Coca-Cola cult leader. The two posed for photos together in front of Coca-Cola's giant red logo. Martin then signed a $5 million advertising and marketing contract with Coca-Cola on behalf of the Limitless crew. After signing the contract, the two men entered the reception room together. Brody considered signing Martin a triumph. You've been making a lot of headlines lately. Martin feigned resignation. I didn't want to do that. I didn't do anything, yet I'm being misunderstood. I can't just stand there and let people criticize me. That would damage not only my image, but also the brand partners. He specifically said, the cult of Coke's reputation wasn't easy to build. It can't be destroyed like that. Brody agreed. You don't have to worry about similar situations. With Coca-Cola's support, I have confidence in Hollywood. Martin's words weren't entirely exaggerated. Take my latest film, Limitless, for example. As soon as Coca-Cola expressed its support, Warner Brothers immediately gave the project the green light. Brody smiled. Coca-Cola's support for Martin wasn't gratuitous. It had clearly seen the benefits. Since the cult of Coke's inception, Coca-Cola's North American sales have increased by nearly 8%. That's a remarkable figure. To touch Martin, the spokesperson and leader of the cult of Coke, would be to infringe upon Coca-Cola's billions in revenue. Not only Brody wouldn't agree, but all Coca-Cola shareholders wouldn't agree. Coca-Cola, for its part, was also aggressively promoting the video online, showcasing Martin easily defeating Brad Pitt with Coke. Even the advertising department was considering using it as a creative idea for next year's Coca-Cola commercial. Brody expressed some concern. Coca-Cola should have spoken to your agent about extending your endorsement contract. My agent suggested I only sign for 6 months, so there's no rush to extend it. Martin, of course, used his agent as a shield. That's part of the purpose of an agent, to provide a buffer zone between the star and the company. Brody nodded slightly. Then we'll talk about it next year. Martin smiled and replied, no problem. As they spoke, Coca-Cola's bonus for Wanted was transferred to Martin's designated account. The endorsement contract included a supplementary agreement that if a film starring Martin surpassed $100 million at the North American box office, Coca-Cola would pay Martin an additional $1 million bonus as an incentive. At noon, Martin attended a reception hosted by Coca-Cola Group, where he met more senior executives. His relationship with Coca-Cola continued to flourish. In Atlanta, Martin had the support of two other major forces, Kelly Gray and the organization behind her, and Beast House Entertainment, headed by Sophia. Kelly was on a business trip to Washington, and Martin, after leaving Coca-Cola and contacting Sophia, met her at the Peachtree Hotel. On the hotel's business floor, Martin saw Scott guarding the door to a meeting room and hurried over. Bruce whispered from behind, "You'll go in later." How could Martin let Bruce go? Besides, he wouldn't be confident if he went in alone. "Come with me, and don't forget, you promised to stay behind me." Bruce, despite shaking legs, hands, and heart, gritted his teeth and accompanied Martin. Scott glanced at Martin, guessing he'd slept with his daughter the previous night. His expression was unimpressive. Sophia's waiting inside. Martin ignored him and dragged Bruce straight into the meeting room. Sophia sat back on a sofa, a report in one hand and a handgrip in the other. Her biceps expanded and contracted with exaggerated force as she opened and closed her hands. She gestured toward the couch. "You two, take your places." Martin sat diagonally across from her. Bruce simply moved behind Martin, feeling a strange sense of security standing there with his butt against the wall. Sophia said, "I just received a report from Wanted Studios. They've recouped their investment solely through box office sales. The project you recommended is excellent, with substantial projected profits." Martin, the financial backer, spoke with unwavering composure. "I wouldn't recommend a project without a future to my friends." Sophia put down her grip and studied Martin and Bruce. "I'm a very fair person. Old Bruce knows that best." Bruce's lips trembled. He didn't answer, nor did he want to speak. He simply took a step back, his butt pressed against the thick wall. Sophia continued, "Those who bring me profit will receive a corresponding reward." "What reward do you want?" Bruce looked down at the floor, thinking to himself, "This is none of my business." "Let Martin take your reward." Martin thought of Scott and smiled. "I have my paycheck, so forget about the other bonuses." "How can that be?" Sophia put down the report again and retrieved an elegant box from the nearby table. Martin breathed a sigh of relief. The box was only the size of a fist and square, not rectangular. The pink kettle definitely wouldn't fit inside. Sophia opened the box, revealing an oval egg. She handed it to Martin. "Here." The egg was golden, with an uneven surface. Aside from the wrong color, it resembled a small, unripe avocado. Martin took it and found a series of bills under the golden avocado. He asked directly, "24K gold." Sophia was very generous. "I specially asked a gold company to make it. The taxes and other procedures are all in place. Just take it." Martin was not polite and accepted it. He also added, "Sophia, you are indeed a person who can do big things." Sophia laughed heartily. "Just don't forget me and Beast House when you are putting together the platter." "How is that possible?" Martin vowed. "Without you, there would be no Martin Davis today." Sophia nodded. "I hope we are all nostalgic people." Martin said, "I can continue to compete fiercely with others in Hollywood and win again and again. Atlanta is the foundation. Without a good foundation laid in Atlanta, without the opportunity to participate in the platter, he would not get these important roles." Even when he met a big man of Harvey's level, he took the initiative to retreat. Sophia said, "I saw the video of you dealing with Pete. You're quite good." Martin said again, with a resigned tone, "There's nothing I can do. Hollywood is such a rotten world. If you don't step on others, you'll be stepped on." The two chatted for nearly an hour and a half, discussing further collaboration. Martin declined Sophia's dinner invitation and left the Peachtree Hotel with Bruce. In the car, he opened the gift box again and carefully examined the golden avocado. Despite its bumpy surface, it was still pleasing to the eye. Bruce said, Sophia's usual vulgarity. Martin waited and said, "I just love these kinds of vulgar gifts. Let the vulgarity wash over me." Bruce started the car and asked, "Where are we going next?" Martin checked the time. "Northville Private Middle School. School's almost over. I promised Lily I'd pick her up yesterday." Bruce drove back to Northville. Martin put away the golden avocado and replied to a few text messages. Not long after, the car pulled up diagonally across from the middle school. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lily emerged from the school gates, backpack slung over her shoulder. After a brief search, she spotted the BMW and ran over, the Martin clown hanging from her backpack swinging back and forth with her long ponytail. Once in the car, she took her backpack and said, "Everyone else is on vacation, but I'm the only one who's taking advantage of it to attend carving classes." Even the top students at private high schools are highly motivated, especially those like Lily, whose family circumstances have only just improved and who lack a solid foundation. She pulled out yesterday's sculpture and handed it to Martin. "It's all done." Martin held it to the car window, examining it in the light. "I'm not an expert, but it looks better to the eye than my previous sculptures," Lily said. "I've put in a lot of hard work over the past 2 years. Others don't know, but you don't." Martin feigned confusion. "I'm not in Atlanta, how could I know?" Lily glared at him fiercely, but she suppressed the anger that was about to burst out, trying to be polite. "You mailed me boxes of raw materials, and then asked me for a similar number of finished sculptures. Do you know how I managed to get through this? It was a long and arduous story of child labor." Martin acted as if he was doing it for your own good. "Without the materials I mailed you, would you have achieved the progress and skill you have today?" Lily snatched the clay sculpture from Martin's hand. "It's not finished yet. I'll give it to you when I finish it." She had decided that Martin's best-suited sculpture was still the clown. The most evil kind. Martin stopped talking and got back to the point. "Have you decided to go to college in California?" Lily nodded vigorously. "Absolutely certain. I'm going to Cal Arts. They have a great sculpture program," she muttered. "I'm not like Elena. I don't even have the courage to venture out." "It's not that she doesn't have the courage, but she has to take responsibility for you." Martin knew Elena. "Even if you go to college, there's still Hall. It's better to stay in your familiar hometown than to go to a strange city." Lily understood all this. "If I go to school, Elena's burden will be much lighter," Martin said. "It's good that you understand, so don't make Elena angry." "Yes, I know," Lily agreed. "Are you sure you can get me a strong enough letter of recommendation?" Martin smiled. "Of course, I'll ask a friend for help. Even if something happens to him, I have other plans." If he really put down his pride and asked, he would definitely get letters of recommendation from Scorsese and Wes Craven. At the very least, there were still those two bastards Nicholson and Leonardo DiCaprio. After getting Martin's exact answer, Lily had a clear goal. Chapter 272 Big Stick Punishment. The next day after returning to Los Angeles, Martin left early in the morning and arrived at a Mercedes-Benz dealership in the Beverly Hills shopping center. As he and Bruce entered, a sales representative immediately notified the store manager. A middle-aged man wearing glasses quickly came down from the second floor and greeted them, saying, "Mr. Davis, welcome. What model would you like?" Martin didn't waste any time and headed straight for the SUV section. When the manager caught up, he pointed to the black Mercedes-Benz G-Class on the stand and asked, "Do you have the white model in stock?" "Yes, we do." The manager tried to explain the vehicle and its specifications. "It's the latest Mercedes-Benz SUV." Martin ignored him and interrupted, "I want the top model. Make an order." The customer was pleased, and so was the manager. Turning to the assistant next to him, he said, "Make an order immediately." Martin said directly, "We'll process the paperwork as quickly as possible. I need it gone before 11 o'clock. The manager replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Davis, it's absolutely no problem." Today, Blake Lively returned to Los Angeles from New York. Martin was driving to the airport to pick her up and give her a surprise. On several occasions, when they were discussing cars, Martin had specifically asked Blake, and her favorite was the white Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The manager chatted with Martin while Bruce went to look at the AMG with great interest. With the money in hand, everything was settled. The salesperson wrote the invoice, and Martin paid with his credit card. At 10:30, he drove out of the Beverly Center. Arriving at Los Angeles International Airport, they waited for a while until their flight from New York landed. Blake, dragging her suitcase, spotted Martin in the aisle and practically ran out, ignoring her father beside her. She ignored the people around her, even the flashing cameras, and leaped up to throw herself at Martin. Martin didn't let go of Blake until Ernie Lively emerged from the aisle, moving over to greet him. Ernie waved, not wanting to say anything more. "I'm leaving now." Martin took the suitcase with one hand and pulled Blake along with the other. "Let's go home." Blake smiled and nodded. "Yes, home." Martin studied Blake as they walked. "What's wrong?" Blake asked. "Have I changed?" Martin complimented her. "Prettier, sexier." Blake leaned in closer. "I've been working out. I'll show you a closer look when we get back." Martin noticed something different about Blake, a more refined look than when she left Los Angeles. Not just in appearance, but also in her temperament and style. From bags to clothes to jewelry, everything was from top-tier brands. When they reached the parking lot, Martin took out his car keys and handed them to Blake. "You drive today." "This is a gift." Blake looked at the keys in his hand, then at the white G-Class across from him. He slapped his hand across his face in disbelief. "Jesus Christ. Is this for me? It's so beautiful. Martin, I love you so much." Martin gestured for her to come in. "Go ahead." Blake let go of Martin's hand and rushed over. He circled the car, touching it like a child with a favorite toy. Once he got into the driver's seat, he shouted, "Martin, what are you still standing there for? Get in. Get in." Martin put his luggage in the trunk and then got in the passenger seat. Blake started the car and suddenly accelerated after pulling out of the parking lot. Startling Martin. "You don't drive much, so take it easy. Don't go too fast." Martin didn't want his friends to sing "See You Again," nor did he want the sales of the films he starred in to skyrocket. Blake's greatest strength was that she prioritized everything for the manly man. He immediately slowed down and drove smoothly. Martin asked, "How is living on the Upper East Side?" Blake replied simply, "There's a lot of rich people there." She added, "Those East Coast assholes look down on us Californians." Technically, Martin was from the East Coast, too. Blake quickly corrected him, "I was talking about New Yorkers." Martin laughed, "Those Yankees are sworn enemies of Atlanta, too." Blake said, "I'm going to New York again next year. Gossip Girl will start production soon. Dad's working on it. It's a teen-oriented series." Martin said, "Your dad has a lot of experience. Trust his vision." The white G-Class quickly entered the Cody neighborhood and drove directly to the house. Bruce's Escalade, driven behind him, automatically pulled to the curb. Old Bull knew that the couple would start making trouble once they got in. Meanwhile, a flight from Toronto landed at Los Angeles International Airport. Mean, wearing sunglasses and carrying a bag, exited the airport. His agent, Munir, was waiting. The two got in a car and headed back to North Hollywood. Munir took out an invitation. "At the beginning of next month, Warner Brothers will hold a celebration event and invite you to participate." Mean flipped through it. "They also invited me," Munir said, probably because of Martin. Mean couldn't help but feel annoyed when Martin was mentioned. He patted the seat and said, "The boss had a conflict with Pitt. It's a pity that I wasn't there, otherwise Pitt would have been in trouble." Munir knew what his client was best at and reminded, "It's not your turn to lick Aniston, I know." Mean cherishes everything he has now, and he also knows where it came from. "Pitt, that bastard, won't give up like this." He asked Munir, "How old is Pitt? How old is his mother?" Uncle Mean's words shocked Munir so much that he almost exploded on the spot. He quickly reminded, "Pitt seems to be over 40 years old, only in his 60s. Mean decided to check. He took out his cell phone and called Bruce first. "Old Bruce, I'm back. Come out for a drink with the boss tonight." Bruce sat in the car, looked at the door, and said, "You should make an appointment with Martin to drink another day. Blake is back from New York today." Mean understood. Then another time, as they approached North Hollywood, Munir suddenly remembered something extremely important. He slowed down slightly and said, "Paris Hilton has been in touch with me lately." Mean was alarmed. "What is she trying to do? Use our past relationship to hype it up? That's all in the past. Why should I cooperate with her? She seems a little lonely," Munir said, referring to something else entirely. "She wants to ask you out on a date. She said she has a suite at the Hilton Hotel or something." Mean frowned. "That's all? Nothing else?" Munir was confused. "Aren't those hints enough to ask you out on a date?" "Without that," Mean twirled her fingers. "Why would I go on a date with her without that? Why should I cooperate with her?" Munir was speechless. Mean argued, "Shameless Paris. She's trying to get free rides from Master Mean. Over the past year, even those powerful female casting directors and producers who had wooed Master Mean had paid them with genuine roles. At Warner Brothers, people were sending out party invitations. This year, Warner Brothers had an excellent year, releasing numerous hit films. Not only did the Harry Potter series continue to sell well, but they also revitalized the Batman series, and released several small and medium-sized productions that achieved box office success. Many of Warner Bros.' partners received invitations to the celebration party. Martin was in Atlanta, so the invitations were delivered to Thomas. Upon learning that Martin had returned to Los Angeles, Thomas immediately delivered them. Bruce could only call Martin and ask Thomas to wait a moment before the courtyard gate opened. Thomas walked in, only to find Martin alone. He handed him the invitation and told him, "Unless it's something important, you must attend." Martin glanced over it briefly and said, "I'll be there." Thomas added, "The Nolans will be there, too." Martin nodded and asked, Anything I should be aware of, Britt will be there too. If he doesn't bother you, ignore him, Thomas emphasized. If nothing unexpected happens, Jolie and Aniston are both invited. You should be careful, Martin said frankly. I'm just friends with him. There's something wrong with Brad Pitt's brain. Footsteps rang out on the stairs. Blake, having changed, came down. He greeted Thomas and sat down next to Martin. Thomas automatically agreed with Martin. Yes, Brad Pitt's brain is wrong. He's just having all sorts of thoughts. Martin asked, will you be there too? Thomas nodded slightly. I'm invited too. He glanced quickly at Blake, realizing that any further discussion might not align with Martin's thinking. After all, he was having too much fun. He quickly excused himself. I have work to do at the company. I need to get back to it. Martin and Blake escorted Thomas out of the villa. Blake didn't even bother asking about Pitt and Aniston. To her fangirls, these were minor details. Sleeping with her idol was paramount. She winked at Martin. I brought back some clothes from New York. Do you want to see them? They all say I have a better figure than a model. I'll look great on the runway in them. Martin, unable to pass up the opportunity, dragged Blake upstairs and said, perform for me next to each other. Blake, leaning on him, smiled and said, I've even learned a little catwalk. My bedroom is my catwalk. A good actor must be able to handle a wide range of roles. Blake was still learning, so she asked Martin, a gifted and highly acclaimed actor, to coach her on how to handle important roles like sailor, production manager, and office worker. If Blake performed well, Martin would reward her with a lollipop. If she performed poorly, Martin would punish her severely with a stick, hoping to impress her and prevent her from making the same mistake again. Chapter 273, Fighting. This is Barry Meyer, CEO of Warner Brothers. In the spacious and luxurious ballroom, Louise led Martin to their host for the evening and introduced them. This is Alan Horn, president of Warner Brothers. Martin politely shook hands with both men, the two who had been the heads of Warner Brothers during its heyday. They shook Martin's hand but said nothing much. Given Martin's status, it wasn't enough to impress them. Alan Horn's daughter, Cody Horn, chatted with Martin for a bit longer. She asked, I heard you're launching a new project. I'm an actress myself. Do you have a role for me? Martin immediately replied, you'll, but it might not be a big part. Cody Horn handed him a business card. Send the role information to my email. If it's a good fit, I'll have my agent contact you. Martin took the card and carefully kept it. Then he followed Louise somewhere else. Louise warned, she's acting purely for fun. Don't take it too seriously. Martin understood, a rich girl trying to experience life? Not treating it like a career like you do? Louise nodded slightly. That's right. She paused and gestured near the ballroom entrance. Julie and Aniston have run into each other. Interesting. Martin saw that Julie and Aniston had arrived one after the other, and the ballroom wasn't very large, so a run-in was perfectly normal. Louise, the slut, flirted again. Get them together and help them sort it out. I have a small villa, and there's a room with the X-ray machine, Martin said. I'm a serious person. Near the ballroom entrance, Julie and Aniston's eyes met, and neither of them retreated. Unlike in the past, Aniston didn't shy away, but instead stared at Julie. With Julie's personality, there was no way she would voluntarily back off. She met Aniston's gaze and walked over. Approaching her, Julie whispered, hello, loser. The bitch word threatened Aniston, but she couldn't bring herself to say it, minding her image. Julie added, you lose, in every way. Aniston swallowed her anger and smiled gracefully and confidently. You might not be the winner until the very end. Julie turned, grabbed a drink from a nearby table, and left. Aniston also grabbed a drink, glanced around the hall, and headed toward Martin. She came over to Martin, gave Louise a slight nod, and said, I want to talk to you about the script and the character. Louise had a similarly nasty personality, evident in Kelly, and she immediately excused herself. You guys chat? I saw a friend and went to say hello. Martin knew Aniston was talking nonsense, but a good man had principles, but he also needed to be cooperative. He asked, are there any problems with your character? A little. Aniston took a step forward, then realized they weren't close enough. She took another step forward and said, we're playing a couple, but there's a big age gap between us, so it's hard to feel the connection. I think we should develop chemistry ahead of time, Martin said seriously. That makes sense. Aniston naturally reached out and grasped Martin's arm. It feels a little awkward this way. Martin, ever the kind man, proactively cooperated, moving a step toward her. Would that help? Not far away, Jolie made her way through the crowd, her eyes fixed on the two of them. Aniston's arm was on Martin's, and they looked like a couple. Jolie bit her thick lip, gripping her cup tightly. Her legs trembled from the sheer excitement, making her unable to move. Almost immediately, Aniston found Jolie. Seeing her strange expression, her bitten lower lip, Aniston curled her lips into a faint smile. Jolie held a table with one hand, the other pressed against her chest. Aniston's smile widened, as if she had won a battle. At the entrance to the banquet hall, Brad Pitt, dressed in a beige suit, had just entered when he saw Aniston and Martin on their arm. This time, he remained unfazed and turned back out. He knew that a fight in a place like this was unacceptable. Any such action would only embarrass Warner Brothers, so he simply turned a blind eye. Min, dressed in a dark suit, followed her out of the banquet hall and near the elevator. Seeing Pitt waiting for the ride, he simply stood in front of the mirror, pretending to adjust his tie. Pitt boarded the elevator and headed straight downstairs. Min was disappointed not to find Pitt's mother. I wanted to avenge the boss, but they didn't give Mr. Min a chance. Returning to the banquet hall, Min waited a moment, then, seeing Martin was alone, approached him. "Boss," Martin patted his arm. "Are you back?" Min nodded. "I can rest for a few days," Martin called Min over. "Come on, I'll take you to meet some directors." He joined Thomas, and together they headed toward the gathering place of British actors and directors. Christopher Nolan, with his blonde side parting, was picking up a dessert for his wife, Emma Thomas. Thomas walked ahead, introducing the two parties. Nolan shook hands with Martin. "I've seen Wanted and studied the action scenes carefully. They're very cool designs." As for the commercial praise, Martin was not big at all. When War Begins allows us to see a Batman and Bruce Wayne living in the real world, not just a comic book symbol, Nolan was more humble. "It's not too successful. At best, it just didn't fail," Martin asked curiously. "I like this movie and the new style you gave Batman. I heard from people at Warner that director Nolan, do you have plans for the sequel?" "I have some simple ideas, but I haven't sorted them out systematically yet." Nolan thought Martin was interested in the role of Bruce Wayne, so he specifically said, "I have asked Bale to prepare in advance." Martin asked, "At the end of When War Begins, the Joker's poker appeared. May I ask, is the big villain in the sequel the Joker?" "This is very obvious." Nolan has no need to deny it. He said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the big villain will be the Joker. No mistake. One song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." "I'm very familiar with Nicholson, the last Joker," Martin said. "Nicholson has a natural evil aura." Nolan had also read the gossip about the three badasses and said, "Nicholson's performance in 1989 was fantastic, and that Joker version inspired me a lot." He didn't want to discuss it further, instead saying, "This movie's a ways off, and I have other projects to complete before then." Martin didn't mince words. After all, his relationship with Warner Brothers was well known to everyone. The Prestige? "I've read Priest's original novel. It's the two-hero showdown. In fact, The Dark Knight follows this formula, with Batman and the Joker also facing off. The latter even has a more prominent role." Nolan, a director, immediately suspected something. "Are you interested in this project?" Martin replied directly, "I love the novel and hope to work together." "You're a little young?" Nolan said, "Not completely. After all, age is only a factor in choosing a role, not the key." "You're welcome to audition for the film then." Martin stopped short, focusing on making himself familiar. As Martin and Nolan were talking, Min chatted with Emma Thomas nearby. Perhaps it was his natural attraction to middle-aged women, but within a few words, Min had Emma Thomas laughing non-stop. Emma Thomas then said, "You're quite amusing. No wonder so many people say you're nice." Min was surprised. "So many people say you're nice to me? Who are they?" Emma Thomas replied, "Don't you know? We women working behind the scenes have formed a regular group. At our get-togethers, many people talk about you. In Hollywood, women who truly hold significant power are few and far between, and these people naturally gravitate towards one another, forming a small group. More than one person in this group has been flattered by Min." Min wasn't the least bit embarrassed, but rather surprised. "I'm so famous now." Emma tilted her head. "Actually, many people doubt you're really that famous." Min, facing a female producer in this situation, especially with her husband present, remained relatively reserved, rubbing her lip. "Maybe it's a natural advantage, a special gift God gave me." Emma Thomas nodded, not probing further. Compared to the women in their 40s and 50s in the industry, she was definitely a dedicated producer. She spent most of her time helping her husband with his family's worries. Seeing Martin and Nolan exchange business cards, Min said something politely and followed Martin out. Thomas, a step behind, asked Min, "What's the catch?" Min shook her head. "She's different," Thomas whispered. "Then don't act rashly. Focus on stability." Martin spotted Will Smith and turned back to Thomas. "Is my legend confirmed?" Thomas quietly pointed to Alan Horn, who was talking to Will Smith. Last month, he pushed for Warner Brothers to sign a contract with Will Smith. Rumor has it, his salary is over $20 million, with potential future commissions. Martin understood the situation. "Superstar, I'm still a long way off." It was a gap in all-around, comprehensive strength. Looking around Hollywood, only Leonardo DiCaprio can rival him in stature. Everyone else falls short, Thomas said. In terms of commercial appeal alone, even Leonardo DiCaprio isn't as good as Will Smith. Martin knew full well that this was an era where even the best of the best could act in a crap movie, and countless people would buy it. "Keep working hard, Martin," Thomas said, finally seizing an opportunity to overpower Martin. "You have a long way to go." Martin immediately reversed his overpowering stance. "Our goal is clear. I'll become a superstar, and you'll become a senior partner." Thomas was filled with energy upon hearing this. Chapter 274, Using Force to Counterattack. For now, Thomas' interests aligned with Martin's, and the two were bound together. But WMA was different. Along with CAA, they were two of the largest entertainment agencies in the industry, and Martin was, at best, just one of the more important clients. It's essential for clients to exert pressure on agencies when appropriate. Without proactive engagement, agencies might perpetually offer the same packages, or even secretly use data to reduce client benefits. So, when Martin saw the CAA agents, while he didn't approach them to greet them, he kept wandering around, socializing, and chatting. A few minutes later, Anne Hathaway's agent, Maha Dakal, approached Martin. "Good evening, Martin." Maha took a quick look at the handsome guy in front of him. "We have known each other for only a year, and you have become a big star with a salary of nearly $10 million from a small actor with a salary of $200,000. It's amazing." Martin smiled and said, "I find it incredible too. Everything is like a dream." He asked specifically, "Is Annie okay?" Maha shook his head. "She blames herself every day, saying that she was stupid and ruined the most beautiful relationship. She will never meet true love like you again." She sighed again. "Annie fired me. I am no longer responsible for her business at CAA." Martin was curious. "Why? You did a good job. Wasn't the Princess Diaries the project you fought for her?" "It has something to do with you," Maha said half-truthfully. "Annie blamed me for not stopping her from breaking up with you in time and not keeping abreast of your developments in time, so she fired me. Annie is under the service of Brian Lord in the company. I am just the executive agent responsible for her business." Martin knew Brian Lord, an agent of the same level as Ari Emanuel of WMA, and one of the co-partners of CAA. Martin replied casually. "I'm sorry," Maha said. "Brian has been following your development. Someone recommended you to CAA at the beginning of this year." "We have been following your updates," Martin smiled. "My pleasure." Maha waved to the waiter and ordered 2 glasses of wine. He specially toasted Martin and said, "Annie's matter is in the past for you and me. Let's look forward to it." Martin asked directly, "You are not looking for me just because of Anne's matter, right?" "There are mainly 2 things." Maha heard his direct words and stopped beating around the bush. "One is Pitt's matter. I am one of Pitt's condominium agents, and Pitt is Brian's client." Martin still said the same thing. "Pitt and I have no personal grudges. If Pitt hadn't taken the initiative to make trouble for me about what happened at Avalon that night, I wouldn't even talk to him." Instead, he suggested, "You'd better talk to Pitt. He has a problem with his mentality." "Don't say that. There is no problem between me and Aniston. Even if there is a problem, he is just Aniston's ex-husband. As for Jolie, he was too lazy to mention it." Maha said, "Don't make it worse. The industry is so small, and there are bound to be times when we need to cooperate." Martin nodded. "Maha, for the sake of our friendship, as long as Pitt doesn't mess with me, I certainly won't mess with him." Maha paused and moved on to the next point. "I remember your contract with WMA. The agent's commission is still 10%, right? You're no longer a minor star, so they haven't said anything." Martin didn't respond, just smiled. Maha continued. "Are you a 4th or 3rd tier client at WMA?" She smiled deliberately. Huh. It's the new century, and WMA is still using outdated client categorization. They're seriously underemphasizing you. Martin, come to CAA. I guarantee you'll get better resources and treatment than Anne, and the agency's commission will be 2 percentage points lower. Just a few days ago, WMA poached Halle Berry, a client of Brian Lord. Although Halle Berry holds an Oscar and isn't considered a top-tier actress, let alone a box office draw, she is undoubtedly a top-tier black actress and is highly sought after for roles specifically requiring a black woman. CAA had long noticed Martin, a rising star at WMA, rising like a rocket. Martin looked seriously considering the matter. Maha was convinced there was no talent he couldn't poach. CAA is the best agency in the industry right now. From management to philosophy to operations, CAA surpasses WMA in every way. Martin said, I can't give you an answer right now. This is no small matter. I need to consider every aspect. Maha shook Martin's hand again and said, I hope we'll have the opportunity to work together. Not far away, Thomas had been keeping an eye on things since the CAA team approached Martin. Maha was a trusted subordinate of CAA co-founder Brown Lord and always at the forefront of any situation. CAA had poached many WMA clients, and WMA had done similar things. Thomas wanted to join them, but he felt it wasn't the right move. It was like a wife seeing her husband being approached by a beautiful woman, feeling both annoyed and inexplicably proud. Why would someone approach him if he wasn't so good? Finally, Thomas saw Martin breaking up with Maha and wandering around alone, so he pretended to be at ease and went over to him. Martin glanced at his agent and said, It's getting late. I'm ready to go. Thomas, looking particularly concerned, reminded him, Julie's been standing by the door. Martin glanced over and said, It's okay. I can handle it. He took the initiative to bring up what had just happened. Maha, the CAA agent, spoke to me for a while. Thomas asked, About Anne Hathaway. Martin shook his head slightly. She's not Anne's agent now. She has nothing to do with Anne. She wants to recruit me to CAA and has made a lot of demands, especially a reduction in the agency's commission to 7%. Thomas mentally cursed Maha's family, thinking these bastards were breaking the rules. They'd reduced it by 3 percentage points in one go. Wouldn't it be lower than 5% once their clients became A-list or superstars? Martin wasn't finished. She came here on behalf of Brian Lord, and she promised me resources and benefits comparable to Brad Pitt's. Hearing this, Thomas' heart skipped a beat. An agent's commission could be worth over $100,000. A generous Martin might not care, but when it comes to resources, who doesn't want the best? Within entertainment agencies, client treatment varies widely. WMA couldn't possibly offer Martin superstar status. Thomas, feeling uneasy, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing, tentatively asked, How did you respond to her? No response, Martin said, a bit frighteningly. Actually, being a top-tier agency doesn't make a big difference to me. Others don't understand, but you should know I have the resources to put it together. Thomas nodded. With Louise Mayer, Kelly Gray, and Sophia supporting Martin, along with Asian investors. Martin was unlike any other actor or star. No mistakes in the song, post, content, 6, 9, book, for him. Martin patted Thomas's arm and suddenly changed the subject, But you are different. Thomas, we met when we were little, struggled together, grew up together, and experienced so many hardships in between to get to where we are today. You trust me, and I trust you. This kind of trust can never be generated in other agents. This was a bit exaggerated, but Thomas agreed very much. We are partners, we are a golden pair, Martin added. The agent I worked with before was Thomas Ryan. The agent I work with now is Thomas Ryan, and the agent I will work with in the future will still be Thomas Ryan. I don't want to make any changes to this. The status of an agent is closely related to his clients. Thomas's success today is inseparable from Martin. He did not hesitate at all. Don't worry, I will have a serious talk with the company. Your salary must be substantially improved. This is what you deserve. Martin nodded and said, I'll leave this matter to you. Thomas did not intend to shirk his responsibilities. I will go to the company's senior management to formally discuss this matter tomorrow. The guests in the banquet hall began to leave. Martin spoke to Thomas and found Louise, who had come with him tonight. After saying goodbye to Barry Meyer and Alan Horn, he prepared to leave. Louise said, I just had a few words with Aniston. She's very fond of you. Why don't you ask her to come with you? She then saw Julie near the door. Adding Julie to the mix is exciting. Martin asked her to take his arm and said, "If you don't shut up, I'll drag you along." Louise chuckled but said nothing more. When they reached the door, Julie gave Martin a strange smile and didn't come over. Leaving the banquet hall and entering the hotel lobby, Louise said, "Julie and Aniston were rivals in the past. It would be interesting to see them continue to be rivals." Martin didn't hesitate to abandon her. "Honey, you can go now." Louise let go of his arm. "You're so heartless." She left the hotel entrance alone and got into the waiting Rolls-Royce. Bruce hadn't arrived in his Escalade yet, so Martin waited behind the hotel's revolving door. Footsteps sounded behind them. Aniston approached the door, stopped beside Martin, and asked, "Isn't the car here yet?" Martin replied, "We'll have to wait a while." Suddenly, Jolie appeared at the second-floor fence. Aniston, sensing something, glanced back, then put her arm around Martin's arm and said, "I'm going to the set tomorrow. Are you coming? We really need to rehearse." Martin's principals wouldn't allow him to refuse. "I'll be there tomorrow morning." Aniston leaned closer and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow morning." A black Escalade stopped at the hotel entrance. Martin pointed, "I should go." Aniston smiled and said, "Good night." Martin walked out, but before he left, he turned back, smiled and waved, then got out to his car. Aniston suddenly turned back and smiled at Jolie, a thought forming in her mind. If I raise Martin to be a little idiot, wouldn't Jolie be furious? Chapter 275 Weird Customer. In the morning, Martin prepared toast, fried eggs, and bacon sandwiches. Blake came downstairs, stretched, and sat at the dining table. She tasted the fried egg on the white porcelain plate and exclaimed, "Smells so good." Martin poured 2 glasses of cowboy. "You've been working out a lot lately, so eat more." Blake, however, forked and fried egg onto Martin's plate and pointedly said, "You've been consuming a lot of protein these days, so you need to replenish some." Blake took a bite of the sandwich. The taste didn't matter, the feeling of having her man cook for her was intoxicating. She couldn't help but say, "It would be wonderful if I could wake up every day to loving breakfast like this." This kind of thing was fun occasionally, but doing it every day would become a torment. Martin wouldn't give her such unrealistic fantasies. "I'll make breakfast for you when I have time." Blake suddenly came back to reality. In all their long history together, it seemed like this was the first time Martin had made breakfast. She didn't usually make breakfast, and neither did Martin. It was Bruce who made breakfast more often. Martin changed the subject. "When do you leave?" "I'll see you off." "No, we'll go to the airport together after we reunite." Blake is currently starring in a film and a TV series. Filming for the former is about to begin, and she'll be leaving for Louisiana soon. "We've only been together for a few days, and now we're apart again. Spending time together is commonplace for celebrities." Martin consoled her, "I'll be leaving Los Angeles soon for filming out of town. Limitless takes place entirely in New York. The crew has secured a tax rebate there, and filming will be entirely there." Blake said, "I'll visit you in New York when I have some rest." Martin nodded, "I'll visit you on set when I have time." After they finished breakfast, Martin took Blake's luggage from upstairs and walked her to Broadway in Burbank. Eric Lively took Martin's luggage, waited for the two to say goodbye, and then called his sister into the studio. Blake stood at the door until Martin got in the car. When his sister entered a lounge, Eric reminded her, "He has a lot of scandals, don't you care?" Blake seemed not to hear him and ignored him at all. Eric continued, "He fought Brad Pitt for Aniston." Martin won. "Impressive, right?" Blake's thoughts were completely different from his brother's. "I have such good taste. The man I found is incredibly charming." Eric was so angry that he was speechless. After a while, he pointed at Blake and said, "You have good taste? That's a man? He's clearly a jerk." Blake warned, "Shut up. Don't talk about my idol like that." Eric was furious. "I don't even want to talk to you." Blake reminded him, "Prepare for the role. Being an actor requires dedication. How many years have I been an actor? I have more experience than you." Eric was the type with little talent, but he refused to admit it. "All I lack is opportunity. As long as I get a good show, a good role, I can surpass Martin Davis in one film." Blake curled his lips, feeling that his brother had no self-awareness. Eric shook his head secretly, thinking his sister had a problem with her judgment. Century City, WMA. As soon as he arrived at work, Thomas contacted several senior executives and arranged a meeting time. At 10:30, he arrived promptly in a small conference room. Weitzel and Ari Emanuel were waiting for him. After taking his seat, Thomas got straight to the point. Yesterday, Mahad Akshar, the executive agent working for Brian Lord at CAA, contacted Martin directly and explicitly expressed his desire to recruit him to CAA. Weitzel, who oversaw the company's day-to-day operations and whose purview fell under this matter, quickly inquired, "Did Martin tell you about this?" Whether or not a client said it, it reflected their attitude. Thomas then replied, "Martin told me." Weitzel breathed a sigh of relief. Ari, however, frowned slightly. WMA had just poached Halle Berry from CAA, and CAA had immediately targeted Martin. Even a one-to-one swap would still be a massive loss. How could a declining black Oscar-winning actress compare to Martin, a rising star? Ali warned, this could be CAA's retaliation for our poaching of Halle Berry, or maybe they're targeting Martin. Thomas, don't be careless. The commercial value of 2 Halle Berrys isn't as great as 1 Martin right now. Martin still wants to work with me. After all, he and I have been together since the beginning. Thomas was referring to himself, not the company, prioritizing his own interests to avoid being replaced by the company's bosses. He continued, but CAA offered him resources comparable to Brad Pitt's, with only a 7% agent commission. Fuck, Weitzel cursed. Those CAA bastards are breaking the rules. This will only make those stars more arrogant and more reckless in firing their agents. WMA was able to poach Halle Berry because, on the one hand, the failure of Catwoman severely dented her career, leaving her with no improvement at CAA. On the other hand, Halle Berry is known for firing her agents, and whenever her career experiences setbacks, her agent is always blamed. Neither Thomas nor Ali spoke. As top entertainment agents, they were well aware that industry regulations, such as the Entertainment Act, were somewhat biased toward protecting clients' interests. Contracts could only be signed for a maximum of 3 years, and if a client failed to secure work within 6 months, the client had the right to terminate the contract unconditionally. Ali asked directly, "Does Martin want to leave WMA?" Thomas gave a definitive reply, "I can guarantee that wherever I am, Martin will be there. It's not uncommon for an agent's salary to rise due to their clients." Ali, with decades of experience in the industry, naturally understood Thomas's point. Weitzel said, "We can't possibly treat Martin like an A-list star, let alone a superstar. His influence and appeal aren't even close to that level." She pondered this. If we offer him too good a deal up front, how can we improve his compensation as his status rises? If he becomes a superstar, or even a superstar, will we only take a 1% commission? That will have a ripple effect. What will other clients think? Ali continued, asking Thomas, "What do you think?" Martin is unlike any other star actor. His influence transcends film and entertainment. Thomas knew that as long as he had Martin as a client, he would have ample capital. If WMA couldn't satisfy him, other agencies could. He felt confident in his negotiations with the company's executives. Martin is a Los Angeles hero and a recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. This aura should at least help his film generate $5 million in its first weekend. Ali agreed, as that was WMA's assessment based on Wanted. Thomas continued, while Martin's status isn't nearly as high as Leonardo's, he, like DiCaprio, possesses the ability to initiate and participate in projects. Wanted was initially initiated by Martin, as was Limitless, currently in development. He also invested in both. Pacific Pictures, Gray Pictures, and Beast House Entertainment also support Martin. Ali spoke frankly, because Martin's projects have made them profitable. Yes, and massively so. Thomas emphasized, how many actors in Hollywood can pull in tens of millions of dollars like Martin, and for projects he initiated himself. Ali's teeth ached at the thought. He felt as if that little guy, Martin, had already found stable investors before even coming to Los Angeles. At this point, Thomas suddenly realized, Martin was the most important person to him. WMA and the like took a back seat. Without Martin, where would he find such a unique client? Thomas's butt was slightly leaning towards Martin before, but now he almost sat on Martin's side and said, "I think it is very necessary to improve Martin's treatment. It's not just CAA that is eyeing Martin," he specifically emphasized. Among the Hollywood stars born in the 1980s, how many of them are stronger than Martin in terms of commercial appeal? Elijah Wood? Christensen Hayden? The former is in an ensemble cast, and the latter is starring in Star Wars. And what about Martin? The Hills Have Eyes is just a small project, and the original work of Wanted was unknown, but both achieved a box office of over $100 million in North America. Weitzel said, According to the company's system, there is no precedent for reducing the commission before becoming a quasi-superstar. Once this precedent is opened, Thomas raised his voice slightly. You are worried about the chain reaction, but don't you worry that such an important client will be disappointed. Ollie raised his hand to stop the two from talking, picked up the phone and called Jim Witt, another co-partner who was out of town. He looked at Thomas and said, the company's commission on Martin's business has been reduced from 10% to 8%. In addition, he enjoys quasi-giant level resources within the company. Thomas was generally satisfied. I'll let Martin know, Ollie added, if he needs to utilize company resources, notify us in advance. Thomas nodded. No problem. Weitzel said no more. Ollie had his own considerations. Martin's ability to initiate and recruit people for a collaboration was a crucial skill. For WMA, it meant many young stars and emerging actors could join the effort and gain exposure. How could he let someone else poach a client like Martin? Ollie added, when Martin has the time, please sign a new contract with the company. Let me know so I can have a good chat with him. Thomas was instantly alert. Now he had to be wary not only of those outside the company, but also those within it. It was exhausting. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.